Lost and Found. The Da Vinci Sketches by R.J. Simmons. Chapter 1. It's All History. Jane Hayman slowed as she turned onto the block. The brownstone stood 3 buildings down, brick darkened with age, iron railings chipped in places where time had worn through the paint. The neighboring townhouses had been renovated into sleek, glass-fronted statements. Ethan's place looked like it had refused the invitation, but she had to admit that it fit him. She had not stood on this sidewalk in years. That realization settled over her as she reached the base of the steps. The house looked the same from a distance. The paint still held its color. The hedges were trimmed just enough to pass inspection. The curtains were drawn halfway across the front window, as if the place existed in permanent afternoon. But standing there in person felt different from reviewing security feeds or accepting second-hand updates through encrypted channels. It had been easier this way, for both of them. Distance made things clean, professional, and in some sense manageable. She had just placed her hand on the railing when she noticed movement at the far end of the sidewalk. Lucas was approaching from the opposite direction. A paper grocery bag braced against his hip, one forearm tucked beneath it to reinforce the sagging bottom. A loaf of bread protruded from the top, along with a bundle of leafy greens and what looked like a carton of eggs wedged carefully along the side. He moved with quick, efficient strides, like someone perpetually operating 3 minutes behind schedule. He spotted her halfway down the block and slowed. For a moment, she simply stared. He had grown tall, taller than Ethan now. His shoulders had filled out. The narrow angles of adolescence had been replaced with solid lines and quiet strength. There was confidence in the way he carried himself, though it remained edged with the restless awareness of someone who had learned early that comfort was temporary. "Well," he said as he came within speaking distance, shifting the bag higher against his ribs, "this is either a good sign or we're about to get shot at." "Good afternoon, Lucas." His grin came easily. It always had, even when he was 12 and half-starved and trying to bluff his way through counterfeit currency in a shack that leaned sideways in the wind. She allowed the faintest lift at the corner of her mouth and stepped onto the first 2 stairs, then paused so he could reach the stoop. Up close, the changes were even more apparent. The boy Ethan had pulled from that rundown shack had been scrawny, sharp-elbowed, all defiance and hollow cheeks. This young man standing in front of her had put in the work to transform his life. "You've grown," she said. Lucas glanced down at himself as if confirming the fact. "That happens after a few years." "I thought it was time to visit," she said. She had never taken to calling Ethan Doc the way nearly everyone else had. The name had attached itself to him after his first PhD, spoken half in admiration and half in habit until it became permanent. In labs, in briefings, in back rooms and government corridors, he was Doc. The title suited the myth people built around him. It created distance. It elevated him into something easier to categorize. To her, he had always been Ethan. Not the credential, not the reputation, not the man introduced with a list of publications and security clearances, just Ethan. The absent-minded, extraordinarily brilliant, occasionally infuriating man who could recall the most remote detail about almost everything in history, but forget to eat lunch. The man who wore intelligence lightly until it startled you. The man whose mind moved so quickly it often left his body behind. Ruggedly handsome in a way he never seemed aware of. Distracted eyes. Unruly hair he only noticed when it interfered with a lens or a screen. A presence that was less about appearance and more about gravity. She had tried, more than once, to step outside that pull, but it never lasted. There was something about him that bent the air around him. Not charm, not arrogance. Something quieter, denser, like a star with its own orbit. You could tell yourself you were traveling in a straight line, charting your own path, until you realized you were circling him again, pulled back, whether you intended to be or not. Lucas watched her a moment longer, studying her expression with more perception than most people credited him for. "So," he said lightly, "time for a house call?" She met his eyes. "Something like that." It was a careful answer, honest without being vulnerable. "How is he?" she asked. Lucas exhaled slowly through his nose, eyes drifting toward the house. "He's in a funk." She did not need clarification. She could picture it precisely. The half-finished notes on the table, the untouched coffee going cold, the slow spiral into abstraction when his mind latched onto something and refused to let go. Lucas shifted his weight, then studied her more closely. "You haven't been here in a while." 4 years, she said. "Yeah." He gave a small nod. Figured it had been something like that. "It was easier," she said. "For everyone." She didn't need to say anything more. He understood that better than most. She glanced at the bag in his arms. "You're keeping him fed?" "Trying to," Lucas replied. "If I don't, he forgets, or he eats crackers for 3 days straight and says he's fine. That sounds like him." He hesitated before adding, "I've got a place a few blocks down. Been there about a year now." She studied him more closely. "You moved out?" "Technically." He gave a small shrug. "Close enough to keep an eye on him, far enough that he doesn't feel watched. He can go a long stretch and seem almost normal, well, normal for a genius anyway, but then he latches onto some research project, and it turns into babysitting a toddler." "That's good of you." He gave her a sideways look. "Sometimes I wonder if I need to stand next to him and call out when to inhale and when to exhale. He wouldn't survive without someone reminding him about the basics. Sleep, food, sunlight, human interaction." "No," she agreed, "he wouldn't." There was no humor in her tone. She studied him another moment. "Did he ever formally adopt you?" Lucas shook his head. "No, I hit 18 before that paperwork could get anywhere, but I did get my citizenship last year." A flicker of pride crossed his expression, quickly masked. "All legitimate." "Congrats, Lucas. That's a big accomplishment," she said. "Yeah, it is." He shifted the bag again, the paper crinkling under his grip. He tried, though. The adoption thing just ran out of time. Time. That had always been the variable none of them controlled. She gave a small nod. "You've built something solid for yourself. I'm proud of you." "Working on it," he said. Then more quietly, "Not sure where I would be without the doc. I've heard that comment by more than a few others. He can't seem to help himself." She took in the apartment detail again, a few blocks away. Close enough for response time, far enough for independence. The scrawny 12-year-old forging bills to survive had turned into a young man capable of loyalty without losing himself in it. She looked past him toward the door. 4 years. 4 years since she had stood on this stoop and knocked instead of watching from a distance. It had been necessary, cleaner. But proximity carried its own kind of risk. Lucas shifted aside and climbed the remaining steps. "You want me to warn him?" "No," she said. "Let's not give him time to prepare." That earned a brief, knowing smile. That was when they noticed the mail. It was wedged into the crack between the door and the frame, bent at the corners, some of it sliding down onto the stone. A glossy catalog lay face down near the railing. 2 envelopes were damp from last night's rain. Lucas groaned softly. "I keep telling him to get his mail." Jane reached down and picked up the top one. It was from the electric company. "Past due. Final notice stamped in red." She turned it over. Unopened. "You're kidding. Is he having money issues or something?" Lucas shook his head. "He's got enough money sitting in accounts to buy the entire block. But if someone doesn't physically remind him that electricity requires payment, he'll forget it exists." She flipped through the stack. Bank correspondence. An insurance notice, something from a museum in London. All sealed. She held one up. "This is the payment for the last job I mailed him 3 months ago. Has it been sitting out here the whole time?" "Is he at least taking care of himself?" she asked. Lucas adjusted the bag again. "That's what this is for." He nudged the groceries upward with his chin. "I stopped by last night. There was nothing in the fridge, not even expired food. Just mustard and regret." She handed him the stack of mail. "Add this to your pile." He tucked it under his arm and reached for the knob. Unlocked. Of course. "For what it's worth," he added, "it's good you're here." They stepped inside. The air smelled like paper and something metallic. Not filth or even dust, just accumulation. The entryway had once been elegant. Hardwood floors, tall ceilings with crown molding. Now it looked like a historical dig site had collided with a research library. Books stacked in uneven columns along the walls. Archival boxes labeled in tight, precise handwriting. Rolled maps tied with twine. A medieval-looking candlestick sitting on a radiator like it belonged there. A narrow path cut through the center of the chaos, worn into the carpet from repetition. Jane paused, scanning the room. I see he's committed to the aesthetic. Lucas stepped around a crate filled with parchment tubes. You're looking at improvement. She raised an eyebrow. I tried cleaning once, he continued. I moved 3 stacks of paper to create what I thought was a safer walking lane. And? He didn't say a word, just stood there, stared at the empty spot where something used to be, then asked me why I'd relocated the Venetian tax records from 1623. Jane looked around at the piles. He can actually find things in this? Lucas nodded once. That's the worst part. He can. They moved deeper into the house. The living room had surrendered entirely. A tapestry hung halfway pinned to a wall, the rest draped over a bookshelf. A bronze figurine rested on the arm of the couch. Coins lay arranged in small velvet trays across the coffee table, sorted by size and era. Jane stepped carefully over a stack of journals. The scratch of a pen came faintly from the back of the house. Sounds like he's in the office, Lucas said. Of course he is, she said. The kitchen was marginally less cluttered, though that wasn't saying much. A mug sat on the counter with dried coffee at the bottom. The sink held a single pan. The refrigerator hummed quietly. Lucas set the grocery bag down and opened the fridge. Empty shelves stared back. Nothing. Jane leaned against the counter, arms folded. When did he last eat? Lucas closed the fridge gently. Yesterday morning, maybe. He loses track and gets frustrated when I ask him. You let him keep working? I'm not his mother. I'm his assistant. I monitor him and often remind him, Lucas corrected. But I can't exactly pour soup down his throat, though I am tempted to try. The pen scratching stopped, and then footsteps moved down the hallway. Slow, distracted. Ethan appeared in the doorway with shirt sleeves rolled, ink smudged across his thumb, and the side of his hand with his glasses low on his nose. His eyes focused somewhere beyond them, still halfway inside whatever he'd been studying. He looked at Lucas first. Did you move the Sicilian folio? Lucas didn't miss a beat. Well, hello to you too. Ethan blinked once, as if surfacing from deep water, and then he saw Jane. The shift was immediate, subtle, but there. Jane! You look terrible, she said calmly. Lucas nodded. I told him that yesterday. Ethan looked at each of them, then frowned faintly. I'm fine. You're pale, she replied, and you have ink on your face. He wiped his cheek absently and only succeeded in smearing it. She licked her thumb and stepped forward to clean it off for him. And you need a shower. The moment her thumb made contact, his eyes shifted and he stiffened. Lucas moved around him, cracking eggs into a bowl. There was no food in this house, Lucas said. Which means you haven't eaten. Which means I am cooking. Which means you are eating. Ethan looked at the counter like it contained foreign objects. I ate. When? He hesitated. Lucas pointed the whisk at him. Exactly. Jane watched the exchange without smiling. There was a final notice from the power company on your door, she added. He waved a hand vaguely. I'll take care of it. Lucas chimed in from the stove. You keep saying that, Doc? They're going to cut the power. That wasn't a final notice last time? This one is. Lucas slid a plate onto the small kitchen table. Sit. Ethan glanced between them. Jane didn't move, didn't raise her voice, but simply waited for him to take a break and sit. He exhaled and pulled out a chair as Lucas set the plate down in front of him. Eat. Then you can explain how medieval ink chemistry is more important than electricity. Ethan took a bite, and for a second he looked almost surprised by the taste. Like he'd forgotten food was a necessity and his body was relieved to finally get some. Jane studied him quietly. The tension around his eyes, wrinkled shirt, and the faint tremor of fatigue in his hand. He was brilliant but stubborn and still trying to carry the weight of history on his shoulders. She stepped closer to the table. I have a contract, she said. The fork paused. Lucas grinned. There it is. I knew this wasn't a social call. Ethan looked up at her, fully present now. What kind of contract? And just like that, the funk loosened its grip. Ethan didn't reach for the rest of the food Lucas had set in front of him. The plate sat warm and mostly untouched, steam thinning into the air, because Jane had placed something else on the table that demanded his attention far more completely. The portfolio case was slim and worn. The brown leather darkened at the corners and cracked along the fold where it had been opened too many times. The original clasp had broken at some point and been replaced with a cheaper, modern latch that didn't quite match the age of the rest. It looked like something carried through airports and back rooms, not displayed. Lucas leaned back against the counter, folding his arms as he eyed it. "Please tell me this isn't another border dispute," he said, "because I just bought groceries and I would prefer not to die hungry." Jane ignored the jab and rested her hand lightly on the portfolio. "A family in Fresno brought this to me," she said, her tone measured but not dramatic. "The grandfather passed last year, left behind a trunk of books and papers. Most of it was nothing. Old hymnals, cheap reprints, but one book stood out, heavy paper, hand-stitched spine, no publisher's mark." Ethan was already leaning forward, the fork forgotten in his hand. "They were told it might be valuable," Jane continued, "so they sent it to a company in California that specializes in art evaluation and resale." Ethan's gaze lifted to her. "Which company?" "The Monte Cristo Group," she said. Lucas made a quiet sound of recognition. "Predators in polo shirts." Jane gave him a brief look, then went on. "The company evaluated the sketchbook and told the family it was a cheap imitation of a well-known artist's preliminary studies, said it had no significant value, offered them $500. "The family is struggling," Jane added. "The mom is sick with mounting medical bills. They have 2 kids. They didn't have the luxury of arguing. They accepted." "There is something else." "What is it?" Ethan asked, his voice softer now, sharper. Jane unlatched the case and opened it fully. Inside was a single sheet protected in archival plastic. She slid it out carefully. "The page had fallen out of the book years ago," she explained. "It wasn't stitched into the binding when they found it. They kept it separate and never sent it in with the rest. The company never saw this." She eased the plastic sleeve open and drew the paper free, laying it flat on the table with deliberate care. The kitchen light caught the texture immediately, revealing a soft grain beneath the graphite. Ethan leaned forward slowly, as though approaching something that might disappear if he startled it. For several seconds he didn't speak. His eyes moved across the page in steady passes, tracing the lines without touching them. The fatigue that had dulled him earlier seemed to evaporate in real time. Lucas pushed off the counter and stepped closer, curiosity overtaking his sarcasm. The paper was thick and cream-colored, foxed faintly along the edges. Pencil studies filled the surface in fluid, searching lines, hands in varying positions, a partial profile of a woman, unfinished but precise. Beneath the figure work, faint architectural arches were sketched in perspective, almost ghosted under the darker strokes, as if the artist had shifted direction midway through the page. Jane watched Ethan carefully. It wasn't excitement she saw, it was recognition. "Where did you say this was found?" he asked quietly, without looking up. "Old family trunk," she replied. "The grandfather claimed it came from Europe decades ago. No documentation, no purchase records." Ethan reached out, stopping just short of contact, his fingers hovering a fraction of an inch above the graphite. "That's not a knockoff," he said. Lucas tilted his head. "You're sure?" Ethan finally placed 2 fingers lightly against the edge of the sheet, careful not to disturb the surface. "That's from the missing Florence sketchbook." Jane didn't react outwardly. "You'll need to explain that to the non-historians in the room." Ethan leaned back slightly, but kept his eyes on the page, as though afraid it might change if he looked away. "In 1912, a private collector documented a working sketchbook attributed to Leonardo da Vinci," he said. "Not finished pieces, not paintings, preliminary studies, transitional thinking, the kind of material artists never meant for public display." Lucas blinked. "You're saying Leonardo?" "I'm saying this matches descriptions of the missing folios from that collection," Ethan replied evenly. Jane crossed her arms. "The sketchbook disappeared?" "Fragmented," Ethan corrected. "A few pages surfaced in private sales over the decades. Others vanished into collections that don't advertise. Some were believed destroyed during the Second World War." He leaned closer again, studying the hand sketches. "The curvature here," he continued, tracing the air just above one line, "and this pressure variation in the cross-hatching. He used a layered diagonal stroke before refining form. Most forgers replicate the finished anatomy. They imitate confidence. They don't replicate hesitation." Lucas crouched beside the table and pulled a jeweler's loupe from his back pocket. "Permission?" Ethan nodded once. Lucas leaned in, examining the graphite under magnification. His expression shifted from playful to analytical in seconds. "Pressure transitions aren't uniform," he murmured. "Which is good. If someone was trying to fake genius, they'd overcommit. These lines break, they restart, they wander." He angled the page slightly toward the light. "Look at this indentation beneath the visible stroke," he said, careful not to touch. "There's a false start here. Whoever drew this changed direction mid-thought." Jane watched him, impressed despite herself. Lucas continued, still studying the fibers. "Paper's old, not artificially aged. The foxing's consistent with time, not chemical exposure. I'd want to test it, but the graphite oxidation looks natural. A modern forger would struggle to simulate this without overdoing it." Ethan remained silent, but there was nothing distracted about him now. He was fully awake. "You see the architectural lines underneath?" Lucas added, glancing up briefly. "They're ghosted. He started one concept and abandoned it. That's not how someone copies. That's how someone thinks." Ethan finally looked at him, and for a brief moment pride flickered there. "You're correct, Lucas. You've got a good eye," he said. Jane saw it clearly. The slump in his posture had vanished. His shoulders were squared. His eyes were clear and steady. The exhaustion that had clung to him when she walked in was gone. She met Lucas's gaze for half a second. They didn't say anything, but they both recognized the effect. It was like a breath of fresh air had been breathed into Ethan. Ethan traced the air above the page again. "If the rest of the sketchbook was authentic," he said slowly, "and they declared it fake, then either they're incompetent. Or they knew exactly what they had," Jane finished. Lucas sat back on his heels. "They kept the book," Jane nodded, "and offered $500 for what could be a lost Renaissance working sketchbook." Ethan stood abruptly, chair scraping lightly against the floor. "Where are you going?" Lucas asked, though he already knew. "I need the catalog scans from the 1938 Milan exhibition," Ethan said, already moving toward the hallway, "and the restoration notes from the Florence archives. There were margin annotations about graphite density." Lucas grinned as he rose to his feet. "There he is." Jane watched Ethan disappear down the hall, his pace quick and controlled, not frantic. Drawers opened, papers shifted. The rapid, confident flip of pages echoed faintly through the house. She leaned back against the table. Lucas brushed his hands together. "He's back," he said quietly. Jane allowed herself a small smile. "Yes," she replied. "It looks like he is. I've been gone so long I almost forgot what it was like to watch his mind work." From the office, Ethan's voice carried clearly. "Lucas, bring the ultraviolet lamp." Jane looked down at the page one more time, her gaze steady. If Ethan was right, someone in California had just committed fraud on a historic scale. And Ethan Coldwell was no longer drifting inside his own mind. He was doing what he did best. He was hunting for the truth. Ethan's office had once been a formal dining room, but now it looked like the command center of a war fought entirely with paper. Stacks of research journals formed uneven towers against the walls. Maps were pinned over older maps. Archival boxes sat open on the floor, with colored tabs protruding like warning flags. A drafting table had replaced the old mahogany sideboard, and it was covered in layered notes, photocopies, and handwritten translations in tight script. Jane paused in the doorway, taking it in. Ethan was already moving with controlled urgency, pulling a thick exhibition catalog from the third stack to the left of the doorway without a second thought. He flipped it open, pages turning in rapid succession, as though he could see what he was looking for before he reached it. She stepped farther inside. That was when she noticed the photograph. It sat in a simple black frame, positioned directly in Ethan's line of sight from his chair. There was a clean perimeter around it, as though everything else in the room had permission to encroach on every available inch except that one small square of polished wood. In the photograph, she and Ethan stood mid-dance beneath chandeliers that glowed gold against a high vaulted ceiling. She wore a deep blue gown. He was in a tailored tuxedo that fit him too well to be rented. His hand rested at her waist. Her head was tilted back slightly, laughing at something he must have just said. It had been a mission. Diplomatic gala in Vienna. Targeted acquisition of a ledger hidden in a private collection. They had spent most of the night navigating power brokers and art thieves in formal wear, but that moment in the photograph had been real. Her fingers hovered just above the frame without quite making contact. "You still keep that out," she said, her voice softer than it had been all afternoon. Ethan didn't answer immediately. He turned another page in the catalog he'd been scanning, though his eyes had stopped absorbing the words. He knew which photograph she meant without looking. He could see it even with his head bowed. "It's useful," he said after a moment. She shifted her weight slightly, studying the image again. "Useful for what?" He finally glanced up at her, and for a second, the analytical edge in his expression gave way to something more vulnerable. "Perspective," he replied. The word hung there between them. Her mouth curved faintly. "That's what we're calling it." He followed her gaze back to the photograph. In it, they were caught mid-laugh beneath chandeliers, her hand resting against his shoulder, his at her waist. They had been on assignment that night, playing parts in a room full of diplomats and collectors who measured power in quiet glances. But the laughter in the frame had not been part of the mission. His expression softened in a way he rarely allowed anyone to see. The tightness in his jaw eased, the tension in his shoulders lowered. He gave a small shrug, as if downplaying its importance, though the care with which the frame was positioned betrayed him. "I like remembering that version of us," he said quietly. She looked at him then, fully, and the guarded composure she wore like armor slipped just enough to show the truth beneath it. There was no bitterness in her expression, no anger, just something steady and unresolved. "I do too," she admitted. Silence settled, not awkward but heavy with everything neither of them had ever quite been able to reconcile. He didn't tell her he still loved her. He didn't tell her that some nights he looked at that photograph for hours. He didn't tell her that he measured new days against the memory of that one. She didn't tell him that she still carried the echo of that night in the back of her mind when decisions became hard. She didn't tell him that no one since had ever felt quite as solid beside her. She didn't tell him that walking into this house still felt like coming home. They didn't need to. The love hadn't vanished. It had simply collided with two worldviews that refused to bend. They both knew it was still there, and they also both knew why it had broken. Lucas appeared in the doorway, ultraviolet lamp in one hand and a stack of papers in the other. "If we're staring at old memories, I can leave," he offered. "I don't want to interrupt unresolved emotional tension." Jane didn't turn. "You live for unresolved emotional tension." "True," he admitted, stepping inside. "But I also live for dramatic road trips." Ethan closed the catalog and set it down. "We'll need to see the rest of the book," he said, already shifting back into analysis. "Paper-fiber comparison, binding structure, stitch pattern." "In California," Lucas added, "which is a whole lot of miles west." Ethan nodded once. "It's a long drive." Jane turned from the photograph and stared at him. "A drive? We can make it in 3 days if we rotate." She blinked slowly. "Ethan, I don't trust commercial flights," he said flatly, already anticipating the argument. "Too many variables, too many unknowns, and if this company realizes what they're sitting on, we don't want to be delayed by cancellations." Lucas leaned against a filing cabinet that had not seen a file in years, not to mention you are afraid of flying. "So we're calling him," Lucas said, the corner of his mouth lifting as the idea settled in, "because if we're flying, we all know who that means." Ethan didn't look up from the open catalog he was scanning. "We are not calling him." Lucas's eyebrows rose. "You just said you won't fly commercial." "I don't," Ethan replied evenly. "That does not automatically mean we involve blue." "It absolutely means we involve blue," Lucas said. "He lives for this. Dramatic cross-country flights, moral outrage, possibly light property damage." Jane folded her arms, amused. "I wouldn't mind seeing him again. It's been a while." Ethan gave her a look that suggested betrayal. Lucas grinned. "See? Democratic vote. We're outnumbering you." Ethan closed the catalog and finally turned to face them. "Do you remember the last time you decided to be clever in his presence?" Lucas straightened slightly. "That is a wildly subjective interpretation of events." "You called him fat," Ethan said flatly. Lucas's eyes widened in immediate protest. "I did no such thing." "You absolutely did." "I did not call him fat," Lucas insisted, gesturing with both hands as if reconstructing a courtroom defense. "I made a sociologically responsible observation regarding global food inequality." Jane tilted her head. "That sounds worse. Lucas ignored her and continued, warming to his explanation. I simply remarked that there are millions of hungry children in the world, which is a fact, and when Blue asked what that had to do with anything, I suggested, very gently, that perhaps global food redistribution might start at home. He demonstrated by patting the air in front of him. I may have, in a purely illustrative manner, patted his stomach. Ethan stared at him. It was symbolic, Lucas added quickly. Educational. Ethan crossed his arms. And then... Lucas shifted his weight. There was an accidental discharge. Jane raised an eyebrow. Accidental. Completely accidental, Lucas said with conviction. Blue's pistol happened to discharge at the exact moment I was standing in a moderately unfortunate position, and the round happened to graze the left side of my buttock. Ethan's expression didn't change. It didn't even leave a scar, Lucas continued defensively. Skin contact, minimal, more of a warning whisper than an actual wound. You limped for 2 days, Ethan said. That was dramatic effect, Lucas replied. I felt it was important to honor the gravity of the moment. Jane covered a smile with her hand. Lucas leaned back against the cabinet again. And to be clear, I am almost entirely certain it was an accident. Almost, Ethan repeated. Lucas hesitated. Well, prosody. Mostly. Jane shook her head slowly. You antagonized a man who outweighs you by at least 100 pounds and has military-grade reflexes. In my defense, Lucas said, I assumed he would respond verbally. He did, Ethan replied, with the sound of ballistics. Jane stepped closer to the desk, amusement still in her eyes. For the record, he has always been perfectly polite to me. Ethan and Lucas both turned toward her at the same time. Polite? Ethan echoed. He's a giant sweetheart, she said, completely serious. Just a big teddy bear. Lucas let out a quiet laugh. He's a teddy bear in the way a lion is just a kitten, more like a heavily armed war bear with zero patience for factual observations. Jane considered that. War bear? You know, Lucas continued thoughtfully, one of those enormous armored bears from a movie, capable of tactical devastation, protective, loyal, mostly terrifying. Probably enjoys honey in private moments. Ethan shook his head. If you ever describe him that way to his face, I will not intervene. Lucas lifted his hands in surrender. Noted. Jane looked between them and then back at Ethan. We should fly, it's faster. If that company realizes what they're sitting on, every hour matters. Ethan hesitated, and this time it wasn't stubbornness so much as calculation layered over discomfort. He hated flying. Not rationally, not publicly, but enough that the thought of sitting thousands of feet above the ground tightened something in his chest. Commercial flights were worse. Too many strangers, too many unknown pilots. He trusted one, and that fact annoyed him. Lucas saw the shift and grinned. I'll call him. Ethan pointed at him immediately. You will not call him. Why? Because I would prefer not to begin this operation with another demonstration of firearm safety. Lucas considered that. Fair. Jane reached into her bag for her phone. I'll call, she said calmly. He'll answer. Ethan and Lucas exchanged a look. That part, at least, was undeniable. Chapter 2, Blue Skies. The airfield lay beyond the last stretch of warehouses and auto yards, where pavement gave way to scrub and low fencing that seemed more symbolic than secure. Jane eased the rental SUV through the open gate and followed the cracked taxiway toward a line of metal hangars that looked sun-bleached and wind-beaten. There were no commercial terminals here, no glass and chrome. Just corrugated steel and the lingering smell of aviation fuel baked into the air. That's it, Lucas said from the passenger seat, leaning forward as they rolled to a stop. I can feel the colossal displeasure from here. Ethan stepped out first, the morning air cool against his face. His eyes found the aircraft immediately. Lucas smiled. I still can't believe he didn't answer your call. That must have stung. It went straight to voicemail. He didn't ignore it, she replied. Blue's plane sat half inside the hangar, nose pointed toward the runway as though it preferred readiness to rest. It was a twin-engine amphibious workhorse, but any resemblance to factory original had long since been replaced by something more personal. The paint was layered in mismatched patches, each repair a slightly different shade of blue or gray. Rivet lines ran thicker along the fuselage than standard models. Reinforced plates had been fitted over stress points in ways that suggested both engineering knowledge and stubborn distrust of default specifications. The landing struts were heavier than stock. The float assemblies bore signs of custom welding. The propellers, however, were polished to a shine that bordered on obsessive. It looked patched together. It also looked like it could survive a small war. Lucas stepped beside Ethan and let out a low whistle. "She looks like a flying tank." Jane joined them, hands in the pockets of her jacket. "It's certainly distinctive." "It's a masterpiece," Lucas corrected. "You just have to squint really hard and tilt your head." There were several people already gathered near the open cargo hatch. 3 men in tailored casual clothing stood beside a stack of hard-sided equipment cases. Their sunglasses and watches caught the sun in practiced flashes. They looked more irritated than impressed. One of them checked his watch with visible annoyance. "You're not blue," he said flatly as the trio approached. "No," Jane replied. The man gestured toward the aircraft. "We were supposed to start loading an hour ago." Ethan's gaze moved from the men to the open hatch and then to the fueling truck parked near the wing. A worker in a reflective vest stood on a ladder, hose secured to the intake valve, finishing up. "We're looking for him too," Ethan said evenly. The second man stepped forward. "Well, he's not here and we're on a schedule." Lucas tilted his head slightly. "Wow, that must be stressful." The first man's jaw tightened. "Excuse me?" Before Lucas could respond, the fueling worker climbed down the ladder and coiled the hose with practiced efficiency. He glanced toward them. "You looking for Blue?" he asked. "Yes," Jane answered. "He got in late last night," the worker said, wiping his hands on a rag. "Said he was grabbing something to eat before coming back out. Told me to finish topping her off." Lucas's eyes flicked briefly to Ethan, then to the entitled trio, then back toward the direction of the small diner across the service road. "Breakfast," Lucas murmured almost to himself, and made a small circular motion over his own stomach before catching Ethan's warning look. "Don't," Ethan said quietly. Lucas straightened. "I was stretching." The younger of the 3 men stepped closer, impatience radiating off him. "We don't have time for this. We were supposed to be gone already." Jane regarded him without emotion. "Then perhaps you should have chartered a commercial cargo carrier," the man scoffed. "We were told this was the best." "It is," Lucas said pleasantly, "which means it operates on its own terms." The second man removed his sunglasses slowly, as if that would add weight to his irritation. "You with him?" "Yes, we know him," Ethan replied. The youngest of the 3 stepped forward again, this time angling himself toward Ethan instead of Lucas. Up close, the performance became clearer. Ethan noticed everything. The watch first. Heavy, stainless steel. A luxury diver's model that cost more than most used cars. It sat too stiffly on the man's wrist, as if he was still aware of its weight. There was no fading along the band, no faint indentation in the skin where it had rested for months or years. More telling was the absence of contrast. A man who wore a watch like that daily would have a pale ring beneath it from the sun. This one did not. The tan line ran uninterrupted. Borrowed, Ethan thought, or recently acquired, and not comfortably. The jacket came next. Tailored, yes. Expensive, certainly. But the sleeves bunched slightly at the wrist and the shoulders sat just a fraction too broad. His companions' jackets lay clean along the collarbone, cut precisely to their frames. This one wore his like armor that didn't quite belong to him. Ethan's eyes dropped briefly to the man's slacks. There, just visible when the fabric shifted, was a thin white edge tucked into the pocket seam. A tag. Not removed. Pushed inside hastily. Someone who bought clothing at that level did not forget to remove tags. He was dressed for wealth, but he was not accustomed to it. The man mistook Ethan's quiet gaze for fear. "Control your friend," he said, voice edged with forced authority. "Not authority," Ethan corrected silently. "Volume, posture, mimicry." The bravado was a shade too thick. His stance widened a fraction more than natural. Chin lifted higher than necessary. He was performing confidence the way someone imitates a language they have only heard spoken. He stepped closer. Up close, Ethan caught the faint scent of cologne applied too heavily. Another signal. Trying too hard. Ethan moved half a step forward, not to escalate but to narrow the space to conversational distance. "You don't need to speak to him that way," he said evenly. The man's jaw tightened. For a moment, uncertainty flickered behind the sunglasses. Then pride overrode it. His finger rose and pressed flat against Ethan's chest. Not hard, not violent, just enough to suggest dominance. It was a gesture learned from watching others do it. Lucas's posture changed instantly. The levity drained from him as though someone had flipped a switch. "You shouldn't have done that," Lucas said quietly. But Ethan did not look at Lucas. He kept his eyes on the young man. "Your friends don't touch people," Ethan said calmly, "because they don't need to." The man blinked. Ethan's voice remained neutral, clinical. "You're wearing a watch you don't usually wear. The skin tone proves it. Your jacket isn't tailored like theirs, and you left the price tag in your pocket." A flicker of panic crossed the man's face before he masked it. "You're full of it," the man said. "No," Ethan replied softly. "You are the one who is full of it, pretending to be something you are not." Silence settled between them. The two older men shifted slightly, their irritation turning into something closer to annoyance at their companion. Ethan held the young man's gaze without hostility. "You don't have to prove anything," he said. "Not here." For a split second, the bravado faltered, then pride returned, brittle and sharp. He pressed his finger harder into Ethan's chest. "Trying to make a point." Lucas's expression changed instantly. The humor evaporated. His posture sharpened. "I told you, man, you shouldn't have done that," he said quietly. The man laughed. "Or what?" Ethan calmly removed the hand from his shirt. "That's enough." Behind them, the low thud of boots on concrete echoed from the far end of the hangar. The sound was not hurried. It was deliberate. The three men turned first. Blue entered from the back of the hangar, sunlight framing him in a hard silhouette before he stepped fully into the shade. At 6'6", he seemed to fill the doorway without trying. His height made more imposing by the breadth of his shoulders and the quiet, controlled way he moved. He carried a small paper bag in one hand and a cup of coffee in the other, as if the weight of either barely registered. Up close, the details sharpened. His hair was cut short and close to the scalp, steel gray with faint lines etched through it, more from habit than style. His face was weathered in a way that spoke of years spent outdoors and under pressure, not age alone but experience, the kind that carved subtle lines at the corners of his eyes and along his jaw. His eyes themselves were steady and sharp, scanning without appearing to, missing very little. There was a faint scar near his temple, easy to overlook unless you were looking for it, and another along his forearm, where his sleeve had pulled back just enough to reveal it. Even dressed simply in dark cargo pants and a fitted flight jacket, he didn't look like a man who flew planes for a living. He looked like someone who had spent years in environments where flying was only one part of the job, the kind of presence that didn't need to announce itself to be felt. He looked less like a pilot and more like someone who had taken a wrong turn out of a military recruitment poster. Blue paused just inside the hangar, his gaze moving across the scene in a single, deliberate sweep that missed nothing and lingered nowhere longer than necessary. Ethan stood where he always did when tension found him, composed but still, Lucas just off to the side with that familiar edge of amusement barely contained, and Jane watching it all with quiet calculation. Then there were the three men, standing a little too close, their posture just off enough to signal intent without fully committing to it. Without breaking stride, Blue stepped forward and set the coffee down on a nearby crate, the soft thud of it against the wood the only sound he made. His attention settled on the youngest of the three, his expression unreadable, but fixed in a way that made it clear the moment had shifted. "Is there a reason," Blue said evenly, "that you're putting hands on the dock?" The words carried no heat, no raised tone, but they landed with weight all the same. It wasn't a question meant to be answered so much as an opportunity being offered, a narrow window to correct a mistake before it became something else. The youngest man tried to shrug it off, his confidence thinning at the edges. "We were just talking." Blue took another step forward, unhurried, closing the distance in a way that felt less like movement and more like pressure. The space around them seemed to tighten, the air itself growing heavier as he settled into place. "No one touches the dock," he said, his voice still level, still calm. There was no threat woven into it, no need to dress the statement up into something sharper. It stood on its own, simple and absolute. The second man shifted, straightening slightly as if trying to reclaim some footing. "We're paying customers." Blue gave a single, almost thoughtful nod. "You're paying for cargo space and fuel," he replied. "That doesn't extend to territorial displays from a group of wannabe businessmen who don't know where the line is." The silence that followed wasn't immediate, but it came quickly, settling over the group with a weight that pressed down on whatever bravado had been there moments before. No one stepped forward. No one argued. The imbalance had been made clear without needing to be pushed further. Off to the side, Lucas relaxed just enough to let the moment amuse him again, leaning slightly toward Ethan as the tension drained out of the space. "See?" he murmured under his breath. "War bear." Ethan didn't look away from Blue, his focus steady. Not now. Blue's attention shifted briefly, just enough to check in, his voice dropping half a degree. "You good?" "I'm fine," Ethan said, calm as ever. Blue's gaze returned to the trio. "You want to load your crates, you wait until I am ready and keep your hands to yourselves. If that's a problem, you can find another aircraft, and if you lay a hand on the dock again, you will lose it." The men exchanged glances. None of them looked eager to test the sincerity of that statement. The first finally gave a stiff nod. "Fine." Blue held their gaze for another second before turning away as though the matter had already been resolved in his mind. He picked up his coffee and took a slow sip, then looked at Jane. She hadn't spoken to him. She hadn't reached him. He gave her a brief nod anyway. "Jane?" "Blue." Lucas grinned. "You didn't answer her call, big guy." He began motioning with his finger like he had a tear running down his cheek. "You hurt her feelings, man. Both of them. Not cool." Blue picked up his coffee and took another sip and then pulled his phone from his pocket. "My phone died. Sorry about that, Jane. It wasn't intentional." Jane walked over and gave him a hug. She looked like a child compared to his massive size. "It's all good, Blue. It's nice to see you. Ignore Lucas." Blue cut a glance towards Lucas. "I normally do." The three men made a show of checking their watches, muttering about unprofessional conduct and unreliable operators, but none of them attempted to load the crates. Within minutes, they were walking back toward their SUVs, doors slamming with theatrical irritation before engines turned over and tires spat gravel along the service road. Lucas watched them go. "I guess they didn't like the service," he said. Blue didn't turn around. He finished his coffee, then crushed the paper cup in one hand and tossed it into a nearby bin without looking. "They'll find someone cheaper," he said, "or someone weaker." Ethan stepped closer, lowering his voice slightly. "We need to get to California." Blue glanced at him. "That's so?" "There's a company holding a sketchbook that may contain a missing Leonardo folio." Blue didn't blink. "That all?" Ethan exhaled slowly. "It's significant." Blue folded his arms and leaned back against the reinforced fuselage of his plane. "Doc, I've got a full schedule this week. 2 contracted runs already lined up. Fuel costs aren't theoretical. And he patted the side of the aircraft lightly, needs a few repairs and a paint job." He ran his hand along a reinforced panel near the wing root. "Don't you?" he muttered toward the plane. "I know. We'll get you fixed." Lucas tilted his head. "You talk to it." Blue didn't look at him. "She listens better than you do, kid." Ethan watched the exchange without comment. "Hydraulic line's been temperamental," Blue continued, now addressing them. "One of the float mounts needs tightening. Avionics could use recalibration. None of that's cheap." He looked at Ethan for a moment, and in that look there was a quiet blend of apology and hard truth, the kind that didn't need to be spoken aloud to be understood. "Normally when you call," Blue said, his voice steady but carrying a faint edge of something unspoken, "I clear the runway. You know that, Doc?" Ethan gave a single nod. He did. Jane stepped forward before the moment could settle into something heavier, her timing as precise as ever. "The family who brought this to me," she began, choosing her words carefully. "They didn't know what they had. The company told them it was worthless, offered them $500 for it." Blue didn't respond immediately, but something shifted in his jaw, a subtle tightening that suggested the information had hit exactly where it needed to. "The mother is sick," Jane continued, her tone steady but quieter now. "Cancer. They're buried in medical bills. 2 kids. They thought they were lucky just to get anything at all." Blue's eyes narrowed slightly, not in confusion, but in recognition of the kind of situation that rarely ended well without intervention. "They don't have many options left," Jane added, her voice softening just enough to carry weight without asking for sympathy. Not unless they get what that book's worth. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It carried thought, calculation, and something else just beneath it. Blue's hand came to rest against the side of the fuselage, his fingers curling lightly against the metal as if grounding himself in something familiar. For a moment, he looked at the plane rather than the people around him, his gaze tracing along its length as though measuring more than distance. "We were planning to take her up for a short run today anyway," he said at last, his voice lower now, more settled. "Stretch the legs." Lucas glanced at Ethan, the look between them carrying a shared understanding of what that really meant. Blue pushed off the fuselage and rolled his shoulders once, the decision already made by the time the movement finished. "We'll adjust the schedule." Ethan met his eyes. "You don't have to." Blue gave him a look that ended the thought before it could go any further. "I know." Lucas clapped his hands together once, the sound cutting cleanly through the moment as his grin returned. "Excellent," he said. "Moral crusade, now boarding." Blue shot him a look. Lucas leaned closer, peering at the small paper bag Blue had abandoned earlier. "Shame about your breakfast," Lucas said, glancing toward the abandoned bag as if the loss carried real weight. "It's definitely cold by now, and I know how you get when you skip a meal. Hangry doesn't even begin to cover it. I could make you something if you want." Blue didn't react. His expression stayed perfectly flat, as though the words had passed through him without leaving a mark. Lucas tilted his head, studying him like he was working through a serious problem. "How many eggs are we talking these days, big guy? 2? 3? He paused as if reconsidering. "Dozen." Blue blinked once. Lucas nodded, fully committing now. "Yeah, 2 or 3 dozen at a time. That feels right." Ethan rubbed his temple, already regretting the direction this was going. Blue stepped past Lucas without acknowledging him, closing the distance to Ethan instead. "Doc," he said evenly, "is he mission critical?" Ethan looked up at him. "Why?" Blue's tone didn't change. "I was considering breaking his jaw." Lucas straightened instantly, hands coming together in exaggerated prayer as he silently mouthed, "Please," his expression shifting from confident to deeply invested in the answer. "Yes," Ethan said calmly. "He's mission critical." Lucas exhaled with dramatic relief, his shoulders dropping as if he had just been spared something truly catastrophic. Blue gave a single nod, accepting the constraint without argument. Lucas lowered his hands and, without missing a beat, pivoted right back in. "Out of curiosity," he said, as though the previous exchange had never happened, "how exactly did you get the nickname Blue?" Blue stared at him. Lucas continued anyway. "Was it from that bear in the Jungle Book?" he asked. "The one who just kind of laid around and ate all day?" Ethan closed his eyes briefly. Blue's head tilted slightly. "The one who sings about the bare necessities," Lucas added helpfully. Blue took a slow step forward. Lucas took a slow step back. "You are testing the limits of mission critical," Blue said evenly. Lucas smiled nervously. "Constructive inquiry." Blue's gaze shifted to Ethan again. "You sure?" Ethan nodded once. "Unfortunately, otherwise I would have left him at home." Blue looked back at Lucas. "Start loading the gear," he said. Lucas blinked, then gave him a mock salute. "Yes, sir." Jane watched the exchange with quiet amusement. Blue moved toward the cockpit ladder and ran his hand along the frame as he passed. The engines came alive in stages. First a low mechanical cough, then the steady churn of ignition, then the deepening roar as both propellers spun into blurred silver discs. The entire fuselage trembled beneath their feet. Not violently, but with a controlled power that felt alive. The scent of fuel and heated metal seeped into the cabin as Blue advanced the throttles slightly, testing response. Jane sat behind the cockpit bulkhead, headset resting loosely around her neck. Lucas had already claimed a seat by the window, pressing his face closer than necessary to the glass as the hangar door receded behind them. Ethan sat opposite, hands resting on his thighs, too still. Blue guided the aircraft slowly onto the taxiway, the reinforced landing struts rolling over uneven pavement with a steady hum. Sunlight flashed across the patched panels of the wings as they turned toward the runway. Inside the cockpit, Blue's voice filtered back through the cabin speaker, calm and controlled as he ran through checklists. Fuel levels good, hydraulics holding, avionics stable. He patted the dash lightly. Easy, he muttered almost affectionately. We're just stretching. Jane glanced at Ethan. His jaw was tight, his eyes fixed forward. You're gripping the seat, she said quietly. He looked down. His fingers had curled around the armrests without him noticing. He loosened them slightly. I'm fine. You always say that right before you're not. Lucas turned from the window. Oh, this is the good part. Ethan shot him a look. When did this start? Jane asked gently. We flew dozens of missions together. Cargo planes, military transports, helicopters. You never flinched. Ethan's eyes remained forward as the plane rolled into position at the head of the runway. It didn't start then, he said. Blue's voice cut in from the cockpit. It started with me. Jane leaned forward slightly. Exactly how did you break, Ethan? Blue's tone shifted. Not dramatic, just reflective. First time the doc and I worked together, he began, was in Syria. Artifact retrieval. Provincial museum had been bombed. Intelligence said militia groups were stripping whatever they could carry. Ethan exhaled slowly through his nose, already knowing where this was going. Blue continued. They were pinned down before they ever reached the airstrip. I had clearance to abort if the landing zone went hot. You didn't, Jane said. No, Blue replied evenly. I didn't. The engines roared louder as he eased the aircraft into final alignment. I set her down anyway, Blue continued. Runway was half rubble. Incoming fire was intense. Lucas leaned forward, interest overtaking humor. Ethan's fingers tightened again without permission. Doc refused to leave 2 crates behind, Blue said. Assyrian relief fragments or something like that. Said they were irreplaceable. Jane glanced at Ethan. That sounded like him. They were pinned, Blue continued. I taxied forward under fire to shield them. Took rounds in the fuselage. We got them off the ground, but at 400 feet, Blue said, the right engine started losing pressure. Shrapnel had punctured a line. The plane began to accelerate down the runway now, engines rising to a full-throated roar. Inside the cabin, vibrations intensified. Hydraulics were fluctuating, Blue went on. If that engine failed completely, we would have rolled. Jane's eyes flicked toward Ethan. And, she asked quietly. And, Blue said. The doc unstrapped midair, crawled through a cargo hold that was losing altitude, leaned outside the plane and manually stabilized the line while I kept her level. The nose of the plane lifted slightly as speed built. Ethan's knuckles were white now. Blue's voice remained steady. He then wedged himself into a compartment with fuel vapor and live wiring, used a toolkit meant for minor repairs, and bought us enough time to reach a secondary strip. The wheels left the ground. There was always that moment, the instant when weight surrendered to lift. Ethan's breath caught. His body reacted before his mind did, shoulders tightening, hands clamping down around the armrests like he could anchor the plane to earth through will alone. The ground dropped away beneath them. Jane reached across the aisle and placed her hand lightly over his wrist. He didn't pull away. Ever since, Blue continued, as the aircraft climbed steadily, he's trusted me, but he doesn't trust gravity. Lucas glanced between them. You're saying he's afraid of heights because he saved your life. I'm saying, Blue replied, that when you've watched the Earth coming at you from over 400 feet with one engine bleeding out fluid on your face, you remember. The plane banked gently westward. Ethan's breathing remained controlled, but deliberate. He forced his eyes to stay open instead of squeezing them shut. I wasn't afraid then, he said quietly. No, Blue agreed. You were busy and your mind didn't have time to process it. Silence filled the cabin for several seconds, broken only by engine hum and wind pressure along the fuselage. Jane studied Ethan's face. You saved him, she said. Ethan gave a small shrug. We saved each other. Blue's voice softened slightly as he patted the dash of the cockpit. He saved my aircraft, Lucas blinked. You mean your baby? Yes, Blue said simply. And you, Lucas pressed. Blue chuckled. And me too. The climb leveled gradually as they reached cruising altitude. The vibrations settled into a smoother rhythm. The sensation of ascent gave way to steady forward motion. Ethan's grip eased incrementally, his shoulders lowered first, then his fingers uncurled from the armrests. He inhaled slowly, exhaled. The city had shrunk beneath them into grids and lines. Highways looked like threads stitched across fabric. The horizon stretched open and endless. Lucas leaned back in his seat. So, he said lightly. Just to recap, you crawled into a compromised engine compartment mid-flight, and now you're afraid of flying. I'm not afraid, Ethan muttered. You're negotiating with physics and logic and losing, Lucas corrected. Jane squeezed Ethan's wrist once before withdrawing her hand. You don't have to pretend, she said quietly. He glanced at her. There was no judgment in her expression, just understanding. Blue's voice came through again, steady and confident. She's flying clean, he said. No real turbulence for at least 200 miles. Ethan looked forward through the cockpit window where the sky stretched wide and uninterrupted. His heartbeat slowed. His hands rested loosely now, not relaxed but no longer braced for impact. The aircraft settled into its flight, the engines smoothing into a steady, confident rhythm that vibrated through the floor and into the bones. Below them, the airfield shrank to a gray strip cut into scrubland, then to nothing at all. The horizon widened. The sky opened. Ethan's hands remained on the armrests, though the white-knuckled grip had eased into something merely firm. He kept his eyes forward, breathing measured, shoulders slowly lowering as the climb leveled. Lucas, meanwhile, had recovered fully. He leaned forward in his seat and craned his head toward the cockpit. All right, he called out over the hum of the engines. I still want to know. Blue didn't turn around. Know what? How you got the nickname? Silence. Lucas persisted. I mean, blue is vague. It suggests depth, mystery, possibly emotional repression. Jane smiled faintly. Blue adjusted a dial without looking back. It's a call sign. That's not an origin story, Lucas replied. That's a deflection. Ethan exhaled slowly through his nose, eyes still fixed ahead. Lucas. I'm just asking questions, Lucas said. Curiosity drives progress. Blue's voice came back flat and dry. You don't need to know. I absolutely do, Lucas insisted, because if I'm risking my life in this flying monument to reinforced anxiety, I deserve context. Blue glanced back briefly, expression unreadable. You're risking nothing. Lucas raised a hand. I resent that. I am a highly valuable asset. Blue returned his focus to the instruments. You're a tolerated asset. Lucas leaned back, considering that. Then he pivoted. You don't like me, he said matter-of-factly. Blue did not answer. It's because of my past, Lucas continued, because I am, in very official terminology, an allegedly reformed document artist. Ethan sighed. Lucas pressed on. You look at me and see forgery, ink manipulation, currency improvisation. You judge. Blue's voice remained even. That isn't why. Lucas tilted his head. So it's not because I was an independent paper-based entrepreneur operating outside traditional economic frameworks. You know that makes you a racist, right? Jane laughed under her breath. Blue shook his head once. That's not what racism is, and you know it. Lucas pointed at him triumphantly. Ah, so you admit there's bias. I admit, Blue replied, that you enjoy provoking responses. Lucas nodded thoughtfully. Fair. He shifted in his seat and leaned his head back against the window, staring up at the ceiling of the cabin. You know what this plane needs, he said. Blue did not take the bait. Love, Lucas continued anyway. Love brings the world together. Jane glanced sideways at him. Where is this going? Lucas ignored her. You, Blue, could benefit from the teachings of a wise dinosaur. Ethan shook his head. Blue's jaw tightened slightly. Lucas's voice took on a reflective tone. A large purple visionary with a unifying message and an unforgettable catch song. Blue didn't turn around, but his shoulders squared. If you start singing, he said evenly, I will strap you to the landing gear and perform a gravel skid landing. Lucas lifted both hands defensively. I would never. He paused. Then he began humming, softly, just enough to be recognizable. Jane covered her mouth. Ethan stared at the instrument panel, refusing to engage. Blue's head tilted slightly, like a predator identifying a sound in the brush. Lucas stopped humming immediately. I wasn't singing. You were humming, Blue said. Completely different category. The melody resumed, faint but unmistakable. Jane shook her head. Lucas, he stopped again, offended. I am not technically violating the terms. Blue drew in a slow breath and let it out through his nose, the sound barely audible beneath the steady drone of the engines. For several long seconds, nothing else happened. The cabin settled into that familiar in-between space, filled only with the low hum of air moving along the fuselage and the quiet vibration beneath their feet. It might have passed for peace, if not for the unmistakable tension sitting just beneath it. Then Blue spoke. I am going to kill him." The words came out calm and even, delivered with the same tone one might use to comment on the weather. There was no heat behind them, no flare of emotion, which somehow made them far more convincing. Jane blinked, turning slightly toward him. "Why?" Blue didn't look at her. His gaze stayed forward, fixed on nothing in particular as he answered, "Because now I have that song stuck in my head." Lucas's grin spread immediately, wide and unapologetic, as though this had been the intended outcome all along. "You're welcome," he said, clearly pleased with himself. Blue shook his head once, a small restrained motion, muttering something under his breath that disappeared into the engine noise before anyone else could make it out. Ethan, who had held his composure through most of the exchange, finally let out the faintest exhale, the corner of his mouth lifting just enough to suggest it might have been a laugh. The plane leveled into a steady cruise, engines settling into a deep, reassuring hum that vibrated through the cabin floor and into the soles of their boots. Sunlight stretched wide across the wings, turning the patched metal into a shifting mosaic of blues and silvers. The horizon lay flat and endless ahead of them. Ethan's grip on the armrests had loosened, but not disappeared. His posture was upright in a way that suggested discipline rather than comfort. His eyes remained forward, fixed on the open sky beyond the cockpit glass, as though watching it closely might keep it from doing something unexpected. Jane noticed. Jane leaned forward slightly in her seat, raising her voice just enough to carry over the steady roar of the engines. "Blue," she called, her tone light but intentional. "We need to distract him." Blue didn't turn right away. He kept his hands steady, eyes forward, as if weighing whether or not this was something he wanted to involve himself in. "From gravity?" he asked after a moment, dry and unmoved. Jane didn't miss a beat. "From himself." That earned the smallest pause. Blue considered it, then let out a slow breath, the kind that suggested he already knew this was a bad idea and was choosing to step into it anyway. "I'm probably going to regret this," he muttered. Then louder, "Hey, Doc." Ethan's eyes shifted toward him, pulled out of whatever quiet spiral he had been slipping into. "What is so important about this sketchbook thing?" The question hung there for half a second. It was quite possibly the worst possible question to ask if the goal was to keep things brief. Ethan straightened in his seat, his posture changing almost immediately as instinct took over and anxiety gave way to purpose. "It isn't just a sketchbook," he began, his voice steadying as he leaned into familiar ground. "If this is part of the missing Florence folios, then what we're looking at isn't a collection of drawings. It's a working window into Leonardo's cognitive process." Lucas sank back into his seat with a quiet sigh already settling in. "Here we go," he murmured, equal parts resigned and entertained. Ethan didn't hear him, or if he did, he didn't acknowledge it. The momentum had already taken hold. Most of what survives from Renaissance masters are finished works or carefully curated studies, but working sketchbooks show transition. They show hesitation. They show how a thought becomes form. His hands lifted slightly as he spoke, fear forgotten. Leonardo's preliminary studies are rare because they were never meant to survive. They were tools, disposable in his mind. Blue adjusted their heading slightly. "And," Ethan pressed on, "if this is authentic, it could fill gaps in art historical attribution debates that have lasted over a century. It would recalibrate understanding of certain anatomical renderings and architectural studies that scholars have speculated were derivative." Lucas blinked slowly. "I understood 3 of those words." Ethan didn't pause. "The graphite layering technique, the transitional hand positioning, the ghosted architectural arches beneath the visible forms. Those aren't decorative. They indicate iterative design thinking. It's documentation of genius in motion." Jane watched the shift in him as he spoke. His breathing had steadied. His hands were no longer gripping the seat. The tension in his shoulders had eased. Blue let Ethan go on for several seconds, long enough to confirm what he already suspected, that once the explanation started, it wasn't going to stop on its own. He kept his eyes forward, hands steady, listening without interruption until the moment felt right. Then he cut in. "In English," he said calmly, his tone even and unhurried, "what is it worth?" The question landed cleanly, slicing through the academic momentum and bringing the conversation back to something tangible. The cabin grew quiet. Ethan paused, only briefly, recalibrating. If it's authenticated, he said, his voice more grounded now. Conservatively, 8 to 12 million. For a moment, no one spoke. Then the reaction came all at once. A low whistle passed through the cabin, quiet but unmistakable. Even Blue's head tilted slightly, just enough to acknowledge the number had registered. Lucas let out a slow breath, his eyes widening a fraction. That's a lot. Jane gave a single nod, her expression steady. For a family that thought they were getting $500, she said. Blue shook his head slowly, absorbing it in his own way. That's a lot of cheddar. Lucas's head snapped toward him immediately, interest replacing disbelief. Of course you describe it as food. Blue glanced back over his shoulder, just enough to meet his eye. That's not how I meant it. Lucas leaned forward slightly, a grin already forming. Everything is food to you. Jane didn't let that go any further. She leaned forward sharply, her voice cutting in with precision. Lucas, he raised both hands in immediate surrender, though the smile didn't leave his face. I'm simply observing patterns. Blue's mouth twitched faintly at the corner, the closest thing to amusement he allowed himself. That's why she's my favorite, he said, nodding once toward Jane. Lucas blinked, placing a hand over his chest in exaggerated offense. Excuse me? Jane folded her arms, a small, satisfied smile settling in. It's because I don't antagonize the pilot at 30,000 feet. Blue corrected her without turning, his voice as steady as ever. We're at 12. Lucas pointed toward the cockpit as if that proved everything. See? Detail-oriented. By then, the tension that had gripped Ethan earlier had eased completely. He leaned back into his seat, his posture no longer rigid, his hands resting loosely in his lap, fingers relaxed. Blue noticed without looking. You good? He asked. Ethan took a slow breath, steady and controlled. I'm good. Outside the cockpit glass, the sky remained wide and undisturbed, stretching west toward California and a company that had either made a catastrophic mistake or a calculated theft. And somewhere in the cockpit, beneath layers of reinforced steel and disciplined composure, Blue Johansson was fighting the sudden and unstoppable replay of a purple dinosaur singing about love. Chapter 3. They Don't Belong. The tires kissed the runway with a firm, controlled bounce before settling into a smooth roll. The engines shifted in pitch as Blue eased the throttle back. Outside the small oval windows, the late California sun stretched long bands of gold across the tarmac. Hangars stood in quiet rows, their metal skins reflecting the fading light. Blue leaned forward slightly in his seat, scanning the taxiway. Hangars open, he muttered. We'll roll straight in. The plane turned gently, nose lining up with the yawning mouth of the private hangar ahead. Without looking back, Blue said, Lucas, grab my bag. Lucas was already unbuckled. You just landed and you're already delegating? Want one of my suckers? Lucas snorted. You're like a 6-year-old with a pilot's license. But he reached for the worn canvas bag behind Blue's seat anyway. He unzipped it and immediately saw the familiar stash of individually wrapped lollipops in a side pocket. Next to them sat a small, ominous-looking pint-sized container with a flaming skull logo on it. Across the label in aggressive red lettering were the words, Satan's Henny, Inferno Dust. Lucas paused. What is this? Blue didn't turn around. Careful with that. Lucas picked it up and read the subtext printed beneath the branding, crafted from the world's hottest peppers. Use sparingly, or don't. We don't care, he blinked. You've got to be kidding me. Blue finally glanced back, grinning. Friend put me onto it a few years ago in Mexico. Guy had a jar of it behind the counter, said it'd changed my life. And? Changed my sinuses. Lucas unscrewed the lid cautiously and immediately recoiled as the sharp, acidic heat hit his nose. He coughed. That smells illegal, Blue chuckled. I dusted on the suckers, gives 'em a kick. Lucas stared at him. You sprinkle volcanic ash on candy. Started when I quit cigars, Blue said casually as he guided the plane forward into the hangar. Figured I needed something in my mouth or I'd lose my mind. Suckers are bad for the teeth, sure, but better on the lungs. Lucas turned the container around and began reading the warning label aloud in mock seriousness. Warning, extreme heat product. Avoid contact with eyes, skin, or sensitive areas. He raised an eyebrow. That's vague, he kept reading. Do not inhale powder. Inhalation may result in severe respiratory distress. Prolonged exposure may cause temporary blindness. Blue waved a hand dismissively. That's just liability talk, Lucas continued. May cause intense burning sensation, excessive sweating, dizziness, nausea, loss of equilibrium, existential regret. He blinked. Existential regret? Blue grinned wider. Accurate. Lucas read the final block in a tone of disbelief. Seek immediate medical attention if you experience chest pain, difficulty breathing, vision impairment, or a sudden desire to question your life choices. Lucas lowered the container slowly. People put this in their mouth, on purpose. Some of us live boldly. You're nuts, Blue shrugged. That's why you fly with me. Lucas shook his head, grabbed one of the lollipops, and handed it forward. Blue popped it into his mouth, then reached back without looking. Lucas hesitated only a second before tapping a light dusting of inferno dust onto the candy. Blue sucked thoughtfully. A beat passed. Then his eyes watered. Worth it, he said thickly, voice slightly strained as the heat kicked in. Lucas zipped the bag closed. If you go blind taxiing this thing in, I'm not explaining to the FAA that it was because of Satan's henny. Blue just grinned around the sucker as the plane rolled fully into the hangar and the engines wound down to silence. Blue twisted in his seat and looked back through the open gap between the cockpit and the cabin. The engines had wound down to a low idle, and the aircraft sat still now, settled into the hangar's shadow like it belonged there. All right, Doc, he said. You can open your eyes now. Ethan's eyelids lifted in slow stages, like he was checking whether the world had changed when he wasn't looking. He glanced out the side window, saw concrete, hangar walls, and the dead-still propellers. Only then did his shoulders drop. He let out a breath that sounded like it had been on hold since they left the runway. Thank you, he said, voice quiet but sincere. He cleared his throat and added, as if it mattered to him that the words were said correctly, and don't take it personally. I do trust you. Blue arched an eyebrow. I just don't trust planes, Ethan finished. Blue tapped the dashboard twice with 2 knuckles, the same way he had earlier. You hear that, girl? Don't listen to him. You did great. Jane's mouth lifted. It was not a laugh, just a small acknowledgement of something familiar. She unbuckled and stood. I'll go get us a vehicle, she said. We need to get to Fresno before it gets any later. Lucas was still half-turned toward Blue's bag, fingers lingering near the zipper like he was tempted to steal a sucker just to prove a point. He glanced up. Jane nodded once. I'll be right back. She stepped down out of the aircraft and disappeared into the late-day noise of the airfield. For a few minutes, there was only the muted clink of cooling metal and the faint tick of the cockpit instruments. Blue stayed in his seat, sucker in his mouth, letting the heat settle into his jaw like a slow burn. Lucas leaned forward, peered around the cockpit divider and said, Just to be clear, you called your plane girl again. Blue didn't look back. And your point is? Lucas shook his head like he was physically incapable of letting that pass. Then, from outside the hangar, an engine growled, heavy, low, not the kind of sound a compact rental made. Jane drove in slowly, sunlight rolling across a giant black van with tinted windows dark enough to reflect the hangar lights. It stopped right in front of them like it was arriving for a discreet extraction instead of a rental pickup. Jane climbed out and held up the keys. It's all they had. Lucas stared at the van for a full second, then at Jane, then back at the van. Sure, he said, because when you walk up to a rental counter, this is what they throw at you by default. It was literally the only option, Jane replied. Lucas stepped closer, hand pressed to the side panel, like he was testing whether it would echo. I don't buy it, he said. You picked this because our pilot is basically a walking recruitment poster for classified government enthusiasm, and you thought he needed to be transported like a museum exhibit. Jane's expression remained mild. Or it's because we have gear and 4 people. Lucas pointed a finger at Blue without looking away from Jane. That man is the gear. Blue turned his head slowly, sucker still in his mouth. His eyes narrowed. One of these days, he said, voice even, someone's going to slap the stupid off your face. Lucas smiled. It would just grow back. Ethan stepped carefully down the aisle, moving slower now that he was on ground again. He looked out at the van and then at Jane. This seems excessive. It has working air conditioning, Jane said, and we don't have to stop every 20 miles so Lucas can complain about legroom. Lucas put a hand to his chest. I have never complained about legroom. I complain about spatial injustice. There's a difference. Blue stood, stretched once, and nodded toward the van. Load up. Lucas didn't wait for anyone else to move. Shotgun, he announced, already halfway down the steps. Jane called after him. Lucas. He threw a grin over his shoulder. I called it fair and square. Also, I'm not sitting in the back of the van with the pepper powder and the man who talks to aircraft. Blue's voice followed him, calm and dangerous. Keep running your mouth and you'll be riding in the cargo compartment. Lucas opened the passenger door and climbed in like he'd just won something meaningful. Ethan paused at the threshold, watching the van and then the hangar and then the open California sky beyond it. He looked tired, but there was focus under it now. The sketchbook had done what nothing else had managed lately. It had pulled him back into the present. Jane caught his gaze. You okay? She asked quietly, low enough that Lucas couldn't turn it into a joke. Ethan nodded once. Yes, and thank you for pushing. Jane's expression softened for a beat, then she slid the side door open and climbed into the middle row. Blue took the driver's seat with the ease of someone who preferred machines that listened. He settled in, adjusted the mirror, then glanced back at Ethan. Lucas tossed his hands up. What? You're driving this too. Wasted my shotgun dibs. Seatbelt, he said. Ethan blinked. We're in a van. Blue held his stare. Seatbelt. Ethan complied. Lucas leaned across the center console, grin bright in the fading light. Look at that. Doc trusts you. Blue started the engine. The van rumbled to life, deep and steady. The farther they drove from the airfield, the less California looked like postcards. The streets narrowed. The storefronts thinned out and then disappeared entirely. Asphalt repairs became patchwork, each new layer darker than the last, like the road had been stitched back together too many times to pretend it was whole. Chain-link fences leaned at tired angles. Lawns gave up and turned to dirt. The sunlight was still warm, still gold, but it didn't soften anything here. It only revealed it. Jane sat upright in the middle row, eyes tracking the neighborhood through the tinted glass, building a quiet map. Ethan stared out as well, taking in details the way he always did. Not for curiosity, but because his mind cataloged everything by instinct. Blue drove with one hand on the wheel, the other resting near the console, jaw working slowly around his sucker as if the heat gave him something to focus on besides what he was seeing. This is it, Jane said. Blue slowed and turned onto a street that looked like it had been forgotten on purpose. A row of small houses sat close together, most of them in the same state. Peeling paint, sagging porch steps, old bikes missing chains, cars up on blocks, curtains in windows that didn't quite close. The kind of neighborhood where the air always carried a faint smell of cooking oil and dust. Lucas leaned forward, squinting out at a corner where a man sat on an overturned bucket, watching the street like it was his job. So, Lucas said quietly, this is where the Carlos family was hiding their $8 to $12 million sketchbook. Ethan gave him a look. Lucas lifted a hand in surrender. Not hiding, surviving. They continued down the block. Blue eased off the accelerator, eyes scanning house numbers. Then he slowed to a crawl and pointed with his chin. That one. A small, run-down house sat back from the street behind a fence that had once been white. The paint was now the color of old chalk. The yard was mostly dirt with a thin strip of struggling grass near the porch. A child's plastic slide leaned sideways, half sunk into the ground. The front steps sagged in the middle. Two kids were out front. One older, maybe 12, barefoot, a shirt too big on his shoulders. The younger one moved in quick loops around him, chasing a scuffed ball that barely bounced. Both looked up the moment the black van rolled to a stop. Their play slowed, then stopped entirely. The older kid instinctively stepped in front of the younger one, not fully blocking her, just shifting so his body was between the van and his sibling. Blue killed the engine and sat for a second, looking out through the windshield. Kids, he murmured. Lucas glanced at him. Yes, those are children. Blue reached back toward his canvas bag without thinking. I should give him a sucker. There was a beat of silence. Then Lucas leaned forward like he'd just heard the worst idea in human history. Absolutely not, he said. Blue paused with his hand still near the zipper. Why not? Lucas stared at him, then gestured broadly at the situation like he was presenting evidence in court. "Because you are a massive, scary-looking man," he said, "in a black van with tinted windows, pulling up to a house in a poor neighborhood, trying to hand candy to kids you don't know." Blue's expression stayed flat. Lucas kept going. "Can anyone think of a worse plan? Honestly, that is how you end up on watch lists. That is how you end up being someone's cautionary tale at a community meeting." Jane made a quiet sound that might have been agreement. She leaned forward slightly between the seats. "For once," she said, "Lucas has a point." Lucas turned toward her. "I would like that recorded." Blue frowned. "My heart's in the right place." "It is," Jane agreed, "and that's the problem. You do not look like someone whose heart is in the right place." Blue glanced down at himself, as if noticing his size in the fitted jacket for the first time. Lucas nodded, satisfied. "Exactly." Jane reached across and unzipped Blue's bag before he could object. She pulled out a small handful of the wrapped lollipops and tucked them into her jacket pocket. "I'll give them to the kids," she said after we talked to the parents. Blue watched her for a moment, then gave a small nod. "Fine," he said. Lucas leaned back, relieved. "Thank you, because I like not being investigated." Ethan was still looking out the window. The kids hadn't run, they were still watching, cautious, quiet. The older one held his ground even as his eyes flicked toward the house, like he was waiting for an adult to appear. Ethan's voice was softer than usual when he finally spoke. They knew enough not to come closer. She opened the van door and stepped out first, letting the evening air hit her face. Blue and Ethan followed. Lucas lingered half a second longer, then climbed out with a look that said he was already thinking about what a neighborhood like this did to people who couldn't afford to leave it. Jane shut the door gently and started toward the front gate, posture calm and non-threatening. The two kids didn't move. They watched every step. Blue lowered his voice as they walked. "We're really just going to knock." Jane nodded. "We're really just going to knock." Lucas glanced toward the kids again and muttered, mostly to himself, "And then we're going to try not to look like we're here to steal their house." Jane didn't look back. "Lucas, I'm trying," he said. "This is my version of trying." Blue had already killed the engine when Ethan leaned forward slightly in his seat instead of reaching for the door handle. "Jane," he said quietly. She paused, fingers resting on the latch. "Do you see it?" She didn't ask what he meant. Her eyes had already shifted, scanning past the kids, past the leaning fences and sagging porches, past the details that screamed poverty and toward the details that didn't belong. "Yes," she said. Lucas looked between them. "See what?" Ethan didn't answer immediately. He kept his gaze forward another second, letting his mind settle into the pattern he had recognized. Then he turned slightly toward Lucas. "Before I tell you," he said, calm and clinical, "tell me what you see." Lucas blinked. "I see this." He gestured vaguely out the windshield. "Run-down houses, fences that are more symbolic than structural. That slide over there is one aggressive breeze away from collapse, and I see a general lack of feelings of safety." Ethan nodded once. "Good, what else?" Lucas squinted harder, as if that might produce a bonus clue. "I see vehicles that have lived full and meaningful lives," he said. "A minivan with mismatched doors, a pickup truck that looks like it survived 2 separate economic downturns, a sedan that might predate my birth." Ethan's voice stayed steady. "How old?" Lucas shrugged. 10 years. 15, maybe more." "Every single one," Ethan said. Lucas glanced again, this time actually counting. An older compact with a cracked taillight, a faded SUV with peeling clear coat, a work truck with rust along the wheel wells. Not one vehicle looked recent. Then Ethan tilted his chin slightly, directing Lucas's attention without pointing. "Now," he said, "look 3 blocks down." Lucas followed his line of sight. At the far end of the street, partly shaded by a dying tree, sat a black SUV. Not faded, not chipped. The paint reflected sunlight like polished glass. The windows were deeply tinted. It was angled just enough to have a clear line of sight down the street, directly at this house. Lucas's posture shifted. Lucas leaned forward, eyes narrowing. "That doesn't belong here." "No," Jane agreed quietly. Blue hadn't spoken yet. His gaze had locked onto the SUV the moment Ethan mentioned it. His jaw stilled around the sucker. "Engine's off," Blue said after a second, "but it's not parked like it lives here." It wasn't pulled fully to the curb. It sat slightly outward, angled for visibility and movement. Not casually abandoned, positioned. Lucas felt it now. The small prickle at the base of the neck that didn't show up in jokes. "They're watching the house," he said. Ethan nodded once. The Monte Cristo group didn't accidentally undervalue that sketchbook. Jane's expression hardened slightly. If they suspect the family kept anything back, they would want to know who shows up, Ethan finished. Lucas glanced at the two kids in the yard again. The older one was still standing slightly in front of the younger, eyes flicking occasionally toward the far end of the street. "You think the family knows?" Lucas asked. "No," Ethan said. "If they did, they wouldn't let the kids play outside like that." The two kids turned and headed inside. Blue reached down and methodically zipped his canvas bag, the quiet rasp of the teeth sealing shut, cutting through the tension that had settled inside the van. Lucas shifted in his seat, glancing between the others before choosing his words with unusual care. "So, we're not just visiting." Jane turned to him. "No, we're being watched." Lucas leaned back, eyes drifting toward the windshield, as if the answer might be written somewhere out on the street. "Well," he said under his breath, "that's unsettling." Ethan hadn't looked away from the black SUV since they'd noticed it. His posture was still, deliberate, as if movement itself might confirm something to whoever sat behind the tinted glass. "The company already crossed a line with the fraud," he said. "If they suspect we're here to expose it, they'll want leverage." Lucas turned slightly toward him. "Meaning?" Jane answered before Ethan could. "Meaning they're watching who the family talks to," she said, "and how serious this is." Blue's gaze finally shifted from the SUV to Ethan, his expression calm but alert, the kind of calm that came from experience rather than ease. "You want me to circle the block?" Ethan considered it, though not for long. The decision came quickly, a small shake of his head. "No, that tells them we've made them." Lucas nodded, following the logic. "So we pretend we didn't." "Yes," Ethan said, "we walk in like art historians." Blue rested his forearms lightly against the steering wheel. "And if they escalate?" Ethan's eyes remained fixed on the street, his voice steady. "Then we respond accordingly." Silence followed, not empty but full, each of them running through the same possibilities in their own way. Outside, the world continued as if nothing had changed. The two kids down the block had gone back to passing a ball between them, though their occasional glances toward the van lingered just a moment too long. Jane's hand tightened subtly on the door handle, the only outward sign of the calculation behind her expression. "They underestimated the family once," she said. "They won't make that mistake again with us." Lucas exhaled slowly through his nose, the tension finding its way out in a quiet breath. "Great," he muttered. "First day in California and we're already under surveillance." Blue glanced sideways at him. "You wanted something dramatic." Lucas kept his eyes on the SUV, the dark windows reflecting nothing back. "I did," he admitted. "I just prefer my drama without tinted glass and evil corporation thugs." Jane opened the door, letting in the outside air and the low, ordinary sounds of the neighborhood. "Let's go meet the Carlos family," she said, her voice calm, controlled. They stepped out one by one, the weight of unseen eyes following them as naturally as their own shadows. Jane approached the front door and knocked gently. There was a brief shuffle from inside the small house, then the door opened halfway. The older boy they had seen outside stood there now, closer up, eyes sharp in a way that didn't belong on a child's face. "Yes?" he asked. Jane offered a small, reassuring smile. "Hi, is your mom home?" He hesitated, then nodded and stepped aside just enough to call over his shoulder. "Mom?" The woman who appeared a moment later looked far older than she should have. Everyone in the doorway felt it at once. Her hair was thin, wrapped loosely in a scarf that had been tied with care but couldn't disguise the reality beneath it. Her cheeks were hollowed. The skin along her jaw and neck had a fragile, translucent quality, like something that bruised easily. There was strength in her eyes, but it was being carried by something that was clearly running out. Jane stepped forward gently. "Mrs. Carlos, I'm Jane Heyman. We spoke on the phone." Recognition flickered, followed by relief. Yes, please come in." They stepped into the small living room. The house was clean, immaculately so. But it was obvious that everything inside had lived a long time. The couch sagged slightly in the middle. The coffee table bore scratches that had been sanded and re-stained more than once. A framed wedding photo sat on the wall, slightly crooked. The woman closed the door and leaned lightly against it for balance. "I'm sorry," she said. "My husband's at work. He picked up another shift. He's doing construction during the day and unloading trucks at night and working at a restaurant on the weekends." Jane's voice softened. "We understand?" Mrs. Carlos nodded once, then looked at Ethan. "You're the historian." "I am," Ethan said gently, "and this is Lucas and Blue." Her eyes lingered on Blue for a fraction of a second longer than the others. Not fear, just surprise at the sheer size of him. She swallowed and gave them all a tired but polite smile. "I used to photograph weddings," she said suddenly, almost apologetically. "That's what I did before." Jane tilted her head. "Wedding photographer?" "Yes." A faint warmth flickered in her expression. "I loved it. Capturing the way people look at each other when they think no one is watching." Her smile faded slightly. "We were never rich, but we had a good life. My husband worked steady jobs. I booked enough weddings to keep us comfortable." Her hand tightened around the edge of the doorframe. "Then I got sick." Silence filled the small room. "We're behind now," she continued, voice steady but thinner. "We try not to let the kids see it, but sometimes there's not much in the fridge." She gave a small, embarrassed laugh. "And that's not even counting the medical bills." Jane felt her throat tighten, the words settling into her chest with a weight she hadn't expected but understood immediately. "I've skipped treatments," Mrs. Carlos said, her voice quiet but steady. "Just so we could pay for groceries, for the kids' school supplies, their shoes." The room seemed to narrow around the admission. The older boy shifted where he stood, his gaze dropping to the floor as if he already understood more than a child should have to. The younger one pressed closer to her mother's side, silent but present, her small hand gripping the fabric of her shirt. Blue didn't move. His posture remained solid, but his jaw tightened, the lollipop in his mouth forgotten. Jane reached into her jacket pocket, giving herself a moment before speaking. When her hand came back out, she held a small handful of lollipops, bright and simple against everything else in the room. "These are for you two," she said gently. The shift was immediate. Both boys looked up, surprise breaking through the heaviness. "Thank you," the younger one said without hesitation. Jane's smile softened, and she tilted her head slightly. "Thank Blue. It was his idea." Every set of eyes turned toward him. Blue blinked once, caught off guard, as if recognition had never been part of the plan. For a moment, he said nothing. The older boy studied him with quiet curiosity. "You brought candy?" he asked. Blue cleared his throat, giving a small nod. "Yeah." The younger boy took a cautious step forward, then another, confidence growing with each movement. He glanced toward the yard where a worn ball rested in the dirt. "You want to play?" Blue followed his gaze, then looked back toward Jane, waiting without asking. Jane's lips curved faintly. "Go!" Mrs. Carlos let out a small, surprised laugh, the sound carrying a hint of relief. "If you don't mind." Blue gave a short nod and stepped back through the doorway, ducking slightly out of habit more than necessity. Outside, the light felt different, and within seconds the quiet tension of the room gave way to the soft rhythm of a ball moving across the yard, something simple and normal returning, if only for a little while. From inside, they could see him hesitate for half a second, then gently tap the ball back toward the younger child with the side of his boot. The older boy grinned. Within moments, Blue was fully engaged. He kicked the ball with careful precision, never too hard, never careless. When the younger one stumbled, Blue scooped her up automatically and set her back on her feet. A minute later, both kids were hanging off him like he was playground equipment. Blue lifted them both, one on each arm, pretending to stagger under the weight. From the window, Lucas folded his arms and watched. "Well," he said, "it's nice that all three kids are playing." Jane shot him a look. Lucas didn't stop. "If they ever need a sitter, I think Shrek is available." Ethan rubbed his temple. "Lucas?" "I'm just saying," Lucas continued, watching as Blue let the older boy cling to his shoulder while the younger girl tried to climb his back. "He's smiling. That's new." Outside, Blue spun slowly in a circle, the kids shrieking with laughter, one hanging from each arm. For a moment, he looked less like a war-hardened pilot and more like exactly what Mrs. Carlos had once captured for a living. A person being seen when they thought no one was watching. Inside the small house, the sound of laughter filled the thin walls, and Mrs. Carlos pressed her hand lightly to her mouth. "I haven't heard them laugh like that in a while," she said softly. Jane glanced out the window at Blue, towering over the yard like a misplaced guardian statue, and allowed herself the smallest smile. "His heart," she said quietly, "is exactly where it should be." Mrs. Carlos motioned for them to sit. From the kitchen, the faint hum of an overworked refrigerator filled the pauses in conversation. Mrs. Carlos folded her hands in her lap. "We still have the check," she said quietly. "The one they sent, the $500. Jane's expression didn't change, but Lucas felt something tighten in the room. "We haven't cashed it," Mrs. Carlos continued. "We could really use it. We could use anything right now." She swallowed. "But we didn't know if we would need that money for a retainer. For you. For your team." Jane leaned forward slightly. "You don't need a retainer." Mrs. Carlos blinked. "We don't?" "No," Jane said. "If we recover the sketchbook and it's authenticated, we take 10% of its appraised value." The woman stared at her. "And if you don't?" she asked carefully. "Then there is no cost," Jane replied. Silence settled again, but this time it was heavier. "That's—" Mrs. Carlos shook her head faintly. "That's an odd way to run a business." Lucas glanced at Jane but didn't speak. Jane's tone remained steady. "It works for us." Mrs. Carlos looked at her more closely now. Not like she was looking at a professional service provider, but like she was trying to understand the person behind the offer. "That's mostly charity," she said softly. Jane didn't correct her. Across from them, Ethan hadn't reacted to the financial terms at all. He hadn't asked about percentages or margins. He hadn't calculated profit. His focus had shifted the moment she mentioned the check. "You still have it," he said gently. "Uncashed." "Yes," Mrs. Carlos said. "It's in the drawer in the kitchen. I didn't feel right about depositing it." Ethan nodded once, almost to himself. "Good. What else did they see?" Ethan asked, already moving past money. "When you sent the book." "Just the book," she said. "The stitched one, the one with the drawings." "And the loose sheet," Ethan clarified. "That one we didn't send," she said quickly. "The page that had fallen out years ago, the one I sent to Jane. It wasn't in the binding when we found it." Ethan nodded. "You said it came from a trunk," he prompted gently. Mrs. Carlos glanced toward the hallway. "It was my grandfather's," she said. "He did estate cleanouts, old houses mostly. When people passed and the families didn't want to deal with what was left." Lucas shifted slightly. He remembered that detail. A trunk of books and papers, old hymnals, cheap reprints. Nothing remarkable, except one thing. "It was heavy," she continued. "Old wood, iron corners, smelled like dust and cedar. The sketchbook was wrapped in cloth inside it. So were some other papers." "What kind of papers?" Ethan asked. "Letters," she said. "Most in Italian, we couldn't read them. Some receipts, old brittle things. A few small notebooks with lists and a metal candlestick." She paused. "Nothing that looked important." Jane exchanged a brief look with Ethan. "And you still have the trunk?" Ethan asked. "Yes," she said. "We inherited everything in it. It's in the back bedroom." Ethan's posture shifted almost imperceptibly. Not excitement. Focus. "Did the company ask about anything else?" Jane asked carefully. Mrs. Carlos shook her head. "They didn't seem interested in anything except the sketchbook. They said the rest was probably sentimental, not valuable." Lucas let out a quiet breath through his nose. "They didn't even look," he muttered. Ethan's expression shifted, not dramatically, but enough that Jane recognized it. His focus narrowed, attention turning from the room itself to the edges of it, to the parts of the story that hadn't been said yet. "Did anyone else come by?" he asked, his tone measured. "Anyone asking about your grandfather's things?" Mrs. Carlos didn't answer right away. Her fingers tightened slightly around the edge of the table, and for a moment she looked past them, as if replaying the memory before deciding how much of it mattered. "There was a man," she said at last. "Last week. He said he was doing follow-up documentation, wanted to see where the trunk had been stored." She paused, her brow tightening. "He asked if we had found anything else inside." Jane's eyes drifted, almost without thought, toward the front of the house. past the thin walls and out toward the street where the black SUV sat 3 blocks away. It remained out of sight, but not out of mind. "What did you tell him?" Jane asked. "That we didn't have anything else," Mrs. Carlos said, "which is true." Ethan gave a small, deliberate nod, the kind that carried weight without needing emphasis. "You did exactly the right thing." And it was true in more ways than one. If that man had been sent by the same people watching them now, then anything more would have shifted the balance immediately. The loose sheet, tucked away and unknown to anyone outside this room, remained their advantage. For now, it meant the family was not yet a target, at least not in the way they could have been. Mrs. Carlos studied Ethan carefully, searching his face for doubt, for anything that might suggest he was softening the truth. "You really think it's worth something?" she asked. Ethan didn't look away. "Yes, I do." There was no embellishment, no attempt to sell the answer, just quiet certainty, the kind that either held up or didn't. In this case, it held. The effect was immediate, though subtle. Mrs. Carlos exhaled slowly, the breath leaving her as if it had been waiting there for weeks, maybe longer. "My husband keeps saying it feels too good to be real," she said, "that things like this don't happen to people like us." Ethan's expression remained steady, but there was something quieter beneath it now, something grounded. "They do," he said. Outside, laughter broke through the stillness of the house, bright and unfiltered. Blue had one of the kids under each arm, lifting them both off the ground in an exaggerated spin that turned their laughter into something almost contagious. The sound carried easily through the thin walls, filling the space with a kind of normalcy that had been missing when they first arrived. Lucas glanced toward the window, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly as he watched the movement outside. When he looked back, his tone had softened, though the meaning behind it remained clear. "Optimistically speaking," he said, "if this works out, you should be more than okay. Treatments, school, everything. This isn't a small amount." Mrs. Carlos didn't respond right away. Her eyes moved briefly toward the door, toward the sound of her children laughing in the yard, and when she looked back, there was something new there. Not relief, not yet, but the beginning of it. A cautious optimism, carefully held, as if she didn't quite trust it to stay but couldn't ignore it either. Mrs. Carlos's eyes shimmered, but she kept her composure. "We just want enough," she said. "Enough to keep the lights on, enough to keep food in the fridge, enough so my husband doesn't have to work himself into the ground." Blue and the kids made their way inside. The kids were red-faced and smiling. Jane nodded once. "Let us see the trunk," she said gently. Carlos stood slowly, bracing herself against the arm of the couch. "It's in the back room," she said. "I'll show you." Ethan rose immediately, already mentally tracing paper fibers and ink densities, already moving beyond percentages and fees and into the quiet work of truth. The money was an afterthought to him. Mrs. Carlos had just reached the doorway to the back room when Lucas slowed behind them, his attention drifting once more toward the front of the house. It was not a conscious decision at first, just instinct. A quiet pull at the edge of his awareness that something no longer fit the pattern Ethan had pointed out minutes earlier. He stopped. There was movement outside, subtle but wrong. A car door closing with too much intent. Another. The low murmur of voices that did not belong to neighbors returning home or kids calling across the street. These voices were controlled, measured. "Ethan," Lucas said, quieter now, the humor gone. Ethan turned, reading the shift in him immediately. Jane's posture changed as well, her attention snapping back toward the front room. Blue had already begun moving before anyone else spoke again, his body angling toward the sound with the kind of efficiency that came from experience rather than thought. The first shot came without warning. The front window shattered inward in a violent spray of glass, the crack of gunfire tearing through the house with a force that seemed too large for the space it occupied. A second and third shot followed in rapid succession, each impact splintering wood and plaster, sending fragments skittering across the floor. Mrs. Carlos screamed. "Down!" Blue said, loud and absolute. He crossed the distance to the children in 2 strides. One arm swept them both in, pulling them low as he dropped with them, turning his body so that his back faced the window. He pressed them into the floor beneath him, his weight shielding them as more rounds punched through the wall behind him. The sound was overwhelming. Each shot compressed by the small space, echoing off the walls, rattling through bone. Lucas dragged Mrs. Carlos down beside the couch, his hand firm on her shoulder as she tried to rise, instinct pulling her toward her children. "Stay down," he said, not unkindly, but with no room for argument. Jane moved first, lowering her center of gravity as she edged toward the side of the room with careful, deliberate steps. Her eyes followed the path of each shot, tracing angles and entry points while quietly building a picture of where the shooters were positioned and how they were working the space. She wasn't reacting in the usual sense. She was studying it, anticipating what would come next. Ethan crouched behind the kitchen counter, his heartbeat loud in his ears, but already beginning to steady as his focus shifted. He forced himself to look beyond the shock of it, beyond the instinct to simply stay down, and instead began piecing together what he was seeing. The shots weren't scattered or uncontrolled. They carried a rhythm to them, a consistency that spoke to intention rather than panic. Another round tore through the doorframe, sending splinters outward in a sharp burst just inches from Blue. Ethan's gaze followed the impact, then the next, and the next after that, his mind aligning the pattern almost without effort. The placement was too consistent, the height too deliberate. Whoever was firing wasn't trying to hit them cleanly. They were keeping their shots just high enough to force them down, to control their movement without ending it. They were trying to scare them. One of the rounds clipped Blue's shoulder as it passed, catching the outer edge of muscle and tearing through fabric in a narrow, grazing line. It was the kind of hit that should have drawn a reaction, if only from instinct. Blue didn't give them one. He stayed exactly where he was, steady and unmoving, as if the bullet had never touched him. If he felt it, he did not show it. He only tightened his hold on the children, pressing them closer to the ground, his voice low and steady near their ears. "It's all right," he murmured. "Stay still." Outside, an engine roared. Tires scraped hard against pavement. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the gunfire stopped. The silence that followed felt heavier than the noise. Jane moved first, rising just enough to get a line of sight through the broken window. Her eyes tracked the street quickly, sharply. "They're pulling out," Lucas said from near the doorway, already on his feet, peering through the fractured edge of the frame. Down the block, a vehicle accelerated hard, disappearing past the corner. The black SUV was gone. Jane held her position another second, then nodded. "They're gone." Only then did the room begin to move again. Blue shifted carefully, lifting his weight off the children. The younger one clung to him for a second longer before he gently set her back on her feet. The older boy remained steady, though his breathing had quickened, his eyes wide but controlled. Mrs. Carlos broke free from Lucas's hold and rushed forward, dropping to her knees and pulling both children into her arms. "Are you okay?" she said, her voice trembling as her hands moved over their shoulders, their faces searching for injuries. "Are you hurt?" "We're okay," the boy said quickly, trying to steady her even as he leaned into her. The little girl nodded, then looked back at Blue with a seriousness that didn't quite belong to her age. "He squished me," she said, her voice small but certain. "But it's okay. He was saving us." For a moment, no one spoke. Blue exhaled slowly, stepping back, giving them space. His jaw worked once, but whatever he might have said, he didn't. Mrs. Carlos looked up at him, gratitude and shock tangled together in her expression. "Thank you," she said, her voice catching. "Thank you." Her words faltered as her eyes dropped to his sleeve. The fabric had darkened. Blood was beginning to soak through. "Oh," her hand flew to her mouth. "You're hurt." Blue followed her gaze, almost absently, as if the injury belonged to someone else. "It's just a nick, ma'am," he said evenly. "I cut myself worse shaving." Lucas let out a breath that might have been a laugh if it hadn't been edged with tension. "That feels statistically unlikely," he said. Jane was already moving. She crossed to Blue and guided him toward a chair without asking, her hands efficient, steady as she pulled a towel from the kitchen and pressed it gently against the wound. "It's shallow," she said after a quick look, "but it still needs to be cleaned." Blue didn't argue. He sat, though his eyes remained on the window, on the street beyond, as if he expected the threat to return at any moment. Mrs. Carlos held her children tighter now, her composure beginning to crack under the weight of what had just happened. "I can't keep them here," she said, her voice breaking as she looked between them. "I can't. I have to get them out of this neighborhood. I can't let this happen again." Jane glanced up at her, then at Ethan. He stood near the counter, his gaze fixed through the broken window, past the yard, down the street where the SUV had been. His mind was not on the chaos inside the room, but on the meaning of what had just unfolded. Mrs. Carlos took a moment to steady herself, brushing at her eyes as she drew in a careful breath. When she spoke again, her voice carried a fragile attempt at normalcy, as if she were pulling the conversation back to where it had started. "The trunk," she said, almost catching herself mid-thought. "Do you still want to see it?" "The chest the book came in." Ethan turned toward her, and this time there was no pause, no weighing of options. "No." Jane's eyes shifted to him, studying the change in his tone more than the word itself. There was something settled in him now, something that hadn't been fully formed before they walked into the house. Ethan's voice remained calm, but it carried a quiet certainty. "If they're willing to park a vehicle outside and watch your home," he said, "and escalate to gunfire the moment we arrive." He let the thought hang there for a moment, giving it space to land. "That tells us everything we need to know." The room fell still again, but the feeling had shifted. The fear was still there, but it had been joined by something clearer, something sharper. The pieces were beginning to fit together. Lucas glanced toward the shattered window, his gaze lingering on the broken glass before drifting out to the street beyond. When he spoke, his voice had lost its edge of humor, replaced by something more grounded. "They didn't just overlook something," he said quietly. Ethan met his glance, steady and certain. "No," he said, "they tried to bury it." Chapter 4. A Perfect Fit. Jane didn't speak right away. The engine idled beneath them, steady and low, like the world hadn't just fractured a few seconds earlier. Glass still caught the light along the curb. A curtain down the street shifted faintly in the breeze. Everything looked normal again, which made it worse. She scanned the house once more, windows, door, sightlines. Then she turned slightly in her seat. "It's not safe for you to stay here." The mother tightened her arms around her children. The boy pressed closer into her side. The girl leaned against her, quiet now, but still shaken. "Where can we go?" the mother asked. Jane didn't soften it. "They knew exactly where you lived. They didn't second-guess it. That doesn't end after one attempt." The woman looked back at the house. It was everything she had left. That much was clear. "We don't have anywhere else," she said. Jane reached into her bag and pulled out a small envelope. "You do tonight." The woman looked at it, confused. "I reserved 2 suites at a hotel in the city earlier," Jane said, "for the week, just in case." Lucas let out a quiet breath from the back seat. 2 suites for a week, just in case." Jane ignored him. She handed the envelope over. "You'll take one. Stay there tonight. Tomorrow we figure out what comes next." The woman didn't take it immediately. "We can't afford." "It's already handled," Jane said. "You just need to go." The mother accepted the envelope with both hands, like it might disappear if she didn't hold on tight enough. Her eyes watered, though she kept herself together for the kids. "I don't know how to thank you." "You don't need to," Jane said. "You need to stay safe." Ethan, quiet since the shooting, spoke without looking away from the street. "They moved fast," he said, "which means they're reacting, not planning. That matters." Lucas leaned forward slightly. "That matters how?" Ethan didn't answer. Jane shifted the car into drive. "Let's move." The ride into the city settled into silence. The shock had worn off, leaving something heavier behind, the kind of quiet that didn't need to be filled. The boy still flinched at sharp sounds. Blue noticed and shifted in his seat, putting himself between the child and the window without drawing attention to it. Jane drove with focus, her eyes constantly moving. Mirrors, intersections, patterns. Nothing held her attention for long, but nothing escaped it either. Ethan stared out the window, but it was clear he wasn't seeing the city. The hotel rose above the street in glass and steel, polished to the point of feeling untouchable. Even the noise outside seemed to drop off near the entrance. Jane eased the car to a stop at the front entrance, the tires rolling quietly over the smooth stone as the hotel rose up around them in glass and polished steel. A valet stepped forward immediately, his expression practiced and professional. though it tightened just slightly as his eyes moved over the group. The dust on their clothes, the tension they hadn't fully shed, and the faint line of blood darkening Blue's sleeve told a story that didn't quite fit the setting. Jane stepped out and handed him the keys. "Take it," she said. He nodded quickly, masking his curiosity as he slipped into the driver's seat and pulled the vehicle away. Inside, the lobby was alive with movement. People gathered in clusters, their conversations overlapping into a constant low hum that filled the space without ever settling. Bright team colors stood out against neutral suits, badges and lanyards swinging as people moved from one conversation to the next. Overhead, banners stretched across the open space, advertising multiple sporting events, each one competing for attention. Off to one side, a large display stood apart from the noise. Its design was clean, deliberate, with carefully lit images arranged to draw the eye. It promoted an art exhibit, the lettering sharp against the backdrop, subtle but effective. Ethan's pace slowed just enough for him to take it in. His eyes lingered for a fraction longer than necessary before he moved on. Jane noticed. She always did. Her gaze followed his briefly, then returned to the path ahead. Later, she said, quiet but certain. They approached the front desk together. The clerk looked up with a practiced smile, the kind built from repetition but delivered with just enough warmth to feel genuine. "Welcome? Checking in?" Jane slid the reservation across the counter. The clerk glanced down, fingers moving quickly over the keyboard before he nodded. "Yes, I see your booking. 2 suites reserved for the week." "Correct," Jane said. "We have them ready," he replied, then paused just slightly before adding, "I should mention we are fully booked beyond that, completely. Between the sporting events and the exhibit across town, availability is limited." Lucas leaned lightly against the counter, interest piqued. "Let me guess," he said. "That exhibit?" The clerk gave a small, confirming nod. "Privately owned, but open to the public. It's drawn quite a crowd." Ethan's eyes shifted again, just briefly, toward the display across the lobby before returning to neutral. Jane tapped the counter once, a small, grounding motion. "We don't need a third room," she said. "Just confirming what we already have." "Of course," the clerk replied, sliding 2 sets of key cards across the counter. "Both suites are ready." Jane took them, turning back to the group without breaking stride. She separated the cards and placed one set gently into the mother's hand, her expression steady, making it clear that this was the next step and that it mattered. "This one's yours. Bedroom, living area, small kitchen. Stay inside. Don't open the door unless it's us." The woman looked down at the card, then back up. "What about you?" Jane held up the second key. "We'll take the other." The woman nodded slowly. It still didn't feel real to her. "Thank you," she said again, quieter now. Blue gave the kids a small nod as they moved toward the elevators. The girl gave a quick wave. He returned it with a slight lift of his hand. Then they were gone. Lucas waited until the elevator doors slid shut, sealing them into a brief pocket of quiet away from the noise of the lobby. The hum of movement outside faded, replaced by the soft mechanical rise of the car. He glanced down at the remaining key card in Jane's hand, then slowly looked around at the 4 of them, as if doing the math out loud might somehow change it. "So," he said, dragging the word just enough to signal where this was going, "4 of us, 1 suite." Jane didn't react to the tone. "It's enough," she said, calm and matter-of-fact. Lucas let out a soft breath through his nose, already unconvinced. "Enough is a flexible word," he replied. "Are we talking 2 beds, 1 bed, a couch that claims to be a bed but isn't emotionally or structurally prepared for that responsibility?" Ethan answered before Lucas could build it any further, his attention still anchored somewhere else entirely. "It's controlled," he said. "Single entry point, predictable layout." Lucas turned his head slowly toward him, one brow lifting. "You're talking about it like we're setting up a perimeter." Ethan shrugged. "We are." That seemed to settle it for Ethan. For everyone else, it did not. Lucas leaned back slightly against the elevator wall, already recalculating. "Okay, but within this very secure perimeter," he said, gesturing lightly, "there are still comfort considerations. Like who gets what surface?" Jane didn't take the bait. She remained focused, already thinking ahead to logistics that mattered more than square footage. Blue, who had been quiet, shifted his sleeve slightly. The dried blood had stiffened the fabric, pulling when he moved, though he didn't acknowledge it beyond the adjustment. "I'll take the floor," he said simply. Lucas turned to him immediately. "Of course you will," he muttered, "because that's the most reasonable option, apparently." Jane glanced at Blue's arm, then back at his face. "You'll take a chair until that's cleaned," she said, her tone leaving no room for discussion. "Then we decide." Lucas exhaled again, slower this time, clearly not done advocating for himself. "Just to put it out there," he added, "I function significantly better with lumbar support and personal space, both of which feel at risk." Ethan barely seemed to register it, his thoughts still circling the situation outside, the SUV, the gunfire, the pattern behind it. The practical side of the room arrangements hadn't even entered his thinking. Lucas looked between Ethan and Jane, then with a small, almost amused shake of his head said, "You two could just take the bed. Efficient, strategic, very team-oriented. Strictly plutonic, of course." Ethan blinked once, as if the suggestion had taken a moment to reach him at all. When it did, he frowned slightly, not out of discomfort, but because it genuinely hadn't occurred to him. "That's not," he started, then stopped, recalibrating. "We can figure it out when we get upstairs." Jane didn't dignify Lucas's suggestion with a response. She stepped forward as the elevator began to slow, her focus already shifting to the next step. "Come on," she said. The doors opened, and whatever debate Lucas had been preparing gave way to movement as they stepped out into the hallway, the question of space still unresolved, though only one of them seemed particularly concerned about it. The suite was quiet in a way that felt almost artificial, as if the walls had been built to keep the world out rather than simply separate it. The living area opened up just inside the door, clean lines, neutral colors, everything arranged with careful precision. A bedroom sat off to the side, partially visible through a half-open door, the bed untouched, the space undisturbed. The couch was large enough to matter, the kind that could actually serve a purpose if it needed to. For a brief moment, the contrast was enough to register. It felt removed from what had just happened, like stepping into a different version of the day that hadn't included gunfire or shattered glass. Then the door closed behind them, and the feeling didn't last. Jane set her bag down on the table near the entry and turned immediately. "Sit." Blue didn't argue this time. He lowered himself into one of the chairs without comment, resting his arm where she could reach it. Jane moved efficiently, already pulling what she needed from her bag. She cleaned the wound with practiced hands, steady and precise. It was exactly what he had said, a shallow graze along the outer shoulder, but the torn fabric and dried blood made it look worse than it was. The wound had started to bleed again, and the fabric was sticking to the flesh. "You should have said something earlier," she said, not looking up as she worked. Blue gave a small shrug. "Didn't matter." Jane didn't respond to that. Her focus stayed on the task, but there was a quiet disapproval in the way she finished, securing the dressing with a little more care than strictly necessary. Lucas, meanwhile, had already claimed the couch. He dropped onto it with a relieved exhale, stretching out as if testing its full range of potential. "You know," he said, adjusting slightly to find a better position, "given how this day started, this is not terrible." He shifted again, then nodded to himself. "Actually, this might be the best decision we've made all day. Solid cushions, acceptable back support. I'm cautiously optimistic." Ethan didn't respond. He was already moving through the room, his attention fixed on everything except comfort. He checked the locks first, testing the door with a firm pull, then moved to the windows, scanning sightlines, angles, anything that might offer visibility from the outside. His pace was steady, methodical, as if he were building a map of the space in real time. Lucas watched Ethan for a moment, then let his attention drift back to the couch, settling into it with quiet satisfaction, as if confirming, once again, that he had chosen correctly. Outside, the city moved on. Traffic flowed through the streets below, voices rising and fading in the distance, everything carrying on as though nothing had happened just a few blocks away. Ethan stood near the window, his gaze fixed somewhere beyond the glass. He wasn't really looking at the street anymore. He was replaying something, fitting pieces together that hadn't fully connected before. "The display in the lobby," he said at last. "The exhibit." Jane's attention shifted to him immediately. It's hosted by the Monte Cristo Group. The room went still again, the kind of stillness that came when something clicked into place. Lucas let out a soft breath, leaning his head back against the couch before looking over at Ethan. "Of course it is," he said, a faint edge of amusement slipping into his voice. "Ah, yes, nothing warms the heart quite like a group of professional con artists taking a break from ruining lives to dabble in community service." He gestured vaguely toward the window, as if the entire city were part of the joke. "Nothing says cultural enrichment like swindling families on one end and hosting art exhibits on the other. Really brings it all together." Jane rose slowly from her seat, the movement controlled, deliberate. Standing seemed to sharpen her focus, pulling the pieces into a clearer line. "Then it's not just an exhibit," she said, her eyes settling back on Ethan. Ethan gave a slight shake of his head. "No, the exhibit is the front." Lucas leaned forward, resting his forearms on his knees, his expression sharpening as he followed the thread. "A front for what?" Jane answered this time, her voice steady, the conclusion settling into place as she spoke. "For access," she said. "They draw a crowd, create noise, make it look legitimate. Collectors, investors, people with money and interest, all in one place." She paused, letting the logic carry through. "And then, behind that, they control who actually gets invited further." Ethan nodded once. "A private auction." Jane's gaze held, focused now. "They're not putting the book out for the public to examine. They don't need to. The exhibit builds credibility without exposing the risk. By the time anyone sees it up close, they've already decided who's allowed in the room." Lucas exhaled slowly, leaning back as the implication settled. "So the exhibit isn't about showing the piece," he said. "It's about creating demand for something most people will never even see." Ethan's expression didn't change. "Exactly." Lucas let out a quiet breath, shaking his head slightly. "That's efficient," he muttered. Then, after a beat, "Also a little concerning that people are going to line up for something they're not even allowed to look at." Jane's eyes moved briefly toward the direction of the lobby, as if she could still see the polished display, the clean lighting, the carefully curated presentation. "There'll be plenty of other art on display," she said. "Each piece validates how seriously they take their collection, and by default, it adds legitimacy to their claim the sketchbook is authentic. And once enough people believe that story," Ethan added, "it becomes very difficult to challenge." Jane crossed the room slowly, already thinking ahead. "Then I need to know exactly how they're running it. Public access, private access, who gets invited behind the scenes. If there's an auction tied to it, there will be a second layer of security, separate from what everyone else sees," Ethan nodded, "and a guest list that matters more than the exhibit itself." "I'll start gathering intel," Jane said, discreetly. There was a knock at the door. The sound cut through the room. Conversation stopped without anyone needing to say it. Blue's head turned toward the door, his posture adjusting slightly, ready without being obvious. Jane's hand moved toward her bag again, instinct more than alarm. Ethan remained still, but his attention snapped fully back to the present. The knock came again, softer this time. Jane moved to the door, her steps quiet and controlled. She checked the peephole, her expression steady, then opened it just enough to confirm before pulling it wider. Mrs. Carlos stood there, her shoulders slightly drawn, the strain of the day still visible in the way she held herself. The little girl pressed close to her side, her hand gripping the fabric of her sleeve. Jane stepped back to let them in. "Everything all right?" she asked. The mother gave a small, apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, I know you're all trying to settle in. It's just..." She glanced down at her daughter, then back up. "She doesn't feel safe unless Mr. Blue is nearby." Behind Jane, Blue looked up, caught off guard. "Me?" The girl didn't wait for permission. She stepped inside as soon as there was space, moving past Jane with quiet certainty. Blue shifted on the couch, uncertain whether to stand or stay put. In the end, he stayed seated and gave an awkward pat to the cushion beside him. Yeah, that's fine." The girl climbed up beside him, her movements small but deliberate. She sat down with a bit of space between them at first, her hands folded tightly in her lap. For a moment, she stayed like that, as if testing whether it was enough. Then she glanced sideways at him, frowned slightly, and scooted closer, then closer again, until her arm pressed lightly against his. Only then did she settle. Blue looked down at her, then back up at the others. His expression caught somewhere between confusion and quiet acceptance. He didn't move. Jane gave the mother a reassuring nod and stepped aside, letting her come further into the room. Ethan turned toward her. "The photographs," he said. "Do you still have them?" The mother nodded quickly, lifting the folder she had been holding. "Yes, I brought them. All of them." "And the trunk?" Ethan asked. "It's in the SUV," she said. "Blue put it there earlier, just in case you needed it." She quickly retrieved a folder from her room and handed it to Ethan. Ethan took the folder, his fingers brushing the edge before he opened it. His eyes moved across the images quickly, but there was nothing rushed in the way he absorbed them. Each page held just long enough to matter. Lucas leaned forward, watching him. "You seeing something new, or just confirming?" Ethan didn't answer right away. He finished the last image, then closed the folder with quiet precision. "Lucas," he said, turning toward him, "do you remember the con you pulled when you were 15? Lucas leaned back, a slow grin spreading across his face. "That's a very specific throwback." He tilted his head slightly. "And unless someone's been holding onto that for a decade, I think we're in the clear legally. Statute of limitations and all that." Ethan's expression shifted just slightly, the edge of a smile showing through. He gave a small nod. "Think you can do it again?" Lucas's grin sharpened. "I always like it when you stop pretending to play by the rules." Jane watched them, her gaze narrowing slightly. "What exactly are you planning?" Ethan quickly explained, and by the end of it, Jane was shaking her head. She laughed once. "That's half crazy and half brilliant. Fitting for the two of you, I guess." Lucas was already working through it. "I'll need supplies," he said, pushing himself up from the couch. "Old bookstores first, nothing clean. I need paper that's already lived a little, bindings that I can make match the period, ink that settles right." He gestured slightly, thinking it through. "And a small plug-in oven. Controlled heat. Helps accelerate the aging without making it obvious." Jane studied him for a moment. "You're going to recreate the pages?" Lucas glanced at her, a flicker of amusement still there. "Let's just say we're going to give them something to compare against." Lucas turned toward Blue, the grin settling back into place as if it had only been waiting for an opening. "Don't worry, big guy," he said. "I'll pick up something for you too. Maybe a nice book, something with pictures so you don't get bored." Blue started to respond, but the words didn't come. He felt the small weight still leaning against his arm and glanced down at the girl beside him. She hadn't moved, hadn't even looked up, completely at ease where she was. When Blue lifted his gaze back to Lucas, he let the moment pass without speaking, offering instead a long, steady look that said more than anything he might have added. The girl, however, had no interest in restraint. "I want a color too," she said, her voice quiet but firm. Lucas pointed at her immediately as if she had just proven his point. "See? That's a fair request." She shook her head, serious in a way that made it clear she meant exactly what she said. "Not his, mine." Lucas laughed, the sound lighter than anything that had filled the room earlier. "All right, separate supplies," he said. "I'll take care of it." He glanced back at Blue, a hint of mischief returning. "And if he's in a generous mood, maybe he lets you borrow his too." Blue didn't answer. The look he gave Lucas made it clear that generosity in that particular direction was far from guaranteed. The girl leaned more comfortably into his side, unconcerned with any of it. For a moment, the room shifted. The tension didn't disappear, but it loosened, settling into something quieter, something more manageable. Ethan opened the folder again, though this time there was no uncertainty in the way he moved through it. His focus had sharpened, the earlier pieces now aligned into something more complete. The room settled into a quieter rhythm, though it never fully relaxed. Lucas had taken over the small desk near the window, spreading out a notepad and sketching rough ideas, his mind already working through materials, sourcing, and timing. Every so often he would stop, stare off for a second, then jot something else down, as if chasing a thought before it slipped away. Ethan remained near the table, the photographs laid out in careful order. He wasn't just looking at them anymore. He was studying spacing, proportions, ink flow, the subtle inconsistencies that most people would never notice, but that defined authenticity in ways far more precise than appearance. Blue hadn't moved much. The girl was still beside him, now leaning fully against his arm, her earlier tension replaced by a quiet sense of safety. At some point, Lucas had handed her a pen and a scrap of paper, and she had begun drawing with the kind of focus only children manage, completely absorbed in the task. Blue sat stiffly at first, as if unsure what to do with the weight against him, but over time his posture softened just slightly. Not enough for anyone to comment on, but enough to matter. The mother stood near the doorway, watching all of it with a mixture of gratitude and disbelief, as though she hadn't quite caught up to the reality of where she was. The door opened. Jane stepped inside without announcement, closing it quietly behind her. There was no rush in her movement, but there was a shift in her presence that made everyone in the room look up. Lucas leaned back in his chair. "You look like you found something." Jane set her bag down and removed her jacket, her expression composed but focused. "I didn't just find something," she said. "I ran into someone." Ethan's attention shifted fully to her. "An acquaintance," she continued. "From a few years back, he's in town for the exhibit." Lucas raised an eyebrow. "That seems convenient." "It is," Jane said plainly. "He's not here for the public display. He's here to buy." Ethan stepped closer. "What kind of buyer?" "The kind who doesn't need validation from the crowd," Jane said. "Private acquisitions, high-value pieces. He mentioned he's planning to pick up a tapestry tonight." Lucas sat up. "What kind of tapestry?" Jane paused briefly, recalling the details with precision. "Late 15th century, Flemish origin. He described it as a millefleur field with a central hunting scene, likely Burgundian influence, based on how he talked about the composition." Ethan's eyes sharpened. "That narrows it considerably." Jane nodded. "He said it's believed to be part of a fragmented series, possibly tied to workshops in Tournai. Wool and silk weave, natural dyes, heavy use of verdant ground patterning. If it's real, it's a desirable piece." Lucas let out a low whistle, the sound cutting softly through the room as he leaned back and shook his head. "That's not something you just casually pick up on a business trip," he said, the weight of it settling in as he spoke. "A piece like that didn't just appear in a suitcase between meetings. It carried history, value, attention. The kind of attention people killed for." Jane didn't look surprised by his reaction. If anything, she seemed to expect it. "No," she replied, her tone even controlled. "It's not something that ever sees an open market. Not legitimately, anyway." She paused for a moment, choosing her words with care. "Which means it's being moved quietly, privately. Someone is making sure it stays that way." Ethan shifted slightly, folding his arms as he processed it, his expression tightening in that familiar way it did when something caught his interest on more than just a surface level. "And he wants it appraised," he said, though it came out less like a question and more like a conclusion he was already testing in his mind. Jane nodded once. "He wants a second opinion before he finalizes the purchase." There was a subtle emphasis on the last part, enough to suggest this wasn't a casual inquiry. This was the final step before something changed hands. Lucas's gaze moved between them, reading the room more than the words. "And you told him what, exactly?" he asked, his tone lighter than the question deserved, though there was a clear edge of curiosity beneath it. Jane didn't answer right away. Instead, she met Ethan's eyes, holding them just long enough to make the silence noticeable. "I told him my expertise in tapestries was limited." Ethan stared at her, the disbelief plain and unfiltered. "That's not true." Her expression didn't change, but there was a flicker there, something restrained, something deliberate. She let the moment sit, let the weight of what she'd said settle between them before she spoke again, quieter this time. "I know." Ethan took another step closer, his tone sharpening just slightly. "You've spent years studying textile work. You can identify regional weaving patterns faster than most specialists. You've written on dye degradation and restoration techniques. It's one of your strongest areas." Lucas looked between them, his expression brightening with quiet amusement as he took in the exchange. "Ah, there it is," he said. "Academic validation, their version of pillow talk." He leaned back slightly, gesturing between them. "Honestly, it's kind of sad, but also impressive. I don't know whether to leave you two alone or grab popcorn." Jane exhaled slowly, then met Ethan's gaze without flinching. "And you know it's also one of my favorites." A brief pause followed, just enough to change the rhythm of the room. It was clear Jane wasn't going to volunteer anything further, at least not without being pressed. Lucas noticed immediately. He leaned forward slightly, his curiosity real but wrapped in his usual tone. "All right, I need help understanding this," he said. "You're telling me your favorite thing is rugs on walls." He held up a hand before anyone could interrupt. "And I'm not judging. I'm just trying to figure out how we got from fabric that people walk on to this is my passion." His head tilted, studying her more seriously now. "So what is it? The patterns? The history? The fact that it somehow survives centuries without falling apart while everything else does?" A faint grin returned. "Because from where I'm sitting, it's still a rug that got promoted." Jane glanced toward the window for a moment, as if choosing how to explain it. "Because tapestries weren't meant to sit behind glass," she said. "They were meant to live in rooms. They carried stories, status, history, all woven into something that people actually used. They faded with time, absorbed the environment, changed with every space they were placed in." She paused briefly. "They're not static. They age with purpose, and each one tells a unique story." Ethan watched her, understanding more than she had said outright. "And you told him you couldn't appraise it," he said. Jane's expression shifted back to something more controlled. "I told him I had a colleague in town, someone with broader expertise across periods and mediums." Lucas's grin returned. "Let me guess." Jane looked at Ethan. "Get your tux," she said. "We have dinner plans." Lucas leaned back, clearly enjoying this. "Now this is getting interesting." Ethan didn't smile, but there was a quiet acceptance in the way he nodded. "Where?" "Private party," Jane said. "Select group. Buyers, sellers, a few intermediaries. Enough to matter, not enough to attract attention." "And your acquaintance?" Ethan asked, his tone even, though his attention had sharpened. "He'll be there," she said, "and he's not in town just for the exhibit." Her gaze drifted briefly to the photographs on the table, then back to Ethan as the implications settled into something more defined. "If he's here, it's because he knows something bigger is moving," she continued. "The tapestry may just be the doorway." She let that sit for a moment before adding, more quietly, "And if we handle that well, we don't just get access to it." Ethan held her gaze, understanding already forming. "We get close enough to whatever comes next." Jane gave a small nod, "Including the sketchbook when it changes hands." Ethan followed her glance, studying the images again as if they might reveal something new under a different angle of light. Then he looked back at her, his expression settling into quiet resolve. "Then we don't rush this," he said. "We move carefully." Jane gave a small, confirming nod. "We will." On the couch, Blue shifted just enough to draw their attention. His movement was subtle, deliberate, careful not to disturb the girl resting against his side. She had settled into a quiet rhythm, a crayon moving steadily across the page in her lap, her world reduced to colors and lines for the moment. Blue glanced down at her, then back up. "I'll stay here," he said. Jane studied him for a second. "You sure?" He gave a slight nod toward the girl without looking away from her drawing. "Yeah," he said simply. "She's good here." The mother stepped forward then, her hands clasped loosely in front of her as if she were holding herself together more than anything else. Her voice was soft, but there was a steadiness to it that hadn't been there before. "My husband was going to leave work and come home," she said, "but I told him not to." Jane turned toward her, a faint crease forming between her brows. "Why?" The woman hesitated just for a moment, as if weighing whether to soften it or not. In the end, she didn't. "If this doesn't work out," she began, her voice tightening slightly before she steadied it again, "we can't afford to lose one of his jobs." Her eyes dropped briefly to the floor, then lifted again, meeting Jane's. "We need at least one thing in our lives to stay steady. We need to prepare for every possible outcome with this." The words didn't linger loudly, but they settled heavily. Jane held her gaze for a moment, then nodded once. "You made the right call." The woman managed a small smile in return, uncertain but genuine, as if holding on to that reassurance mattered more than she let on. Across the room, Lucas pushed himself up from his chair, rolling his shoulders as he stretched out the tension that had built there. "All right," he said, clapping his hands together once, shifting the energy back into motion. "You two go play dress-up, mingle with the elite, Smile at people who pretend not to notice the price tags on the walls. A faint grin pulled at the corner of his mouth. I'll get started. Give me a few hours and I'll have something convincing. By morning, it'll be flawless, the kind of work even Da Vinci himself would have to look twice at. Ethan adjusted his cuff, the small, precise movement signaling the shift already taking place in his mind. He was no longer in the room. Not fully. He was already stepping into the evening ahead, into the conversations, the tells, the details most people would miss. Jane reached for her jacket, slipping it on with practiced ease. Her expression had settled into something composed, controlled, but there was an edge beneath it now. Purpose. Calculation. The car slowed well before the entrance, easing into a line of polished black vehicles that stretched along the curb like a procession. Light spilled from the front of the building in warm gold, catching on chrome and glass, turning the entire street into something staged, deliberate. A pair of attendants moved down the line with quiet efficiency, confirming names before each car was allowed to pull forward. When it was their turn, the driver stopped beneath the awning. 2 security personnel stood just beyond the curb, their presence understated but unmistakable. One checked a tablet while the other watched the crowd with a practiced sweeping awareness that missed nothing. Name? The first asked, though his eyes had already flicked toward the screen. Dr. Ethan Coldwell. Guest of Mr. Rahman, Ethan replied evenly. The man's finger moved once across the tablet, then paused. A brief glance up, recognition of the name Rahman. Welcome, he said, stepping aside. Jane exited first, the hem of her dress catching the light as she stepped onto the pavement. It wasn't loud or ostentatious, but it didn't need to be. The cut was precise, the fabric clean and deliberate. The kind of elegance that didn't ask for attention and still received it. Ethan followed, adjusting his jacket slightly as he joined her. They passed through the doors without interruption. Inside, the shift was immediate. The ballroom opened wide beneath a canopy of chandeliers, each one casting a layered glow that reflected off polished floors and glassware. Round tables, dressed in crisp white linen and subtle gold accents, filled the outer edges of the room, each place setting arranged with near mathematical precision. At the center, a broad stretch of polished floor had been left open, a small orchestra stationed along one side providing a steady, restrained rhythm for those already moving across it. Servers moved between guests with quiet grace, offering champagne in small, meticulously crafted dishes. Conversations layered over one another, low and controlled, punctuated occasionally by laughter that carried just far enough to be noticed without disrupting the room. Jane took it in with a single glance, her eyes moving not over the spectacle, but through it. Subtle, she murmured. Ethan followed her gaze. They're not aiming for subtle, he said. They're aiming for effortless. Jane's mouth curved slightly. Same thing if you do it well enough. They stepped further inside, blending into the flow of the room as if they had every right to be there, which, for all intents and purposes, they did. Jane glanced at him then, her eyes settling on the lines of his tux, the way it fit perfectly across his shoulders. You clean up well, she said. Ethan looked down briefly, adjusting his cuff again out of habit more than necessity. It's been a while, he admitted. I wasn't sure it would still fit. It does, she said, smiling. It fits perfectly. They moved a few steps farther into the room before Jane slowed slightly, just enough to draw his attention back to her. She let a beat pass, then another, her expression composed but expectant. Well, she asked. Ethan glanced at her. Well, what? Jane tilted her head just a fraction. Are you going to comment on how good I look in this dress, or are we pretending you didn't notice? Ethan studied her then, properly this time. Not a glance, not a passing acknowledgement. His eyes moved with intention, taking in the details he had already registered the moment she stepped out of the room when they left the hotel. The line of the dress, the way it moved when she did, the quiet confidence she carried it with. When he spoke, his tone was calm, matter of fact. You being the most stunning person in the room isn't new. He said, it's a constant. Doesn't matter where we are. Doesn't matter what you're wearing. Jane held his gaze, the faintest hint of satisfaction flickering beneath her otherwise composed expression. That's your compliment? She asked. It's the truth. She considered that for a moment, then gave a small nod, accepting it. I'll take it, she said. Then, almost as an afterthought, though for the record, you've never seen me in sweatpants. Ethan didn't miss a beat. Then I'm working with incomplete data, he replied. Jane's lips curved slightly. You are. For a brief moment, the world narrowed to just the two of them, the noise of the room softening at the edges. They didn't linger near the entrance for long. Ethan guided them toward the edge of the ballroom, where the noise softened just enough to think, selecting a table that offered both a clear view of the room and a measure of distance from the center of attention. It was the kind of seat chosen out of habit, not preference. They had barely settled when a man in a tailored suit approached, his presence quiet but deliberate. He leaned slightly toward Jane, keeping his voice low enough that it didn't carry beyond their table. Ms. Heyman, he said with a polite nod. Mr. Rahman sends his apologies. He's currently tied up with another guest, but asked me to let you know he'll be with you shortly. Jane returned the nod, her expression composed. Thank you. The man inclined his head once more before stepping away, disappearing back into the movement of the room as if he had never been there. Jane exhaled softly, her gaze drifting back toward the dance floor. I suppose that means we're expected to enjoy ourselves for now. Ethan followed her line of sight, watching as couples moved in slow, practiced patterns beneath the chandeliers. I imagine that's part of the performance, he said. Jane didn't answer. Instead, she stood, smoothing her dress with a small, unconscious motion before extending a hand toward him. Come on. Ethan looked up at her hand, then at her, a flicker of caution passing through his expression. Jane? She didn't wait for him to finish. Don't make this complicated, she said, a faint smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. It's just a dance. There was a beat, then another. Ethan let out a quiet breath and took her hand. The music carried them onto the floor, the shift from stillness to motion seamless enough that neither of them seemed to notice it happening. His hand found its place at her side, hers resting lightly against his shoulder as they fell into step with the rhythm around them. For a few moments, neither of them spoke. Jane was the first to break the silence. This feels familiar, she said, her voice softer now, less guarded. Ethan glanced down at her. It does? She held his gaze for a moment before looking away, her eyes tracing the movement of the room. It reminds me of that night, she added, the last time we danced. Ethan didn't need to ask which one she meant. The memory surfaced easily, uninvited but unwelcome in the way old things often were. A different room, a different purpose, a photograph that had lingered longer than it should have. I remember, he said. They moved through another turn, slow and controlled, the space between them carefully maintained, though it felt smaller than it should have. After a moment, Ethan spoke again. I'm glad you came tonight. Jane looked back at him, a hint of something unreadable crossing her expression. That sounds almost like a question. It's not, he said. Then, after a brief pause, but I don't understand why you did. Her brow lifted slightly. Why I came? You could have handed this off, he said, like you always do. Sent the details, let us handle it. We would have taken the job. Jane's gaze drifted past him for a moment, her expression settling into something neutral. I knew this job would get your attention, she said. A family that needs help, a piece of history that doesn't belong where it is. Someone doing something they shouldn't to people who can't defend themselves. She met his eyes again. That's usually enough. It is, Ethan said, but that's not what I asked. The music carried them through another slow rotation. Jane didn't answer right away. Why did you come? He pressed, quieter this time. She let out a small breath, her composure holding, but only just. You already know the kind of work I do, she said. Most of it doesn't look like this. Ethan didn't interrupt. It's not clean, she continued. It's not simple. It's rarely about right and wrong. Her voice remained steady, but there was a weight behind it now. Sometimes it's choosing between two people who both deserve what's coming to them. Sometimes it's deciding who takes the hit so someone else doesn't. She paused, her eyes lowering briefly before returning to his. And sometimes it's hurting one good person to protect 10 others. The words didn't rush. They settled. That adds up, she said quietly, even when you tell yourself it's necessary. Ethan's grip shifted slightly at her side, not tightening but more present. Jane's expression softened, just enough to reveal what sat beneath it. I know how you see things, she went on. Clear lines, right and wrong, good and bad. A faint, almost self-conscious smile flickered and disappeared. And I've always assumed you see me somewhere in between, on the wrong side of those lines more often than not. Ethan shook his head, the motion immediate. That's not true. She searched his face, as if testing whether he meant it. I've never looked down on you, he said. Not once. His voice stayed calm, but there was more weight behind it now. Just because I struggle with those choices doesn't mean I don't understand them, or respect that you can make them when they need to be made. Jane held his gaze, something in her expression shifting, though she didn't speak. Ethan let out a quiet breath, his focus dipping for a moment before returning to her. I know you're right, he said. I can see it. It makes sense when I think it through. A faint, almost reluctant smile touched his lips. I just can't always get my heart to agree with it. The music slowed, the space around them tightening as other couples drew closer. For a moment, neither of them said anything. Then Ethan broke the silence, his voice quieter now, stripped of the earlier tension. I miss you. The words sounded differently than everything else. Jane stilled, just slightly, her breath catching in a way that was almost imperceptible. She didn't look away, but she didn't answer right away either. The seconds stretched, filled only by the music and the quiet movement around them. When she finally spoke, her voice was softer than it had been all night. I know. Another pause. Then, after a long breath, she nodded once, as if conceding something she hadn't planned to give. I miss you too. They continued to move, the rhythm carrying them forward. But something had changed. Not in the room, not in the music, just between them. And neither of them tried to undo it. Chapter 5. The Sum of the Pieces. Dinner unfolded with the same quiet precision as everything else in the room. Plates arrived and disappeared without interruption, each course arranged more like a display than a necessity. Neither of them paid much attention to the food itself. What lingered was the ease. Conversation came without effort, slipping between observations about the room, subtle jokes, and quiet pauses that didn't feel forced. There was no need to fill every silence, no need to explain every thought. It was the kind of rhythm that didn't come from practice, but from something deeper, something that had never fully gone away. Jane noticed it first, though she didn't say it out loud. This was where they were at their best. Not in the chaos of a chase or the noise of something unraveling, but in moments like this, where everything appeared calm on the surface and every detail carried weight beneath it. The edges were sharper here, the stakes hidden behind courtesy and measured conversation, where reading a room mattered just as much as any technical skill either of them possessed. It was a quieter kind of tension, one that rewarded precision, awareness, and restraint. Jane felt it settle into place as naturally as breath. For a fleeting moment, she wondered if it had always been this way, if assignments like this were not just work, but the only environments where they truly aligned. Places where their instincts complemented rather than collided, where the unspoken understanding between them became an advantage instead of a complication. Across from her, Ethan was following a similar line of thought, though he would never have framed it the same way. His attention rested on her, not obviously, but enough to take in the details others missed. The way she moved through the space without drawing focus, shifting roles without signaling the transition. The calm she carried, the control beneath it, the constant awareness. None of it had faded with time. If anything, it had sharpened into something more precise, more deliberate. It came easily to them, a kind of quiet alignment that required no effort and no explanation, the sort of understanding that only formed over time and rarely faded. That ease carried its own risk, though neither of them would have said it out loud. When something fit this well, it was easy to forget how much was actually at stake, easy to lean into it without questioning where it might lead. The rhythm of the moment held just long enough to settle before it shifted. A presence approached the table, its shadow stretching across the surface before the voice followed. Miss Heyman. The voice was smooth, practiced, and carried just enough warmth to pass as genuine. Jane looked up to find a man standing at the edge of the table, impeccably dressed, his posture relaxed in a way that suggested he had never needed to prove anything to anyone. Mr. Rahman, Jane said, rising slightly as a courtesy before settling back into her seat. "Thank you for joining us." "My apologies for the delay," he said, though there was no urgency in it. "Some conversations are more difficult to escape than others." His eyes shifted to Ethan. "And this must be Dr. Ethan Coldwell." Jane gestured lightly. "Ethan, this is Mr. Rahman." Rahman's expression changed just slightly, something like satisfaction passing through it before settling into a faint, knowing smile. "Most agreeable," he said. "I was hoping I would have the pleasure of meeting you someday." Ethan inclined his head. "You've heard of me." Rahman let out a soft chuckle. "Heard of you?" He glanced at Jane, then back to Ethan. "You're the man she chose over me." Ethan blinked once, caught off guard just enough for it to register. Rahman laughed lightly, waving a hand as if brushing the moment aside. "Ah, forgive me. That sounds more dramatic than it is." He settled into the chair beside them with effortless confidence. "I once made an attempt to convince Miss Heyman to leave her line of work." Jane's expression didn't change. "It wasn't an attempt. It was very persistent." "Persistent," Rahman echoed with a smile, "and ultimately unsuccessful." He leaned back slightly. She wouldn't leave her partner, the great Dr. Ethan Coldwell. His tone carried a hint of amusement, but there was something else beneath it. "Very frustrating for me, I assure you." Jane didn't engage with it. Instead, she shifted the conversation with quiet precision. "You mentioned a tapestry." Rahman raised a finger slightly as if pausing a performance. "We will get to that," he said. "In due time." His gaze moved between them. "Though I find myself more curious about you." Ethan met his eyes. "In what way?" Rahman's smile widened just enough. "You're in town for a reason," he said. "And while I appreciate a shared interest in art, I suspect this is not a social visit." Ethan didn't answer immediately. He watched Rahman instead, noting the ease, the control, the way every word was placed deliberately. This wasn't curiosity. This was confirmation. "There's a sale this week," Ethan said calmly. "The Da Vinci Sketches." Rahman's expression shifted into something more satisfied than surprised. "Ah," he said. "I thought as much." He folded his hands lightly on the table. "I couldn't quite understand why you would arrive the way you did. A private plane, piloted, if I'm not mistaken, by your old colleague. Blue, is it?" He tilted his head slightly. "And you brought along your young prodigy." A faint pause. "Or is he an adopted son?" That part was less clear. Jane's gaze hardened just a fraction. "Careful," she said, her tone still polite but no longer warm. "We don't appreciate being watched." Rahman laughed again, softer this time. "Not watched," he said. "Researched." He lifted his glass slightly. "I simply prefer to know the players before the game begins." He gestured lightly between them. "One of the most renowned antiquities experts in the world, a former special operator, a man built like he could walk through a wall without noticing." And then, his smile sharpened. "The sidekick." Rahman continued, his tone carrying an easy confidence that suggested he was enjoying the conversation as much as he was studying it. "It's a well-balanced group," he said, gesturing lightly as if he were assessing a collection rather than people. "Brains, beauty, muscle." He let the list settle for a moment before adding with a faint shrug, "And from what I've heard of this Lucas, a bit of comic relief to round things out." His eyes shifted to Ethan, measuring. "Every story needs a grunt, I suppose." Ethan met the comment with a faint smile, the kind that neither confirmed nor challenged it outright. "Just to be clear," he said, his tone even but intentional, "Blue may have the muscle." He glanced toward Jane, not for effect, but as a matter of fact. "But Jane's the enforcer." The remark didn't raise in volume, but it changed the room all the same. Rahman paused, just long enough for the shift to register. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but the ease behind his expression tightened for a fraction of a second before settling again. When he smiled this time, it was broader, but there was something more focused behind it. Not amusement, interest. Ethan didn't let the moment drift. "We're here because we believe the Monte Cristo Group is planning to sell a forgery," he said, his voice steady, direct. The words settled between them without embellishment, clear and deliberate, leaving no room for misinterpretation. For the first time since he sat down, Rahman's composure cracked. Not dramatically, not enough for anyone else in the room to notice, but Ethan saw it. A flicker, a recalibration. "A forgery?" Rahman repeated, leaning back slightly. "That would be unfortunate." Jane watched him closely. Unfortunate for who? Raman let out a soft breath, his fingers tapping once against the stem of his glass before stilling. For everyone involved, he said. There are a great many people with a great deal of money tied up in this week. Ethan leaned forward just slightly. That's what I don't understand, he said. Yes, the sketchbook is valuable. 12 million, give or take. But for the people circling this, that's not significant capital. His eyes stayed locked on Raman's. So why does it matter? Raman studied him for a moment, then smiled again. Not dismissive this time, measured. You're asking the right question, he said. He lifted his glass but didn't drink, turning it slightly in his hand as if considering how much to say. The sketchbook itself, he began, isn't the draw. Ethan's brow furrowed slightly. Then what is? Raman tilted his head. Tell me, doctor, he said. What would a single page be worth? Ethan explained. The book is worth more as a complete piece, he said. But individually, each sketch could fetch anywhere between 50 and 100,000. Depends on condition, subject, provenance. He set the glass down gently. And that, he said, is the draw. Jane leaned in slightly, her attention sharpening. Raman's tone remained smooth, but there was a clarity to it now, stripped of the earlier performance. When you move money across borders, he continued, you invite scrutiny, taxes, fees, in some places, expectations. A faint smile. Call them what you like. Ethan didn't interrupt. But a piece of paper? Raman went on. A single sheet tucked inside a folder? He made a small, almost dismissive gesture. That draws no attention at all. Jane's expression shifted, the implication landing. No bank transfers, Raman said. No flagged accounts, no briefcases filled with cash. He looked between them. Just an exchange. Ethan's voice was quieter now. And no trace. Precisely. Raman leaned forward slightly, his eyes holding theirs. That page might be worth 50,000 on paper, he said. But once it's used, once it changes hands, once it facilitates something that can't be tracked, can't be taxed, he gave a small, knowing smile. Its value increases. Jane's gaze hardened. Because it's no longer just art. Raman inclined his head. It becomes currency. The weight of it settled in. A single sheet, he continued, can pass through multiple transactions, each one adding value, each one removing risk. He paused, letting that sink in. By the time it's done, that same piece of paper could represent millions. Quiet settled over the table, not abrupt but heavy, as if the air itself had shifted to accommodate what had just been said. Jane's gaze drifted to Ethan, searching, measuring, and when he looked back at her, there was no need for words. The realization passed cleanly between them, fully formed. This had never been about preserving a rare artifact or acquiring a piece of history. The sketchbook was simply the vessel, the disguise. What truly mattered was what it could become in the right hands, something fluid, untraceable, and infinitely more valuable than its face worth. Jane eased back in her chair, her posture composed but her voice lowered, shaped by the weight of the understanding now settling in. That's why everyone's here, she said, less as a question and more as a conclusion finally spoken aloud. Ethan gave a small, thoughtful nod, his eyes briefly dropping to the table before lifting again. Not to own it, he said, his tone steady but firm with certainty, but to take it apart. Across from them, Raman watched the exchange with quiet satisfaction. A slow, deliberate smile returned to his face, not surprised, but approving, as though they had finally arrived where he expected them to. Now you understand, he said. Raman let the moment linger just long enough to confirm they understood the stakes, then rose smoothly from his chair, adjusting his cuff as if the conversation had been nothing more than a polite exchange. If you'll excuse me, he said, his tone returning to its earlier refinement, there is something I would like your opinion on. Jane and Ethan stood. Raman led them away from the ballroom, past the soft glow of chandeliers and the low hum of conversation, toward a corridor that quickly shed the performance of the evening. The doors at the end were guarded, discreet but firm, and opened the moment Raman approached. Inside, the room was quieter, controlled, a private viewing space. At its center, mounted carefully and illuminated by focused light, hung the tapestry. Jane slowed slightly as they entered, her eyes narrowing just enough to sharpen her focus. The piece was consistent with what she had described earlier, a late 15th century European work, rich in color, depicting a pastoral hunting scene with layered symbolism woven into the borders. The dyes were deep, the composition balanced, the wear convincing. Very convincing. "Take your time," Raman said, stepping aside. Ethan moved closer first, his posture shifting almost imperceptibly. The room fell away for him, replaced by the piece itself. Jane joined him a moment later, neither of them speaking as they began their inspection. They didn't rush. Ethan studied the weave density, the thread tension, the way the colors sat against one another. Jane circled slightly, taking in the composition as a whole, then narrowing down to the edges, the transitions, the story being told and how it was told. Minutes passed. Finally, Ethan stepped back. "It's a reproduction," he said. The words were said casually and unembellished. Across the room, a man who had been standing near the far wall stiffened immediately. Well-dressed, composed, but now visibly alert. "That's not possible," he said quickly, stepping forward. "This piece has already been authenticated." Ethan didn't look at him right away. He kept his eyes on the tapestry. "It's a very good reproduction," he continued calmly. "Whoever made it understood the period. The composition is accurate. The dye palette is correct for the era. Even the wear pattern has been artificially aged with some care." He finally turned, his gaze settling on the man. "But it's still a reproduction." The man's expression tightened. "You're mistaken." Ethan shook his head slightly. "The border tells the story," he said. He stepped closer again, gesturing subtly without touching the piece. "Late 15th century Flemish work would show a more irregular stitch transition here. This is too consistent, too precise. It's machine-guided replication of hand technique." Jane nodded faintly, adding, "And the dye saturation along the lower edge hasn't degraded the way it should have. It's been treated to look aged, but the breakdown pattern is wrong. It's uniform where it should be inconsistent." Ethan continued, "There's also a structural issue in the warp threads. They're mimicking hand-spun irregularities, but they repeat at intervals. That doesn't happen naturally." He paused, then added almost generously, "It's understandable someone missed it. The craftsmanship is excellent, but the closer you look, the more it unravels." The room went still. Raman's expression had darkened, the politeness stripped away, replaced by something colder. The man who had objected shifted his weight, his confidence beginning to fracture. This is speculation," he said, though there was less conviction behind it now. "You're trying to discredit—" "Enough." Raman's voice cut through the room, low and controlled, but absolute. The man fell silent. Raman studied the tapestry for a long moment, then looked back to Ethan. "You're certain?" Ethan met his gaze. "Yes." A beat passed. Then Raman turned, his patience gone. "Remove him." Two men stepped forward immediately, taking the protesting seller by the arms. His composure dissolved as they pulled him toward the door. "This is absurd. You can't. You have no proof." The door closed behind him, cutting off the rest. Silence returned, heavier now. Raman's attention shifted to another man standing off to the side, his original authenticator. The man looked pale, his confidence gone entirely. Raman didn't raise his voice. "You're finished," he said. The man opened his mouth, but nothing came out. He nodded once, stiffly, and left without argument. When the door shut again, Raman turned back to Jane and Ethan. For a moment he said nothing. Then, slowly, a different kind of smile appeared. "I am in town," he said, "for the Da Vinci Sketches." Jane and Ethan exchanged a brief glance. "I require someone I can trust," Raman continued. "Someone capable of seeing what others miss." His eyes settled on Ethan. "And someone capable of managing what follows." He looked between them. "I would like you to act as my authenticators." Jane didn't answer immediately. "And in return?" Raman's smile widened slightly. "You will be compensated very well." Ethan considered him for a moment, then glanced at Jane. She gave the smallest nod. Ethan looked back at Raman. "We'll do it." "Good," Raman said, as if he had expected nothing less. He adjusted his jacket again, the composure fully returned. "You should know," he added almost casually, "the public event is only the beginning." Jane's eyes narrowed slightly. "Meaning?" Raman's gaze sharpened. "There is a private auction afterward," he said. "Invitation only." A pause. "And that," he added, "is where the real transactions take place." By the time they returned to the hotel, the night had settled into a quieter rhythm. The earlier energy of the city softened into something more subdued. The lobby lights reflected across polished marble floors, and for a brief moment, the evening almost felt contained, as though everything they had uncovered might wait until morning. That illusion broke the moment they saw Blue. He was already standing when they entered, his posture rigid, the usual ease in his expression replaced by something far tighter, more controlled. He didn't wait for pleasantries or questions. "Something's off," he said. Jane stopped mid-step, her attention sharpening immediately. "What happened?" Blue exhaled slowly, as if forcing himself to stay measured. "Mr. Carlos was supposed to swing by the house tonight. Pick up a few things for the kids, clothes, some paperwork. He shook his head once. He never came to the hotel, and he's not answering his phone." Ethan felt the shift before Jane spoke again. "His wife?" she asked. "Worried," Blue replied. "Says he always answers, no exceptions." Blue was already turning toward the door, his pace quickening. "Let's go." The drive across the city passed in a blur of streetlights and tight turns, Blue pushing the car harder than he normally would, though neither Ethan nor Jane commented on it. The tension in the vehicle replaced any need for conversation. Each of them was already thinking the same thing, arriving at the same conclusion without needing to say it aloud. As they turned into the neighborhood, the first sign came into view before the house itself. Smoke rose into the sky in thick, rolling plumes, dark against the dim glow of the streetlights. Jane leaned forward slightly. "Blue?" But he was already accelerating. The car lurched to a stop at the curb, tires biting sharply against the pavement. The Carlos home stood ahead of them, flames already consuming large sections of the structure, the heat radiating outward in waves that distorted the air itself. Blue didn't hesitate. He was out of the car before it had fully stopped, already moving, already committed. The front door gave way under the force of his shoulder, splintering inward as he disappeared into the smoke without a second thought. "Blue!" Jane called after him. Though there was no expectation he would stop, he didn't. Seconds passed, though they stretched longer than they should have. The fire roared, growing louder as it fed on the structure, flames licking higher, brighter, consuming everything in their path. The heat pushed outward, forcing Ethan and Jane to step back slightly as they scanned the doorway, waiting. A sharp crack echoed from inside the house, then another. The windows blew out in a violent burst, glass scattering outward as the pressure inside gave way to the inferno. Ethan's jaw tightened, his eyes fixed on the doorway. Then, through the shifting smoke and flame, a figure emerged. Blue forced his way back through the threshold, his outline barely visible at first, then solidifying as he stepped into the open air. Draped across his arms was a man, limp and unresponsive, his clothes darkened by soot and heat. "Clear space," Blue said, his voice rough but controlled. Jane moved immediately, clearing a path as Blue descended the steps, coughing once as he pulled in air that wasn't filled with smoke. Despite the urgency, he lowered the man carefully to the ground, his movements precise and deliberate. "This is him?" Ethan asked, already dropping to one knee. "Yeah," Blue said, catching his breath. "Miguel Carlos. Found him in the back room." Ethan checked for a pulse, his fingers steady despite the chaos around them. "He's alive," he said quickly. "Barely, but he's alive." Relief flickered across Blue's face, brief and contained, gone almost as quickly as it appeared. That was when a hand landed on Ethan's shoulder, firm, controlled, intentional. "Dr. Coldwell," a voice said from behind him, smooth but edged with authority. "We're gonna need you to come with us." Ethan turned slowly. 4 men stood behind him, each dressed in tailored suits that did little to hide the fact that they were armed and prepared. Their presence wasn't loud, but it was unmistakable. Blue saw it, and something in him shifted. The man who had just carried Miguel Carlos out of a burning house gave way to something far more dangerous. The change was immediate, almost instinctive, like a switch had been flipped. He moved before the man holding Ethan could react. His hand clamped down on the man's wrist, fingers tightening with crushing force as he twisted sharply, driving the joint beyond its natural range. The break came with a sharp, unmistakable crack, followed instantly by a scream. "Keep your hands off the dock," Blue said, his voice low, controlled, and utterly without mercy. The others reacted, but too slowly. Blue stepped through them with brutal efficiency, his size and strength overwhelming as he drove into the second man, sending him backward before following through with a strike that dropped him hard to the ground. Jane was already in motion. The third man barely had time to reach for his weapon before she closed the distance, her movements precise and economical. She redirected his arm, stepped inside his balance, and brought him down in a controlled takedown that left him unable to recover. The fourth man responded with speed born of training. His pistol was out in an instant, the barrel rising and stopping just inches from Ethan's head. "Don't move," he said, his voice tight but disciplined. Ethan hadn't moved at all. To the man, he appeared to be the least threatening person in the group. That assumption didn't last. Ethan's eyes flicked once, calculating distance, angle, timing. Then his hand moved sharply, striking upward beneath the man's arm, targeting the brachial plexus with precise force. The effect was immediate. The man's arm went slack, the nerves momentarily disrupted, his grip failing as the pistol dipped uselessly. Ethan stepped back, calm even now. "It'll come back," he said evenly. "Buys a few seconds." The man stared at him, stunned, his voice unsteady. "A few seconds for what?" Ethan didn't answer directly. He didn't need to. Blue was already there. "For that," Ethan said quietly. Blue's fist connected with a force that snapped the man's head sideways, dropping him where he stood. For a brief moment, everything stilled. The only sound that remained was the crackle of the fire behind them. Jane's voice cut through it. "We need to move." Ethan nodded, already turning back to Miguel. "Help me get him up." Blue stepped in immediately, the transition from force to care as seamless as it was striking. He lifted Miguel Carlos with the same deliberate gentleness he had shown when pulling him from the fire, as if the destruction he had just unleashed belonged to a different person entirely. They moved with urgency now, working together to get Miguel into the car as the distant wail of sirens began to rise, growing louder with each passing second. Jane paused for just a moment before getting in, her eyes lingering on the house behind them. It was fully engulfed now, flames climbing higher, consuming what remained as thick smoke billowed into the night sky. Then she turned away. Blue slammed the door shut and pulled the car into motion, the tires gripping the pavement as they sped off into the darkness. Behind them, the first emergency vehicles turned onto the street, their flashing lights cutting through the smoke, illuminating the scene they were leaving behind. Chapter 6. Heat and Ashes. The drive didn't slow until they were several blocks removed from the fire, the glow of it fading in the rearview mirror as the sirens grew louder behind them, then gradually thinner, swallowed by distance. Inside the car, the tension remained, but it had shifted now from reaction to intent. Jane was the first to break the silence. "We don't have the luxury of waiting anymore," she said, her voice steady, already moving ahead of what had just happened. "If they made a move on Miguel, then this is accelerating, which means we need to accelerate with it." Ethan glanced back at Miguel Carlos, still unconscious but breathing more steadily now. "You're thinking Monte Cristo," he said. Jane nodded. "We need to see their setup before the auction. It's our best chance." She leaned slightly forward, her focus narrowing. "Once that event starts, security will tighten. Layers, redundancies, controlled access. We won't get near anything we actually need." Blue kept his eyes on the road, but he was listening. Jane continued, "If there are back rooms, storage areas, holding spaces for the pieces before they move, we need to know how to get in and out of them without being seen. That means layout, security patterns, entry points, all of it. We also need to deal with the new complication." Ethan's expression tightened slightly. "The complication?" Jane shook her head. You're the complication." He didn't argue. "Someone out there wants you," she said. "We don't know who yet, but they were willing to grab you in the middle of the street with a burning house as cover." She let that settle for a moment. "Your presence makes everything harder. You walk into that building, and we're not just dealing with security, we're dealing with whoever sent those men." Lucas leaned forward from the back seat, his tone shifting as if the weight of the situation hadn't fully registered, or maybe he just chose not to let it. "Good news," he said. "You don't need him." Jane glanced back at him. "I want to believe you, Lucas, but you aren't giving me much to work with. Explain." Lucas gave a small, confident grin. Blue and I have it covered. Blue didn't look over, but there was the faintest shift in his posture. Lucas continued, warming to it. We do a little recon, get eyes on the place, map what we can, maybe test a few doors, see how tight things really are. He shrugged. Simple. Jane studied him for a moment. Simple, she repeated. Yeah, Lucas said easily. And if things go sideways, he gestured toward Blue. I'm pretty confident I can run faster than him, so statistically speaking, I should be fine. Blue finally glanced at him. That's brave, he said flatly. Lucas nodded, completely unfazed. I've been told that. He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice just enough to make it sound like he was sharing something important. Also, the doc already explained something very useful to me. He pointed toward Ethan. If you're being interrogated by a professional, it's not a question of if you talk, it's when. Ethan closed his eyes briefly. Lucas continued, undeterred. So the key is not knowing anything worth saying. He tapped his temple. If they even look at me with an angry face, I'm giving them everything I've got. No holding out. I prefer to skip the painful part of the process entirely and just jump straight to the end. Blue stared at him for a beat. That's also brave, he said. Lucas nodded again, satisfied. I'm very comfortable with who I am. He leaned back in his seat. I'll leave all the heroic stuff to you. Despite everything, the corner of Jane's mouth almost moved. Almost. Ethan turned slightly in his seat, his tone more grounded now. Just be careful, he said. We don't know what we're walking into yet. Jane shook her head. They won't be walking into anything alone. She glanced at Blue, then back at Lucas. I'm coming with you. Backup. Lucas raised a finger. Support role, not backup. Backup sounds like you expect us to fail. Jane didn't dignify that with a response. She looked back at Ethan. You stay with Miguel. Keep him stable. If he wakes up, we need answers. Ethan nodded. Lucas reached down and pulled a worn backpack from the floor at his feet, slinging it over one shoulder with casual familiarity. It didn't look like much. No one ever really knew what was inside it. That was probably the point. He gave the strap a small tug to settle it into place, then looked between Jane and Blue with a grin that suggested he was far more excited than he should have been. All right, he said, let's go take a look behind the curtain. The event space stood in sharp contrast to the tension they had left behind. Bright lights, laughter, and the steady hum of families moving from exhibit to exhibit gave the place an almost festive atmosphere. Children darted between displays, parents followed with tired patience, and the entire scene carried the carefully constructed illusion of something safe, harmless, and public. Exactly the kind of place no one expected anything else to be happening. Jane stayed outside, positioned across the street with a clear line of sight to the main entrance. Her posture relaxed enough to blend in, but her attention locked on every person who came and went. Inside, Blue and Lucas moved with the crowd, neither drawing attention, though Blue's size made true anonymity impossible. Even so, he kept his shoulders slightly hunched, his presence dialed down as much as it could be. Just before they stepped fully onto the main floor, Lucas slowed slightly and slipped a hand into his backpack, rummaging for a moment before pulling something free. Without offering any explanation, he placed it squarely into Blue's hands. Blue looked down. It was a thick coloring book, the kind meant for young children, its cover filled with bright, cheerful ponies in exaggerated colors that seemed almost offensive against the more muted tones of the room around them. In Blue's massive grip, it looked even more absurd, like something that had no business existing anywhere near him. He stared at it, then lifted his eyes slowly toward Lucas. Trust me, Lucas said under his breath, his attention already shifting past Blue as he scanned the room, taking in movement, exits, and patterns. And whatever you do, don't speak. Blue didn't respond right away. His gaze moved from Lucas back down to the book, then up again, lingering this time as if weighing whether this was a terrible idea or an exceptionally terrible one. Lucas met his look and gave him a small, almost amused grin, the kind that suggested he was far more confident in this plan than he probably should have been. I'm serious, he added quietly. Not a word. Blue let out a slow breath through his nose, the kind that signaled reluctant acceptance more than agreement. After a moment, he adjusted his grip on the book, holding it with a stiffness that made it clear he was already regretting this. Without another word, they stepped forward together, blending into the flow of the room as Lucas continued to observe and Blue carried the most out-of-place prop imaginable. Lucas's eyes worked quickly, cataloging exits, sightlines, personnel. It didn't take long for him to spot what he was looking for. A customer service desk positioned near a side corridor, one that wasn't meant for public traffic. People with badges moved in and out through a secured door just beyond it, their access casual but controlled. That was the entry point. Lucas nudged Blue slightly. "There," he murmured, then straightened, his entire demeanor shifting in an instant. "Remember," he said under his breath, "don't talk." Blue gave the faintest nod. Lucas walked up to the desk with an easy, almost awkward energy, his posture just a touch uncertain, his expression open in a way that invited attention rather than suspicion. Two workers stood behind the counter, mid-conversation. One of them had just returned, setting down an unopened can of soda beside the register. "Perfect." "Hey, excuse me," Lucas said, his tone polite but slightly rushed, as if he were trying not to interrupt, but needed to anyway. "Can you help me out for a second?" The man behind the counter looked up, mildly confused. "Sure. What's up?" Lucas glanced at the soda, then back at him. "I'll give you $10 for that." The man blinked. "For the soda?" Lucas nodded quickly, already reaching into his pocket. "Yeah, $10, right now." The man looked at him like he was being pranked, his expression somewhere between suspicion and amusement. "Why?" Lucas hesitated just enough to sell it, then glanced back over his shoulder at Blue. Blue stood a few feet away, holding the coloring book. His face already starting to redden from the effort of staying quiet, his natural intensity simmering just beneath the surface. Lucas turned back, lowering his voice slightly, his expression shifting into something more vulnerable. "My brother," he said, nodding toward Blue. He's a vet. Took a pretty bad hit over there." He tapped the side of his head lightly. "He can't really talk anymore. Needs help with most things." The two workers exchanged a glance. Lucas pressed on, his voice softening, his composure cracking just enough to feel real. "I try to take care of him," he said. "Get him out of the house, keep things normal, you know?" He swallowed, letting his eyes glisten just slightly. But sometimes when his blood sugar drops, he gets upset. Behind him, Blue's face had gone a deeper shade of red, his jaw tightening as he stared at Lucas, clearly not enjoying any part of this. Lucas glanced back again, just briefly, then leaned in a little closer to the counter. "He doesn't mean it," he said, his voice wavering. "He really doesn't, but sometimes he gets frustrated and—" He let the sentence trail off, shaking his head. "I just need something quick to keep him steady. It's hard when he gets physical." The workers looked past him again. Blue stood there, massive, silent, his expression tense enough to sell the entire story without a single word. The coloring book in his hands only made it more convincing. Lucas wiped at his eye quickly as if embarrassed. "I even got him a new coloring book," he added, forcing a small, hopeful smile, trying to keep him occupied. The woman behind the counter softened immediately, her expression shifting from curiosity to concern. She looked at her coworker. "Just give him the soda," she said quietly. The man hesitated for only a second before picking up the can and handing it over. Lucas brightened instantly, relief washing over his face as he handed over the $10 bill. "Thank you," he said, genuine warmth in his voice now. "Really, thank you." The man took the money, still a little unsure, but the woman stepped around the counter before he could say anything else, gently taking the bill from his hand and pressing it back into Lucas's palm. "You keep that," she said, her voice kind but firm. Before Lucas could protest, she pulled him into a brief, unexpected hug. "It's a lot," she added softly. "What you're doing for him." Lucas froze for half a second, then awkwardly returned it just enough to stay in character. "Yeah," he said quietly, "I'm trying." She pulled back, then turned toward Blue. Her expression shifted, not unkind, but more direct now. "Sir," she said, her tone carrying both appreciation and quiet authority, "thank you for your service." Blue blinked once, clearly unsure how to respond without speaking. "But that doesn't give you the right," she continued, "to take your frustrations out on someone who's clearly doing everything he can to take care of you." Lucas kept his face perfectly composed. "Barely. You should appreciate him," she added, "not make things harder for him." Blue stood there, silent, holding a pony coloring book, His face still flushed, his expression caught somewhere between confusion, irritation, and the overwhelming effort not to break character. Lucas reached back and gently took the soda from the counter, turning it in his hand like it was the most important thing in the world. "Come on, big guy," he said softly to Blue, nodding toward the secured hallway. "Let's go sit down for a minute. I've got you a drink. We can even put it in your special cup while you work on your pony picture." Blue didn't say a word. He just followed. Blue held it together as they made their way back through the building, moving past the soft noise of families and the glow of the exhibits as though nothing had happened. From the outside, he looked composed, steady even, but there was a tightness in his shoulders, a controlled restraint that suggested something very different just beneath the surface. He didn't speak, didn't react, and Lucas, for once, had the sense not to push it. That restraint lasted exactly as long as it took to reach the parking lot. The moment the doors closed behind them and the noise of the event faded, the tension in Blue finally surfaced. He slowed, then stopped, turning toward Lucas with a look that made his intentions unmistakably clear. His hands flexed slightly at his sides, his jaw set, his expression carrying the weight of someone who had endured just enough and no more. Jane, already waiting nearby, straightened from where she had been leaning against the car, her attention sharpening as she took in the scene. She didn't intervene immediately. Lucas, however, recognized the situation instantly. He raised a hand, stepping back just enough to create a sliver of distance, his expression shifting into something cautious but still carrying that familiar edge of confidence. "Before you know," he began, glancing briefly at Blue's hands, "decide to physically correct my behavior and slap the stupid off my face." Blue didn't move. If anything, the silence made it worse. "You should probably consider two important things," Lucas continued, his tone tightening just enough to suggest he wasn't entirely joking anymore. There was a pause, long enough to matter. Then Lucas reached into his pocket and pulled out the $10 bill, holding it up between his fingers so it caught the light. "First," he said, a hint of satisfaction creeping in despite the situation, "we've got a clean set of fingerprints from 2 of the staff." The words didn't immediately calm Blue, but they did interrupt the momentum. Lucas pressed forward, not giving him time to respond. Reaching into his other pocket, he produced a badge, still clipped, still intact, and held it up alongside the bill. "And second," he added, "we've got access." Blue's expression shifted, the anger still there but now tempered by understanding. His eyes moved from the badge to Lucas, narrowing slightly as the realization set in. Lucas gave a small, almost proud shrug. "Picked it up when she hugged me," he said, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. Then, unable to help himself, he added, "I really like huggers." For a moment, Blue just stared at him, the earlier tension now caught between irritation and reluctant acknowledgement. The edge hadn't disappeared entirely, but it had dulled enough to keep him from following through on what he had clearly intended. That was when Jane stepped in. She crossed the space between them with an easy, unhurried confidence, placing a light hand on Blue's shoulder, the gesture simple but grounding. "Breathe," she said calmly, her tone steady and unbothered. "He's a handful." Blue exhaled slowly, some of the tension finally easing from his posture. Jane didn't linger there. Her attention had already shifted forward, focused on what came next rather than what had just happened. As she moved past him, she casually took the coloring book from his hands, tucking it under her arm without a second thought. In the same fluid motion, she collected the $10 bill and the badge from Lucas, giving each a quick, assessing glance before slipping them away. "But he has his uses," she added, almost as an afterthought. Lucas straightened slightly at that, clearly pleased. Jane was already walking back toward the building. "Okay, boys, you stay here. It's my turn to do some recon." Behind her, Blue shook his head once, the last of his frustration fading into something quieter, more controlled. Lucas fell into step a moment later, glancing up at him with a cautious, hopeful expression. Jane didn't return immediately, and for a while the parking lot settled into a quiet stillness that felt almost out of place after everything that had happened. Blue leaned against the car, his earlier irritation fully cooled, while Lucas paced in small, restless loops, replaying his own performance with quiet satisfaction. The noise from the event drifted faintly through the doors behind them, a reminder that inside, everything still appeared normal. When Jane finally stepped out, there was no urgency in her movement, no sign that anything had gone wrong. If anything, she looked more composed than when she had gone in, which told them everything they needed to know before she even spoke. "I got what we needed," she said as she approached, slipping into the car with practiced ease. Lucas turned slightly in his seat, curiosity getting the better of him. "And that includes?" "Everything that matters," Jane replied, her tone even as she began laying it out. "Security layout, access points, camera placements, rotation schedules. There are 2 viable routes to the back rooms, one of which cycles through a temporary blind spot every 11 minutes. She paused briefly before adding, "And I confirmed where they're staging the pieces before the auction." Blue gave a small nod, absorbing it. Jane continued, almost as an afterthought. "I returned the badge to the service desk on my way out. No reason to leave a loose end that draws attention." Lucas leaned back, clearly impressed despite himself. "Efficient!" Jane ignored the comment and shifted gears. "Raman's assistant called while I was inside. The auction has been moved up. It's tomorrow, during the last portion of the community exhibit." Her eyes moved between them, which means whatever is going to happen, happens then. That was enough to send them moving again. By the time they returned to the hotel, the atmosphere had shifted. The tension that had filled the space earlier had given way to something quieter, more grounded, though not entirely free of unease. Miguel Carlos was awake now, propped carefully against the headboard, his face still bruised but his eyes alert. His wife sat close beside him, her relief evident in the way she watched him, as though afraid he might disappear if she looked away. Ethan stood nearby, listening as Miguel spoke, his voice rough but steady enough to carry the truth of what had happened. "They came in fast," Miguel said, wincing slightly as he adjusted his position. "Knew exactly what they were looking for. They kept asking about the trunk." He shook his head faintly. "I told them I didn't have it. Told them I didn't know where it was." His wife leaned forward, her voice quiet but certain. "I never told him," she admitted. "We took it with us when we left. It's here, but I didn't think to tell Mikkel." Lucas, lingering near the door, let out a low breath as the pieces clicked into place. "Well," he said, rubbing the back of his neck, "that explains the enthusiasm." Miguel gave a faint, tired smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. They weren't interested in explanations. Lucas stretched then, rolling his shoulders as the fatigue he had been ignoring finally caught up with him. "All right," he said, already backing toward the bathroom. "I'm going to grab a shower and crash. Being this useful all day is exhausting." The door closed behind him, and for a few minutes the room returned to its quieter rhythm, voices low, plans forming, each of them already thinking ahead to the next move. When the bathroom door opened again, Lucas stepped out looking far more relaxed, a towel draped loosely around his neck, his posture loose in a way that suggested he had already mentally checked out for the night. That calm lasted only a heartbeat. Then his entire expression changed. He froze mid-step, his body going rigid as confusion gave way to dawning realization. A second passed, then another, and then the reaction hit all at once. A sharp, strangled sound broke from him as he doubled slightly, his hands hovering uncertainly as panic surged in. What is?" he started, his voice climbing quickly as comprehension set in. "It burns. Why does it burn?" Ethan looked up, already seeing where this was going. Jane pressed her lips together, trying to hold her composure. Lucas staggered a step, his voice rising into full-blown outrage. "Why would you put it in my underwear?" he demanded, the words tumbling over themselves. "And why? Why in the name of all things holy? Why would you put it in the front?" That was the breaking point. Ethan turned away, laughter escaping despite his best effort to contain it, while Jane held on for only a moment longer before giving in, the tension of the night finally cracking. Across the room, Blue moved with deliberate calm, reaching for the small jar in his bag and lifting it just enough to display the label. "Satan's Hinny," he said, his tone carrying a quiet satisfaction that made the entire situation worse for Lucas. Blue set the jar back down with care, folding his arms as he watched Lucas unravel. "I'd explain how to make it stop," he added, his voice steady, almost thoughtful, "but I'm, He gave a small, deliberate pause. Brain damaged and unable to communicate. Lucas stared at him, the betrayal settling in layers. Then the panic surged again, sharper this time. "It's worse," he said, his voice breaking as he paced in tight, frantic movements. "It's getting worse. I need water." "Don't use water," Ethan managed between laughs, barely holding it together. Lucas stopped mid-step, turning toward him with wide, desperate eyes. "Why not?" "Because it makes it worse," Ethan said, now openly laughing. Lucas looked at him, then at Jane, his expression equal parts disbelief and accusation. "You're all terrible people." Jane pushed herself up then, still smiling despite the chaos as she stepped in, her tone shifting back to something practical. "All right, stop moving," she said, reaching out to steady him. "You're making it worse." He didn't stop until she caught his arm. "Lucas?" That got his attention. "You need oil," she said, her voice calm and direct. "Not water, something to break it down, and stop touching it." Lucas blinked at her, the information cutting through the panic just enough to register. "Why wouldn't you lead with that?" he demanded, already shifting direction toward the bathroom again. Ethan leaned back in his chair, still laughing, while Blue remained where he was, arms crossed, watching the entire scene with quiet satisfaction. For once, Lucas's quick wit had caught up with him, and his mouth had written a bill he was finally being forced to pay. Chapter 7. Art Appreciation. Breakfast had done what it was meant to do, at least on the surface. The children laughed more than they had the night before, their attention caught between syrup-drenched plates and Lucas's exaggerated retelling of how he had once single-handedly survived a 26-hour delayed flight and had to live for 2 days in the airport. Their mother smiled when she thought no one was looking, the kind of smile that tried to convince itself everything would settle if given enough time. Even Mr. Carlos, still moving carefully from the previous day's bruises, managed to sit upright and engage, though his eyes wandered often. For a brief hour, it felt like normal. That illusion fractured the moment the elevator doors opened onto their floor. Jane noticed it first. The hallway carried a subtle wrongness, the kind that did not shout but pressed quietly against instinct. A housekeeping cart sat unattended near the far wall, linens draped loosely as though someone had stepped away mid-task. One of the neighboring doors was not fully closed, the latch resting just shy of catching. Nothing dramatic, nothing that would alarm a casual passerby, but enough to pull Jane's attention tight. She slowed. Ethan caught the shift in her stride. "What is it?" Her eyes moved once down the length of the corridor, then back to their door. A faint scrape marked the handle, a thin line of metal exposed where the finish had been disturbed. "Stay behind me," she said, her voice low but firm. Blue stepped forward without hesitation, placing himself between the group and the door as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Lucas followed more quietly than usual, the absence of commentary saying more than any joke could have. The children drew closer to their parents, sensing the change even if they did not understand it. Blue reached the door and paused, listening, his hand hovering for a fraction longer than necessary before turning the handle. The room beyond had been torn apart. Drawers lay scattered across the floor, their contents spilled in careless heaps. The mattress had been dragged half off the frame, sheets twisted and pulled loose. Suitcases gaped open, clothing tossed aside with impatient hands. A lamp had been knocked over, its shade crushed beneath a heavy footprint that had no concern for what it destroyed in the process. Mrs. Carlos let out a small broken sound, her hand rising instinctively to her mouth. "No, no, no." Ethan moved inside, his gaze sweeping across the damage, not lingering on the mess, but on the pattern beneath it. This was not random, it was directed, purposeful. Someone had been searching, and they had not bothered to hide it. "Other room," Jane said. Lucas crossed the hall without waiting, pushing into the second room. A beat passed, then his voice carried back, stripped of its usual lightness. "Yeah, they didn't play favorites." Blue stepped further in, crouching near one of the overturned suitcases. He lifted a shirt, then let it fall, his expression tightening. "They were in a hurry." "They knew exactly what they were looking for," Ethan replied. Mrs. Carlos turned to him, panic rising now that the reality had settled in. "The page? Ethan, the page?" Jane stepped in, her voice steady, almost disarmingly calm. "It's all right." The certainty in her tone cut through the room, not dismissing the fear but containing it. Mrs. Carlos stared at her. "How can you say that? Look at this. They took everything apart." "They didn't find what they came for," Jane said. Ethan glanced at her, reading the quiet confidence beneath her words. "You moved it." Jane met his look for a moment, then gave the smallest nod. "Yeah, I thought it wise." Lucas let out a breath, running a hand through his hair as he leaned against the doorframe. "Of course you did. I swear, if there's ever a world championship for thinking 3 steps ahead, you're taking gold." Blue rose to his feet, his eyes scanning the room once more. "They'll figure it out, that we still have it." "Yes," Jane said, "but for now they don't know where we hid it." Mrs. Carlos tightened her grip on her husband's arm. "Then we shouldn't go. If they're willing to do this, what happens when they see us again?" Ethan softened slightly as he stepped closer. If they wanted to take it by force, they would have stayed. This was a search, not a confrontation. They're being careful. Lucas lifted a brow. "Careful doesn't feel like the right word." "In public, it is," Jane replied. "The event changes things. There are too many people, too much attention. They can't afford to make a scene." She moved slowly through the room, righting a chair as she spoke, her composure steadying the space in a way that words alone could not. "Which means they'll adjust. They'll try something smarter." Blue folded his arms, his stance firm. "Then we don't give them the chance." "We don't hide," Jane corrected. "We stay visible. We make them react to us." Mr. Carlos spoke quietly, his voice carrying the weight of someone who had already seen what these people were capable of. "You're saying this isn't over?" Ethan met his gaze. "No, we're just getting started." Silence settled over the room again, heavier now, grounded in understanding rather than shock. Mrs. Carlos looked between them, her fear still present but no longer uncontained. "And the page?" Jane's expression did not change. "It's safe." There was nothing more to it, no explanation, no gesture toward where or how, just certainty. Blue gave a slight nod, accepting that answer without question. Lucas pushed off the doorframe, exhaling slowly. "All right, so we clean up the mess? Pretend we're not walking into something complicated and go to a very public event where people who just tore apart our rooms might be waiting." Ethan glanced at him. "When you say it like that," Lucas shrugged faintly, "just making sure we're all on the same page." Jane allowed the smallest hint of a smile, though it did not reach her eyes. "We are." She turned toward the door, her focus already shifting forward. "Get ready," she said. "We don't have much time." Outside, the city carried on as if nothing had happened. Inside, among the scattered belongings and broken order, the direction had been set. The search was over. The next move would not be made in the shadows. Mrs. Carlos hesitated near the edge of the overturned room, her hands still clasped together as if she were holding herself in place. The initial shock had settled into something quieter now, something more deliberate. She looked between Ethan and Jane, then to Blue and Lucas, as though weighing whether she had any right to ask what came next. "Is there anything we can do?" she said finally. "We don't want to just stand by while all of this keeps happening." Ethan studied her for a moment, not dismissing the question, but considering it carefully. His eyes drifted briefly to the children, who had begun to hover closer together, their earlier energy replaced by a cautious silence. Then he looked back at her. "Do your kids like art?" he asked. The question seemed to catch her off guard. She blinked. "Art?" Ethan gave a small, almost apologetic nod. "Paintings, exhibits, that kind of thing." She glanced down at her children, then back up with a faint, uncertain smile. "Not particularly. I don't think they've had much exposure to it." Ethan's expression softened. "Then today's as good a time as any to change that." Lucas shifted slightly, folding his arms as if settling into a role he had not quite agreed to, but would play anyway. "Yeah, nothing like a little art appreciation mixed in with mild danger," he muttered under his breath. Jane shot him a look, though there was no real bite behind it. "They'll be fine." The little girl tugged gently on Lucas's sleeve, pulling his attention down to her level. Her voice carried a small but determined reminder, cutting through the tension that had settled over the room. "You said I was going to get a coloring book." Lucas blinked, then smiled, the kind of smile that came easily when he let himself forget everything else for a second. He crouched slightly so he was closer to her eye level. "Hey," he said, as if the promise had never been in question. "I did say that, didn't I?" She nodded firmly. "Then don't worry," he continued, tapping a finger lightly against the side of his head. "I've got a memory like a steel trap. You're getting a coloring book." Her expression brightened just enough to push back some of the fear lingering in the room. "What kind?" she asked. Lucas pretended to think very seriously about it, his gaze drifting upward. "Well, that depends. You more of a animals person, or castles and knights, or abstract masterpieces that critics argue about for 100 years?" She scrunched her face slightly at the last option. "Animals. Animals it is," he said, nodding with full confidence. "Best ones we can find." The boy, who had been quiet up until now, looked up at Blue. "Do you like art?" Blue glanced down at him, considering the question a moment longer than usual. "Yeah," he said at last, his tone measured. "I just tend to like the kind you don't have to hang on a wall." The boy tilted his head. "What do you mean?" Blue gave a small shrug. "Keeping it simple. Up in the air, you see things most people don't. Sun coming up over the horizon, cities lit up at night, mountains cutting through the clouds." He nodded slightly. "That kind of view sticks with you." He paused, then added a little softer, "But that doesn't mean the other stuff isn't good too, just different." The boy considered that answer, then nodded as if it were perfectly reasonable. Jane watched the exchange for a moment, her expression softening in a way that rarely showed when things were in motion. Then she turned her attention back to the adults. "We'll keep things simple," she said. "You stay with us. Stay close. Blend in with the crowd." Mrs. Carlos nodded slowly, some of the tension easing now that there was something concrete to hold on to. "We can do that." Mr. Carlos straightened slightly, wincing just a little as he did. "And if something happens," Ethan met his eyes, "then we handle it." He then pointed to Blue. "Or more accurately, he does. I have a strong suspicion you'll be left alone." There was no bravado in the statement, only quiet certainty. Mikkel took another look at Blue, his head raising slightly to appreciate his size. He nodded as if that was good enough for him. Lucas stood back up, brushing his hands together as if closing the moment. "All right then, field trip to the world of fine art, complete with educational materials and possibly the best coloring book this city has to offer." He glanced toward Jane. "You think the gift shop opens early?" Jane's lips curved faintly. "It will today." Blue moved toward the door, already shifting into motion. "We shouldn't linger." Ethan gave the room one last look, the disarray now just background to something much larger unfolding. "No," he agreed, "we shouldn't." As they began to gather themselves, stepping out of the wreckage and into whatever waited beyond it, the little girl slipped her hand into Lucas's. He glanced down at her, then ahead again, his usual humor still there but quieter now, steadier. "All right," he said, "let's go get you that coloring book." The event had already drawn a crowd by the time they arrived. The street outside the exhibit hall was alive with movement, a steady stream of well-dressed patrons, curious onlookers, and staff moving with practiced efficiency between velvet-lined entrances and temporary security posts. Banners hung from the building's facade, their fabric shifting gently in the breeze, each one announcing the significance of what lay inside. There was an energy to it, something refined on the surface but restless underneath, as if the entire space knew it was hosting something far more important than it appeared. Ethan paused just long enough at the entrance to take it in. They didn't hold back. "No," Jane said quietly. "They didn't." Jane's gaze swept the perimeter, not lingering on the art or the people, but on the details others ignored. The positioning of security, the rhythm of the crowd, the small gaps where someone could move unseen if they knew how to look for them. Lucas adjusted his jacket, glancing down at the little girl beside him. "All right," he said lightly. "Rule number 1 of fancy events. Try to look like you're having more fun than everyone else." She smiled up at him. "I'm already doing that." "Good," he said. "See, you're a natural." They moved inside. The interior opened into a wide, polished hall, the air cool and carefully controlled. Soft lighting cast a deliberate glow over glass cases and framed works, each piece given space to breathe, to be admired. Conversations drifted through the room in low tones, a mixture of languages and accents that spoke to the international draw of the exhibit. And waiting just beyond the initial entry stood Raman. composed, immaculate. A man who seemed less like he belonged to the crowd and more like he had shaped it. His dark suit was tailored to perfection, his posture relaxed but intentional, and his eyes missed nothing. "Jane," he said as they approached, a faint smile forming as though this meeting had been inevitable. "You're right on time," Jane returned the smile, though hers carried a sharper edge beneath it. "Wouldn't want to miss it." Raman's gaze shifted briefly to Ethan, then to the rest of the group, assessing without appearing to do so. "And you've brought guests." "Family friends," Ethan said smoothly. "Of course," Raman replied, as if the answer had been expected. He gestured slightly. Whoa, and two members of his crew stepped subtly into view behind him, blending into the background, but clearly positioned with purpose. "The exhibit is open to the public for now," Raman continued. "Later, it becomes more exclusive." Lucas leaned in just slightly toward Ethan. "I always love when people say things like that. Really sets the tone." Ethan ignored him, his attention still on Raman. "We'll take a look around." "I insist," Raman said, stepping aside with a polite inclination of his head. "Enjoy yourselves." Jane held his gaze for a moment longer than necessary, something unspoken passing between them, then turned away. "Stay close," she said quietly to the group. Mrs. Carlos nodded, guiding her children gently toward the first section of the exhibit. The shift from tension to curiosity came slowly, but it came. The glass cases drew the children in, their attention caught by colors, shapes, and objects that felt both distant and strangely alive. The little girl tugged at Lucas's hand again. "Are these real?" Lucas glanced down at a display, then back at her. "Very real, which means no touching unless you want a very serious conversation with someone in a suit." She nodded solemnly, clasping her hands behind her back as she leaned closer to look. Ethan and Blue lingered just behind, their presence quiet but constant. Jane moved alongside Mrs. Carlos, her tone casual, almost conversational. "It's a good exhibit," she said. "They've done a nice job making it accessible." Mrs. Carlos gave a small, distracted nod, her eyes still scanning the room in a way that suggested she hadn't fully let her guard down. "It's beautiful," she admitted. "I didn't expect all of this." Across the hall, Raman stood where they had left him, his expression composed as ever, though his attention had not strayed far. His crew moved subtly, adjusting positions, watching, waiting. The exhibit carried on around them, a carefully curated world of history and beauty. The transition from the public exhibit to something more controlled did not happen all at once. It began with a suggestion. Raman approached them again as they moved deeper into the exhibit, his presence as composed as ever, his timing precise. "There will be a more private viewing shortly," he said to Ethan and Jane, his tone low enough not to carry. "For those with a professional interest." Ethan nodded once, as if the invitation had been expected. Jane's attention flicked briefly to Mrs. Carlos. "You should take your time out here," Jane said, her voice light, almost casual. "There's a lot to see." Mrs. Carlos hesitated, glancing between them in the direction Raman had come from. "We should stay together." "You'll be fine," Ethan said gently. "We'll just be a few rooms away." The children were already drifting toward a nearby display, their earlier unease steadily giving way to curiosity. The little girl pointed at a brightly colored piece behind glass, her voice full of quiet excitement as she tried to guess what it was. Lucas crouched beside her again. "That," he said with exaggerated confidence, "is clearly a very important thing." She looked at him skeptically. "You don't know what it is." "Of course I do," he replied. "I just don't want to ruin the mystery." She smiled despite herself. Jane stepped closer to Mrs. Carlos, her voice dropping just slightly. "Stay in the main areas, don't follow anyone you don't recognize, and don't forget the little girl's coloring book." The phrasing lingered again, just enough to feel intentional. Mrs. Carlos frowned faintly, as if trying to place why it sounded different this time. "I won't," she said, though her eyes searched Jane's for a fraction longer than necessary. Jane gave a small nod, then stepped back. Blue lingered a moment, his gaze moving between Ethan and the family. "I'll stay out here," he said. Ethan met his eyes and gave a subtle nod in return. No argument, no discussion, just understanding. Lucas straightened, brushing his hands together. "All right," he said to the kids. "You've got Blue as your personal security detail. Try not to make him work too hard." The boy looked up at Blue. "Do we get to pick where we go?" Blue shrugged once. "You get to look. I decide where we stand." The boy seemed satisfied with that arrangement. Mrs. Carlos took a breath, steadying herself, then placed a hand lightly on each of her children's shoulders. "Stay close," she said softly. With that, the group split. The family moved deeper into the public exhibit, blending into the flow of visitors, their path guided by curiosity and quiet instruction. Blue stayed just behind them, never intrusive, never far, his presence a constant that did not need to be acknowledged to be felt. Ethan watched them go for a moment, then turned back to Raman. "We're ready," he said. Raman inclined his head slightly. "This way." The path to the private viewing was deliberately unremarkable. A side corridor, a subtle shift in lighting, a pair of attendants who acknowledged Raman without drawing attention to the fact that they had done so. The sounds of the public exhibit faded behind them, replaced by something quieter, more deliberate. When they entered the room, the difference was immediate. This was not a place for wandering. The space was smaller, more contained, the lighting warmer and more focused. Conversations were low, measured, each one carrying weight. There were no children here, no casual observers. Every person in the room had come with intent. Buyers, authenticators, people who evaluated history in terms of value. Ethan slowed just enough to take it in. "Monte Cristo," he murmured. Jane followed his gaze. The group stood near the center, composed of men and women who looked exactly like what they were. Professionals, well-dressed, self-assured, engaged in quiet discussions that revolved around provenance, authenticity, and acquisition. One man adjusted his glasses as he leaned over a document, speaking in a tone that suggested deep familiarity. A woman beside him took notes with precise efficiency, her attention sharp but controlled. There was nothing overtly sinister about them. No raised voices, no aggressive posture, just a collection of individuals who understood the business of rare things. Jane leaned slightly closer, his voice low. "I was expecting, I don't know, more edge." Ethan's attention remained on the group, his gaze steady as he took in the room without appearing to study it too closely. "Profit doesn't need edge," he said quietly, "just opportunity." Jane didn't respond right away. Her focus had already shifted, drawn to something just beyond the main cluster of buyers and authenticators. At first glance, the man blended in seamlessly. His suit matched the tone of the room, his posture composed, his presence deliberately unremarkable. The kind of person most would overlook, simply because there was nothing about him that asked to be noticed. But he wasn't participating. He wasn't engaged in conversation, nor was he examining the displays with the practiced interest of a buyer or expert. Instead, he watched. His gaze moved in short, controlled sweeps, never settling long enough to draw attention, yet never unfocused. He tracked the room the way someone did when they weren't there for the art at all. Entrances, exits, movement, people. Jane's eyes met his for the briefest fraction of a second. He didn't react. That, more than anything, confirmed it. Ethan followed her line of sight without turning his head, his voice low enough to remain between them. "You see him?" "Yes," Jane replied, just as quietly. A moment passed. "That's not a buyer," Ethan said. "No," Jane answered. "It's not." The realization settled between them without urgency, but not without weight. Whoever the man was, he didn't belong to the flow of the room. He existed just outside it, placed rather than invited, his presence too deliberate to be incidental. Across the room, Roman stepped into view near the central display, and the shift was immediate, though subtle. Conversations adjusted, postures straightened, attention recalibrated without needing direction. The room oriented itself around him with quiet efficiency. But the man at the edge didn't move. He remained exactly where he was, watching. Beyond the walls of the private room, the public exhibit carried on as if nothing had shifted. Families moved from piece to piece, voices rising and falling in easy conversation. Somewhere in the distance, a child asked a question about something bright behind glass, her curiosity untouched by the undercurrent building elsewhere. The shift in tone came quickly. What had been a controlled room of measured voices and quiet analysis tightened into something sharper the moment the final conclusion settled. The murmurs did not rise into chaos, but they changed in character. Conversations shortened. Eyes lingered longer. Decisions were being made. The private viewing room carried a different kind of silence than the public exhibit outside. It was quieter, but not calmer. Conversations were kept low, movements measured, every gesture deliberate. The sketches rested beneath glass at the center of the room, lit with careful precision, as if the light itself had been calibrated to enhance their importance. Around them stood a small circle of buyers and their chosen experts, each keeping a respectful distance while quietly assessing both the work and one another. Jane stood just behind Ethan, her posture relaxed, her expression neutral, but her attention moved constantly. She noted who leaned in too quickly, who held back, who watched the room instead of the pages. It was never just about the art in rooms like this. Roman approached the display with an ease that drew subtle shifts in posture from those nearby. He did not rush, nor did he hesitate. He simply arrived, and the space adjusted around him. "Dr. Coldwell," he said, his tone smooth, though there was something deliberate in the way he used the name. "I would value your opinion." The request carried just enough volume to reach beyond their immediate circle. A ripple of murmurs followed almost instantly. Ethan did not react to the attention. He stepped forward without hesitation, his focus settling on the sketches beneath the glass. For a moment, he said nothing. He simply observed. The pages were arranged with care, each one angled slightly, allowing for a clear view of the line work, the structure, the intention behind the strokes. At first glance, they were convincing. More than convincing. They carried the confidence of something meant to withstand scrutiny. Ethan leaned in slightly, his eyes narrowing as he studied the details. His hand hovered just above the glass, not touching, but tracing the composition in the air as though following the artist's original movement. He shifted his angle once, then again adjusting for the light, for the shadow within the ink itself. Time stretched. The room waited. When he finally straightened, his expression remained composed. "It's a forgery," he said. The words landed without force, but they cut through the room all the same. The murmuring returned, louder now, sharper, no longer contained. One of the buyers exchanged a quick glance with his authenticator. Another leaned closer to the glass as if proximity alone might change what had just been said. From the edge of the group, a voice broke through. "That's not possible." The man who had been circling stepped forward at last, his presence now fully claimed. His suit was immaculate, his posture controlled, his expression composed but tightening at the edges. He had been watching the entire time, not the sketches, but the people. "You're mistaken," he continued, his tone firm, or worse, deliberately misleading. Ethan turned his head slightly, acknowledging him without giving the accusation weight. "I'm neither," he said. Roman's gaze remained on Ethan, unshaken by the tension building around them. "How do you know?" he asked. Ethan looked back to the sketches, his voice calm, measured, but now carrying a quiet authority that drew the room in. "The structure is wrong," he began. "Not obviously. That's what makes it effective. Leonardo's early anatomical sketches, particularly those from Florence, show a progression in line confidence. Even when he's uncertain, there's a fluidity to the stroke. Here, he gestured lightly toward one of the pages. The hesitation is manufactured. It's placed where it should be, but it doesn't behave naturally across the composition." He shifted slightly, pointing to another detail. "The spacing is also off. Leonardo used compression in areas of focus and loosened his hand elsewhere. These pages maintain too much consistency. It's disciplined in a way he wasn't at that stage." A few of the authenticators leaned in closer now, their skepticism shifting into something more analytical. "The ink composition is another issue," Ethan continued. "It's close, very close, but the saturation pattern suggests a modern recreation of period materials rather than true aging. You can see it in the way the ink settles into the fibers. It lacks the irregular diffusion you would expect over time." The room had grown still again. Even the man who had challenged him said nothing. "And finally," Ethan said, his tone tightening just slightly, "there's intent. Leonardo's sketches weren't just technical exercises. They were explorations. There's a curiosity in his work, an inconsistency that reflects thought and motion. These are resolved. Too resolved. They look like someone recreating brilliance, not discovering it." Silence followed, then movement. One of the other authenticators stepped forward, adjusting his glasses as he leaned over the display. Another joined him, then a third. They began to examine the pages with new eyes, tracing the lines, shifting their angles, testing Ethan's claims against their own expertise. One of them let out a quiet breath. "The line pressure," he murmured. "He's right." Another nodded slowly. "And the ink? I didn't see it at first." A third gave a small, almost reluctant shake of his head. "Extraordinary work," he said. "Truly, whoever did this, nearly perfect." "But not perfect," the first added. They straightened one by one, the conclusions settling across the group not as a debate but as a realization. "Forgeries," one of them said. Roman's expression did not change immediately, but something in his posture shifted, the ease giving way to something colder. He turned his attention toward the man who had spoken earlier, the one who had now stepped fully into the center of the room. "The Monte Cristo group assured me of authenticity," Roman said, his voice calm, but carrying a weight that pressed against the silence. "I made commitments based on that assurance." The man held his ground, though the certainty in his expression had begun to fracture. "There must be an error," he said. "We verified." "You verified incorrectly," Roman cut in, his tone still controlled but no longer accommodating. His gaze hardened, not raised, not loud, but unmistakable. At the edge of the group, another man stepped forward. He was wearing a badge that read, "Head of Security." He had not spoken until now. His presence carried authority without announcement, the kind that did not need introduction because it was already understood. His suit was immaculate, his posture exact, and when he spoke, the room adjusted around him. "That will be enough," he said. The authenticators stepped back slightly, not out of fear, but out of submission. His gaze settled on Ethan, then Jane. "Hold them." The words were simple. Two men moved immediately. No hesitation, no visible aggression, just efficiency. Ethan did not resist as they approached. Jane didn't either. There was no struggle, no raised voice, only the quiet understanding that this was part of the game moving into its next phase. Ethan glanced once at Jane as his hands were pulled behind his back. She gave the slightest nod. They were separated from the room without spectacle, guided through the same controlled corridors but in the opposite direction, deeper into the building where the lighting grew colder and the walls less decorative. The door shut behind them with a dull, final sound. The room they were brought into was functional. No art, no pretense. Just a table, a few chairs, and the kind of emptiness that suggested it was used only when necessary. Their wrists were secured behind them with a practiced efficiency that spoke to routine rather than urgency, the metal tightening just enough to remind them it was there without drawing attention to itself. The search that followed was not rushed nor careless. It unfolded with a quiet, methodical precision, each movement deliberate, each step thorough. Pockets were turned out, jackets opened and checked along the seams, shoes examined with more care than most people would ever notice. Nothing was overlooked, nothing dismissed as unimportant. It was the kind of search designed not just to find something, but to confirm with certainty when nothing was there. When it was finished, the room settled into a brief, expectant stillness. The man from the exhibit entered without announcement, closing the door behind him with a soft, controlled motion that seemed louder in the silence that followed. Two others remained positioned near the edges of the room, their presence unobtrusive but unmistakable, the kind of men who did not need to move to exert pressure on a space. He did not take a seat. Instead, he remained standing, allowing the imbalance to settle naturally, his gaze moving between Ethan and Jane as though measuring not just their reactions, but their restraint. "I'll keep this simple," he said, his voice even, stripped of excess, but carrying the weight of someone accustomed to being listened to. "We've had eyes on you since you entered the parking lot." Ethan did not respond. He sat as he always did when confronted, composed, still, his attention focused without appearing defensive. "Cameras," the man continued, pacing a slow step across the room as he spoke. "Entry points, hallways, the public floor, private access corridors. Every movement you made has been recorded, every interaction observed." He let that settle before continuing, his tone tightening just slightly. "You didn't arrive here by accident." The man let the statement hang for a moment, not as an accusation shouted in anger, but as a conclusion he expected them to understand without resistance. Jane shifted slightly in her chair, the movement controlled and unhurried, her expression steady, almost bored in a way that made it difficult to tell whether she was dismissing him or simply waiting. "And yet," she said, her voice calm, carrying just enough edge to matter, "you're still trying to figure out why we're here." He didn't react to that, at least not outwardly. If anything, it seemed to confirm something for him. "We know who you're connected to," he said, his attention moving between them again. "The Carlos family doesn't suddenly gain access to something like this without help, and they don't bring in outside experts unless they're told to." His gaze settled more firmly on Ethan now. "You arrived with Raman. You were brought in as his authenticators." A slight pause. "So the question becomes very simple." He took a step closer, not abrupt, but deliberate enough to narrow the space between them. "Is he part of this?" he asked, his tone tightening just slightly. "Or are you operating around him?" The room seemed to compress around the question, the weight of it settling in a way that made it clear this was no longer about surface-level suspicion. "So I'm going to ask you once," he said, his voice lowering just enough to draw the room in around it. "Where are the sketches?" The silence that followed was not empty. It stretched, deliberate, measured, as though both sides understood that what came next would define the direction of everything that followed. Then the door opened again. Lucas walked in first, hands bound behind him, his expression somewhere between annoyed and curious. Blue followed, his presence filling the doorway before stepping inside, his own wrists secured but his posture unchanged, as if the restraints were a minor inconvenience at best. Lucas glanced around the room. "Wow," he said. "This is a much less friendly version of the exhibit." Blue said nothing. His eyes moved once across the space, taking in positions, exits, distances. The man stepped closer now, his focus returning to Ethan. "We want to know how you did it," he said. "How you stole the originals." Ethan remained still for a moment. Then slowly he shifted. His shoulders rolled slightly, almost lazily, and then his right hand slipped free from behind his back. The room froze. One of the guards took a half step forward before stopping, unsure whether to act or wait. Ethan brought his hand around to the front, flexing his wrist once as if working out stiffness. "You should never cuff someone behind their back without maintaining visual control," he said calmly. "You lose track of the hands." Jane mirrored the motion a second later, her own hands coming free with quiet precision. She adjusted her sleeve slightly, as though nothing unusual had just occurred. Lucas blinked. "Okay," he said. "That's good to know for future reference. Add that to the Teach Lucas list, please." Blue simply flexed his shoulders, the restraints snapping loose in a way that made it clear they had never truly been a restriction. The man's composure held, but just barely. "You think this is a game," he said. Ethan met his gaze without shifting in his seat, his composure unchanged, as if the pressure in the room had never quite reached him. "No," he said evenly. "I think you're asking the wrong question." The man didn't respond, but something in his posture stilled, the kind of pause that comes when a conversation begins to turn in an unexpected direction. Ethan continued, his tone calm, almost conversational. "Why are you upset?" he asked. "You paid, what, $500 for those sketches?" A flicker of tension passed across the man's face, subtle but unmistakable. "To the Carlos family," Ethan went on, "for reproductions." The word settled into the room with quiet precision. The man's jaw tightened. "We never classified them as reproductions," he said, his voice controlled, though now carrying an edge. "The Carlos family accepted $500 for the sketches. No designation, no guarantees." Ethan held his gaze for a moment, then allowed the faintest hint of a smile to form. "Jane," he said, without looking away, "your phone." She shifted slightly, passing it forward with a brief glance for approval. Ethan took it carefully, his movements unhurried as he navigated to a photo. When he found it, he turned the screen outward and angled it so the man could see clearly. "A copy of the check," Ethan said. The image filled the screen, clean, legible. He zoomed in slowly, deliberately, until the memo line came into sharp focus. Da Vinci Sketch Reproductions. The room went still. The man's expression didn't collapse, but it changed. Color drained just slightly from his face as the implications settled in, not just of the mistake, but of where it had been made, in their own records. Ethan lowered the phone just enough to meet his eyes again. "No classification?" he said quietly. No one spoke. Ethan leaned forward slightly now, his tone still calm, but sharpened by precision. "So the fact that what's in your display cases isn't authentic shouldn't be a surprise to you. It should be expected." The silence in the room deepened. Jane watched the shift, her expression unreadable. Ethan let the moment breathe before continuing. "If there's been a misunderstanding, I would strongly encourage you to involve the proper authorities. Call the police. Let them sort it out." Lucas raised a brow slightly. "Yeah," he added, almost helpfully. "Full transparency and all that." The man didn't respond immediately, because he couldn't. To call the police would mean explaining how the Monte Cristo group had come into possession of those sketches in the first place. Explaining the transaction, the price, the intent. What he had just been forced to confront was not a simple mistake, nor something that could be dismissed with a shift in tone or authority. It was the quiet realization that in their effort to secure something of value, they had stepped into a space far less defensible than they had intended, a place where the line between opportunistic acquisition and outright exploitation was no longer clearly defined, and perhaps never had been. The certainty he had carried into the room began to erode, not all at once, but in small, visible ways. It showed in the tightening of his jaw, in the brief hesitation before his eyes settled again, in the way his posture lost just a fraction of its earlier control. It was not fear that replaced it, but something more dangerous in a setting like this: doubt. Ethan recognized it immediately, not because it was dramatic, but because it wasn't. Jane saw it as well, her attention sharpening just slightly as she took in the shift. Even without saying a word, it changed the balance of the room. Blue, who had remained still up to that point, shifted his weight just enough to signal his awareness of it. His voice low and measured when he finally spoke. "Seems like a bad conversation to have on record." The comment didn't raise in volume, but it carried. It lingered in the space, adding another layer to what the man now had to consider. His gaze moved between them, slower this time, more deliberate. He was no longer assessing from a position of control, but recalculating, reassessing the situation in front of him with new constraints he had not anticipated walking in. The advantage had shifted. Not entirely, not enough to make anything safe, but enough to matter. And for the first time since he had ordered them detained, there was a visible hesitation in him, a fracture in the certainty that had defined his presence. The tension in the room remained, thick and unresolved, when the door opened again. This time, there was nothing quiet about it. Rahman stepped through with purpose, his security close behind him, their presence immediate and unmistakable. Whatever composure had defined the private exhibit moments ago had shifted into something sharper, more direct. His eyes moved once across the room, taking in Ethan, Jane, the loosened restraints, the posture of the Monte Cristo representative. Then he spoke. "What is the meaning of this?" The Monte Cristo representative straightened, recovering what authority he could. "We are addressing a matter of theft." Rahman's expression did not change, but something in his gaze hardened. "You are detaining my guests," he said evenly, "in a private space, without my consent?" A beat passed. "That is not how this works." The room seemed to contract around his words. The representative held his ground, though the certainty from moments earlier had thinned. "They have interfered with our transaction. We have reason to believe." "You have reason to believe," Rahman interrupted, stepping forward, "that you have been embarrassed." Silence followed. Rahman's tone remained calm, but the edge beneath it was unmistakable. "I came here to purchase those sketches. I made commitments based on that understanding. Your actions now threaten more than just a transaction." He let that hang for a moment, then added, "There will be consequences for that." The representative's jaw tightened, but he said nothing. Jane chose that moment to step forward, not aggressively, not dramatically, just enough to shift the center of the room. "Perhaps we're all focusing on the wrong problem," she said. Every eye turned to her. Jane did not rush to fill the silence. She let it settle, let the room sit with what had already been said, before stepping forward just enough to draw their attention without demanding it. When she spoke, her tone was steady, measured, the kind that carried more weight because it refused to force itself into the conversation. She met Rahman's gaze first, holding it for a moment as if to establish where the conversation truly belonged before allowing her attention to shift, briefly, to the representative. "The pages in the display aren't authentic," she said. "I believe we've established that." There was no resistance to the statement now. No one in the room moved to challenge it, which in itself was its own confirmation. Jane let that settle before continuing, her voice neither rising nor softening, but maintaining that same quiet control. "That doesn't mean the originals don't exist. The shift in the room was immediate, though subtle. It moved not through words but through attention. Raman's focus sharpened, his posture tightening just slightly as the implication took hold. "Go on," he said. Jane brought her hands together loosely in front of her, more out of composure than necessity, her expression unchanged. "I happen to represent the actual owners of the authentic sketches," she said, choosing each word with deliberate care. The room did not erupt. It stilled. Ethan remained silent beside her, his presence steady, offering no interruption, no confirmation beyond what had already been implied. "And I'm confident," Jane continued, "that they would be open to selling for the right price." That was where the energy shifted. The representative leaned forward slightly, unable to hide the change in his interest now that the conversation had moved from accusation to opportunity. "How much?" he asked. Raman did not speak, but his attention had narrowed completely, the rest of the room fading from relevance as he focused on Jane. She did not answer immediately. She allowed the moment to breathe, to stretch just long enough that the number, when it came, would land with the weight she intended. "I think," she said at last, "we could begin the bidding at 20 million. The pause that followed was brief, but not empty. Something moved behind Raman's expression, subtle but unmistakable. It wasn't surprise, not entirely. It was recognition, the quiet realization of how the conversation had turned and where the leverage now sat. He had already revealed too much earlier, spoken too openly about the value of the pages when separated, about how each could function as currency on its own, how the total far exceeded the worth of the collection as a single piece. He had given her the foundation, and she had built on it. A faint smile touched his lips, not of amusement, but of acknowledgement. The Monte Cristo representative reacted first, pushing back. "That's excessive. The entire sketchbook, even at peak valuation, sits closer to 15 million. Jane turned her head slightly toward him, her expression almost sympathetic. "We both know that's not true." She let the words settle before continuing. "Not when broken apart, not when placed strategically, not when used the way certain buyers intend to use them." The room was quiet again. Raman spoke then, his voice measured, decisive. "I'll pay 20. The representative's composure cracked just slightly. 23. All eyes shifted back to Raman. He didn't hesitate. 25. Raman turned his head just enough to look at the representative directly. "I would advise you not to embarrass yourself further." His tone remained calm, but the warning beneath it was unmistakable. "I came to your auction," he continued, "and you attempted to circulate forgeries. I am willing to overlook that, provided you step aside now." The implication hung in the air. The representative held his gaze for a moment longer, resistance still present, still fighting. But the calculation had already been made. He had lost, and not just the bid. Slowly, his shoulders lowered a fraction. "This isn't over," he said, though the words carried less weight than he intended. Raman did not respond. The representative turned, signaling to his men, and walked out of the room without another word. The door closed behind him. Silence followed. Then Raman turned back to Jane. 25 million, he said, "for the originals." Jane met his gaze evenly. "For the originals." A beat passed. "Where?" he asked. Jane smiled. "The tarmac," she said. "Private airport. Your research should have told you where we landed. You bring the money. We bring the sketches. I'll text you the details just in case." Raman studied her for a moment, weighing the offer, the risk, the opportunity. Then he nodded once. "Very well." Ethan exhaled quietly, the tension in the room shifting again. Not gone, but redirected. Lucas leaned slightly toward Blue, his voice low, a grin just barely forming as he watched it all unfold. "Well," he murmured, "nothing like starting the day with coffee and ending it with a $25 million handshake." Chapter 8. Well played. The airfield stretched wide and open beneath a pale afternoon sky, the kind of quiet that felt earned rather than imposed. In the distance, a jet taxied slowly along a parallel strip of pavement, its engines humming low and steady, while closer to the hangar, Blue's plane sat waiting with a quiet authority that matched its owner. It was not ostentatious, not painted in flashy colors or branded for attention, but it carried a presence all the same. The reinforced fuselage, the clean lines, the subtle wear of something used often and well, all spoke to purpose over vanity. It was a machine built to move when needed, not to impress, though it managed that anyway. The Carlos family stood just beside it, their earlier tensions softened by distance from the chaos they had left behind. The little boy had wandered closest, his small frame dwarfed by the landing gear as he craned his neck upward, taking in the sheer size of it. "This is yours?" he asked, his voice filled with a kind of wonder that had not been present all day. Blue stood a few steps back, arms relaxed at his sides, watching him without hovering. "It flies," he said, as though that alone explained everything worth knowing. The boy grinned at that, circling slightly, careful not to touch anything but clearly wanting to. "Can we go inside?" Blue glanced briefly toward the hangar, then back to the family, weighing the moment more out of habit than concern. "Yeah," he said after a beat. "I'll show you." Mrs. Carlos hesitated, though only briefly. The openness of the airfield seemed to give her something the building had taken away. Space. Air. A sense that whatever had been closing in on them earlier could not quite reach them out here. "Stay close," she said, her hand resting lightly on her daughter's shoulder. Lucas appeared near the wing, hands tucked casually into his pockets, watching the boy with a faint smile. "Careful," he said, nodding toward one of the struts. "You scratch that and Blue's gonna hand you a rag and make you polish the whole plane." The boy froze, eyes darting back to Blue. Blue didn't move. "He's not wrong." Lucas chuckled under his breath. "Mostly kidding," he added, though the qualifier didn't sound entirely convincing. The little girl stayed nearer to her mother, though her gaze kept drifting back toward the open aircraft door, curiosity slowly pulling her forward in small, hesitant steps. Then, from across the tarmac, the smooth approach of an engine drew everyone's attention. A long black limousine rolled into view, its movement unhurried but unmistakably deliberate. It came to a controlled stop a short distance from the hangar, close enough to signal intent, far enough to maintain space. The door opened, and Rahman stepped out, one hand holding a sleek case, his posture composed as always. He did not approach immediately. He watched. Jane emerged from the shadow of the hangar, Ethan just behind her, both of them moving with a quiet confidence that suggested this moment had been anticipated long before it arrived. But instead of heading directly toward Rahman, Jane turned and walked toward Mrs. Carlos. "Did you remember the coloring book?" she asked, her tone light enough that it might have passed for a simple check-in to anyone not listening closely. Mrs. Carlos blinked, then nodded quickly, pointing at her daughter who held it tight. "Yes, we have it." The same coloring book Blue had held. Bright cover filled with bright, cheerful ponies in exaggerated colors. It looked exactly as it should, exactly as it had. "Any trouble getting it?" she asked. Mrs. Carlos shook her head. "No, we just went to the exhibit's Lost and Found and told them my daughter had misplaced it yesterday. They were actually very kind about it. Said they were glad it found its way back to us." She hesitated, then added with a faint frown. "They did apologize, though. Said something must have spilled on it. The pages were all stuck together." The little girl lingered just off to the side of the group, the coloring book held loosely in her hands now, its edges bent and its pages still stiff from where they had been sealed together. She tried once more to open it, carefully this time, as if gentleness might somehow fix what had already been done, but the pages resisted again, clinging stubbornly to one another. Her shoulders sank just slightly. "It's broken," she said, her voice small but matter-of-fact, the kind of disappointment that didn't need exaggeration to be felt. Lucas, who had been half watching the exchange while pretending not to, turned toward her with a look of sudden concern that was only partially genuine. "Broken?" he repeated, stepping closer as if inspecting a critical failure. He crouched slightly, glancing at the book, then back at her. "Well, that's clearly unacceptable." She looked up at him, not quite expecting a solution but hoping for one anyway. Lucas leaned back, thinking for a moment, then gave a small nod to himself as though arriving at a conclusion of great importance. You know what's better than one broken coloring book? She shook her head slowly. 10 perfectly awesome ones. Before she could process that, Lucas was already unzipping his backpack. He reached inside and began pulling them out one after another, stacking them carefully in her arms. Different covers, different themes, animals, castles, space, each one landing with just enough weight to make the promise feel real. Her eyes widened with each addition. And just in case, Lucas added, reaching into the bag one last time, you run out of colors at home. He set down a large, well-worn box in front of her, flipping it open with a small flourish. Inside was a spread of crayons that looked less like a simple set and more like a full spectrum. Every color imaginable, arranged in tight rows, some sharp, some softened from use, but all ready. The girl stared at it, then back at him, her earlier disappointment already dissolving into something much brighter. Go to town, kid, Lucas said, grinning. Then he glanced over his shoulder toward Blue and added, completely serious, but don't forget to share with your friend Blue. The girl followed his gaze, then looked back at Lucas with a small, conspiratorial smile. Okay, she said. Jane's smile came then, small and knowing. Lucas had drifted closer now, his eyes narrowing slightly as he looked at the book. There was a flicker of recognition there, followed by something else. Expectation. Jane began to open it. The first few pages resisted, clinging together just as Mrs. Carlos had described, the adhesive tension giving way slowly as Jane worked her fingers carefully between them. The sound was soft, almost unremarkable, but the moment it revealed was anything but. Because inside, where childish drawings and blank spaces should have been, lay something entirely different. The sketchbook, the real one. Seamlessly concealed within the coloring book's form, its edges aligned so precisely with a cutout that it had disappeared in plain sight. The loose page rested alongside it, protected, intact, exactly where it needed to be. For a moment, the world seemed to pause around it. Then Lucas let out a low, satisfied breath, the kind that carried both admiration and barely restrained pride. All right, he said, stepping forward. I just want it noted for the record that this right here was my idea. Jane didn't look up, but there was the faintest shift in her expression. Lucas gestured toward the book, clearly unwilling to let the moment pass without proper acknowledgement. Hiding the most valuable piece in the entire operation inside a kid's coloring book, he said, warming to it as he went, then leaving it in lost and found where no one with half a brain would bother to check because it's both too obvious and too insignificant at the same time. He tapped his chest lightly, a satisfied grin settling in. That was me. Ethan allowed himself the faintest smile, just enough to acknowledge the claim without fully rewarding it. You tried something similar when you were 15, he said. The vintage baseball cards, Sports Museum, Chicago. Lucas turned toward him immediately, offense lighting up his expression. Tried? He repeated. You didn't even notice they were gone until one of my friends pointed it out. Then you went and returned them anonymously. Ethan said nothing. Lucas shook his head, still clearly wounded by the memory. Killjoy, he muttered. I was finally cool at school. He looked back at him, dragging the word out with dramatic emphasis. Not cool, Doc. Not cool. Jane closed the book slightly, just enough to secure it again, and finally glanced at Lucas. It was a good idea. Lucas straightened a little at that, nodding as though accepting a long-awaited award, just making sure we're all aligned on that. He turned then, looking over at Blue with a grin. You sad your coloring book got ruined? Blue turned his head slowly. The look he gave Lucas was not rushed, not exaggerated, just steady and deeply unimpressed. Do you really want to find out, Blue said evenly. What happens when you bring that up again? There was a pause. Then, almost as an afterthought, he added, because I've got a fresh jar. Lucas's grin faltered instantly. Absolutely not, he said, hands coming up in immediate surrender. Nope, we're not revisiting that chapter. I'm a changed man. I respect the past and fear the future. The little girl looked up at him, confused. What jar? Lucas crouched quickly, his tone shifting back to playful reassurance. Nothing you need to worry about. Just grown-up mistakes. The Carlos family stood just beside them, their earlier tension softened by distance from the chaos they had left behind. The older boy had wandered closest, his small frame dwarfed by the landing gear as he craned his neck upward, taking in the sheer size of it. "This is yours?" he asked, his voice filled with a kind of wonder that had not been present all day. Blue stood a few steps back, arms relaxed at his sides, watching him without hovering. "It sure is, my baby," he said, as though that alone explained everything worth knowing. The boy grinned at that, circling slightly, careful not to touch anything, but clearly wanting to. "Can we go inside?" Blue glanced briefly toward the hangar, then back to the family, weighing the moment more out of habit than concern. "Yeah," he said after a beat. "I'll show you around in a bit." Mrs. Carlos hesitated, though only briefly. The openness of the airfield seemed to give her something the building had taken away. Space. Air. A sense that whatever had been closing in on them earlier could not quite reach them out here. "Stay close," she said, her hand resting lightly on her daughter's shoulder. Lucas appeared near the wing, hands tucked casually into his pockets, watching the boy with a faint smile. "Careful," he said, nodding toward one of the struts. "You scratch that and Blue's gonna hand you a rag and make you polish the whole plane." The boy froze, eyes darting back to Blue. Blue didn't move. "Ignore him. He's just kidding." Lucas chuckled under his breath. "Mostly kidding," he added, though the qualifier didn't sound entirely convincing. The little girl stayed nearer to her mother, though her gaze kept drifting back toward the open aircraft door, curiosity slowly pulling her forward in small, hesitant steps. Then, from across the tarmac, the smooth approach of an engine drew everyone's attention. A long black limousine rolled into view, its movement unhurried but unmistakably deliberate. It came to a controlled stop a short distance from the hangar, close enough to signal intent, far enough to maintain space. The door opened, and Raman stepped out, one hand holding a sleek case, his posture composed as always. He did not approach immediately. He watched. Blue's gaze lingered for a moment longer before drifting back toward the tarmac. The distance between them felt deliberate, measured, the final move waiting patiently in the space between. Raman did not rush his approach, nor did he linger unnecessarily. He crossed the tarmac with the same quiet authority he had carried throughout the day, the case in his hand held with an ease that suggested confidence rather than caution. The wind shifted gently across the open space, catching the edge of his jacket as he came to a stop in front of Jane, his attention fixed entirely on her. For a brief moment, the world seemed to narrow to the space between them. Then, without ceremony, he opened the case. Inside were two documents, each placed with deliberate care. "Payment," Raman said, his voice even, controlled. "Structured as requested." He removed the first and handed it to Jane. $22.5 million for the Carlos family. Mrs. Carlos drew in a sharp breath, her composure wavering just slightly as the number settled into something real. Her husband reached for her hand instinctively, the two of them standing close now, as if grounding each other in the weight of what had just been placed before them. Raman then removed the second document and extended it as well. "And $2.5 million for you." Jane accepted both without hesitation, her eyes moving across them with a practiced efficiency that confirmed what she already expected to find. There was no visible reaction beyond that. No satisfaction, no relief, just acknowledgement. "Thank you," she said, her tone calm and measured. Only then did she reach into her jacket and withdraw the sketchbook. There was no flourish to the exchange, no dramatics. She simply handed it to him. Raman accepted it with care, opening it just enough to confirm its contents. His gaze moved across the pages briefly, not in examination, but in recognition. Whatever doubt had existed before was gone now. He closed it again with quiet finality. "A pleasure doing business," he said. Jane inclined her head slightly. "Likewise." Raman turned, already stepping away, the transaction complete in his mind. His path back to the limousine was unhurried, each step carrying the same composed confidence he had arrived with. It was only as he passed near the crate where Jane had briefly set the coloring book earlier that something caught his attention. He slowed. Not enough to draw notice from anyone who wasn't watching closely, but enough to break the rhythm of his departure. His gaze dropped. The coloring book lay partially open, its cover shifted just enough to reveal the inner pages and the hollow cutout where the book had been hidden. Raman's eyes lingered there for a moment longer than necessary. Then slowly he looked back toward Jane. Understanding settled in. Not surprise, not frustration. Recognition. A faint smile touched his lips, sharper now, edged with something closer to respect. "Well played, Jane," he said, his voice carrying easily across the open space. "Well played." He gave a small nod as though acknowledging a move that had revealed itself only after the game had ended, then continued on without another word. The limousine waited. As Raman drew closer to the limousine, the passenger side door opened with practiced timing, and a guard stepped out to receive him. The movement was controlled, deliberate, but there was a stiffness to it that stood out against the otherwise fluid precision of the moment. One arm was secured tightly in a sling against his chest, the fabric pulled taut in a way that made the injury impossible to ignore. Even from a distance, the way he carried himself spoke less of recovery and more of something still fresh, something not yet settled. Blue noticed it first. The shift in him was subtle but immediate, like a line tightening beneath the surface. He stepped closer to Ethan without drawing attention, his voice low, steady, carrying certainty rather than curiosity. "You seeing that?" Ethan didn't move his head, his eyes already fixed on the man. "Yeah," he said quietly. "I am." The guard adjusted his stance as he held the door open, compensating instinctively, protecting the injured side without thinking about it. It was a small movement, but it was enough. Recognition didn't arrive all at once. It built, piece by piece, until there was no room left for doubt. "That's him," Blue said, his voice flattening slightly as the memory locked into place. "From the house." Ethan gave a single nod. "The one you broke." The realization settled in with a quiet precision, each detail aligning in a way that made the broader picture impossible to ignore. Jane stepped in beside them, her attention still on the guard as Raman slipped into the back of the limousine, the door closing with a soft, final sound that seemed to mark the end of something and the beginning of something else. "We were played," she said. There was no anger in her voice, only clarity. Lucas frowned, glancing between them, trying to follow the shift. "What do you mean we were played? We just—" He stopped himself, the rest of the sentence catching somewhere between confusion and realization. Jane didn't look at him. "It wasn't the Monte Cristo group," she continued, her voice steady. "They weren't the ones watching the family. They didn't burn the house, they didn't send men after us or tear apart the hotel rooms." Blue's jaw tightened, his eyes still tracking the guard. Jane's gaze followed the limousine as the door closed and the engine turned over. "It was Raman," she said. The car began to move, smooth and deliberate, as though nothing about the day had been out of the ordinary. Ethan watched it go, the pieces aligning in his mind with a clarity that only came once the outcome was already set. He let out a slow breath before speaking, his voice steady but more certain now. "He wanted us to take them," he said. "If we fail, he still has the auction. If we succeed, he removes the competition entirely." He paused briefly, the logic settling into place. And either way, he ends up with the sketches at a fraction of what he would have paid. Jane gave a slight nod, her gaze still following the departing car. "And controls the narrative," she added, "which means he controls the value." Lucas let out a slow breath, his head tilting slightly as the full picture settled in. "So he plays both sides," he said, the realization sharpening as he spoke, "and we walk straight into it." A faint, reluctant smile touched his face, more impressed than amused. "We got played." Jane didn't answer immediately. Her gaze remained fixed on the limousine as it continued down the tarmac, growing smaller with distance, her expression unchanged, unreadable. "Not entirely," she said at last. Blue turned his head toward her, studying her for a moment. "What do you mean?" Only then did Jane shift her attention away from the departing car, the movement unhurried, deliberate. "He still paid," she said, "and he paid more than we would have gotten trying to sell the sketchbook ourselves." For a moment after the limousine disappeared beyond the far edge of the runway, no one spoke. The weight of everything that had just unfolded lingered in the air, not heavy in the way of fear, but dense with realization. The kind of silence that follows when pieces finally settle into place and reveal a larger pattern than anyone had first seen. It was Mrs. Carlos who broke it. She stepped forward slowly at first, as if unsure whether words could fully carry what she felt. then closed the distance between them with quiet determination. Her eyes moved from Ethan to Jane, then to Blue and Lucas, taking each of them in as though committing the moment to memory. "I don't know how to thank you," she said, her voice steady but full. "What you did for us, it's more than we could have ever asked for." Mr. Carlos nodded beside her, his earlier weariness replaced now with something steadier. "You didn't just protect us," he added. "You gave us a chance to start over." Ethan offered a small, reassuring smile. "It was our sincerest pleasure, Mrs. Carlos." Jane inclined her head slightly, accepting the gratitude without drawing attention to it. "Make it count," she said simply. The little boy lingered close to his parents, still stealing glances back at the plane, as though trying to hold on to both the adventure and the reality of what it had meant. The little girl, however, had already made up her mind about something. She walked straight to Blue. There was no hesitation, no second thought. She wrapped her arms around him in a hug that was entirely disproportionate to her size, her small frame pressing against him with complete certainty. Blue froze. Not dramatically, not awkwardly, just still, as though the moment had caught him off guard in a way nothing else that day had managed to do. After a second, his hand lifted slightly, resting gently against her back in a way that was careful, almost uncertain. "Thank you," she said into his jacket. Blue cleared his throat once, then reached into his pocket. When his hand came back out, it held a small handful of wrapped suckers. He offered them down to her without ceremony. "For you," he said, then nodded toward her brother, and him. Her face lit up instantly. "Really?" he shrugged. "Yeah." She took them carefully, as though they were something far more valuable than they were, then turned to her brother, already dividing them with absolute fairness. Lucas watched the exchange with a faint grin. "Look at that," he murmured. "Big softy." Blue didn't respond. As the Carlos family gathered their things and began moving toward the waiting car that would take them somewhere safer, somewhere new, the atmosphere shifted again. Lighter now, not without weight, but without the tension that had defined the day. One chapter closing. Jane stood near the base of the aircraft, watching them go for a moment longer before turning back toward the others. As she did, she reached into her bag and pulled out another folder. It was thinner than the last, but not by much. She held it loosely at her side, then looked between them. "We can all head home," she said. The words hung there for a moment, carrying the quiet promise of rest, of distance from everything they had just navigated. Then she added, almost casually, "or." That was all it took. Lucas raised a brow slightly, already interested. Ethan's expression didn't change, but his attention sharpened. Blue shifted his weight, watching her without speaking. Jane didn't elaborate. The folder was explanation enough. Blue reached into his pocket again, unwrapping one of the suckers. He dusted it with some powder and popped it into his mouth. For a brief second, nothing happened. Then a slow burn spread across his expression. He didn't react outwardly, not much, but there was a subtle tightening in his jaw, a slight narrowing of his eyes as the heat set in. Lucas winced in sympathy. "I still can't figure out why you do that to yourself. You've got issues, big guy." Blue ignored him. Instead, he looked to Ethan. Ethan met his gaze, then gave a small, decisive nod. Blue shifted his attention to Jane. The corner of his mouth lifted just slightly despite the heat building behind it. "Where to, boss?" he asked. Jane's grip tightened just a fraction on the folder, her eyes steady, already looking beyond the runway, beyond the moment. Somewhere else entirely, and without another word, she turned toward the plane. And as the engines roared to life and the runway stretched out before them, they set their course once more. Not just toward another destination, but toward whatever piece of history had been lost, stolen, or buried in time, waiting, as always, to be found.